The story begins in a hotel in St. Petersburg where it was very quiet and no one walked in the corridor. But Lin Fan wanted to find out the whole truth. Lin Fan wanted to write a message to his beloved and find out how she is doing, and she herself does not write to him. So he, as a gentleman, will write now. The lady was walking at the time and she doesn't want to answer Lin Fan, but the idiot won't leave her alone if she doesn't give an answer, and he makes her so angry and nervous. The lady entered the hotel room and thought that she had serious plans, and Lin Fan would not disturb her and should not be interested in her personal life. Lin Fan is waiting for a response to the message from the lady, and he must find out if his guess is correct and he is not blind and knows where his lady went these days. The hotel is still quiet, and Lin Fan will soon understand why the lady is avoiding him, because he did everything right and never offended his beloved and loved. Lin Fan wrote to his sweetheart that he knows she loves him, but he is afraid that she is cheating on him. But the lady told Lin Fan to leave and not get involved in this matter. Lin Fan froze in shock and thought that Lin Qianqian had betrayed him, and he never expected that she had another boyfriend and what was wrong with him. Lin Fan's eyes became wet, and he is not a weakling and will accept his fate and will not ruin Lin Qianqian's life, and he must let her go from his life. Lin Fan started to cry, and he came back after 100,000 years, and finally he came back to his world, and it was that very day, and he remembers everything himself. At that time, Lin Fan's girl named Lin Qianqian went to a rich man, Jiang Kuan. Then they kicked him out, and she was proud of the rich man and loved him. Lin Qianqian sat next to Jiang Kuan, hugging him, and was 100% sure that Jiang Kuan was better than the poor man and threw him away well. But they couldn't imagine that Lin Qianqian was pregnant with Lin Fan's child, and Jiang Kuan didn't know anything and thought he was a genius. Having learned this information, Jiang Kuan hired an assassin to kill him, and he calculated the chance perfectly, and he carried out the task with absolute confidence. After his death, Lin Fan was reborn in another world and fortunately then received the Stone of the 9 Heavenly Gods, and it influenced his life. Later, Lin Fan was the boss in the realm of another world for thousands of years, and there were many obstacles, but he decided to forcefully break through the barrier. But Lin Fan was struck by a demon in his heart and failed. But he was not destined to die, and the trace of the boy's soul was reaching for the sky. Lin Fan turned back time and space and returned to Earth, and he did not want to leave this life without having fulfilled his purpose there. Besides the fact that Lin Fan returned to his roots, what is more important is that the Stone of the 9 Heavenly Gods returned with him and he became even stronger. Lin Fan knows that he will rise again in time and noticed that there is no paper in the booth, and he should go out and discuss everything with Lin. Lin Qianqian was with Jiang Kuan at the hotel at that time, and she made the right decision to leave Lin Fan, and she doesn't regret anything and she feels good. Jiang Kuan hugged Lin Qianqian, and she clung to him, and they will be together forever and nothing will separate such a faithful couple, and even Lin Fan. Lin Qianqian asked Jiang Kuan to kiss her, and he is perfect and she is so lucky that they are together and let the problem not concern both of them. Lin Fan thought that Lin Qianqian was a hypocrite, and how could he love such a person in his past life, and now he realized all the mistakes. Lin Fan saw a wad of money on the table and it looks like Jiang Kuan put it there, and he regrets that he has already wasted so many years communicating with Qianqian. Lin Qianqian told Lin Fan that he had to leave there, and that he was nobody, and didn't deserve her, and that he shouldn't hope that she would ever come back to him. Lin Qianqian told Lin Fan that these $30,000 were given to him by her Jiang Kuan, and in the future they do not want him to interfere with the couple. Lin Qianqian sat next to Jiang Kuan, and she didn't expect that he would hug her so abruptly, but she can do whatever she wants and no one will stop her. Jiang Kuan told Lin Qianqian that she was so cute, and her voice was different from others and it was gentle, and he understood why Lin Fan was in love with her. Lin Qianqian said thank you to Jiang Kuan, and he values her and gives her so many expensive gifts and spoils her. But Lin Fan is a poor man, and he is worthless. Lin Fan was angry, and as far as he remembered, Lin Qianqian was always cold with him and did not want to communicate normally and was often rude to him. Lin Qianqian told Lin Fan that this diamond ring was bought by Jiang Kuan and it cost more than 100,000 yuan, and she was delighted with Jiang. Lin Fan smiled and asked Lin Qianqian if she was happy. Why was she telling him about it, and he didn't care and he had plans. Lin Fan decided that he would not waste time on Jiang Kuan and Qianqian, and they were like insects in his eyes, and he would soon prove that he was right. Jiang Kuan slapped his palm on the table, and he doesn't like the idiot's words, and he will teach Lin Fan a lesson so that in the future Lin knows who and how to communicate. Jiang Kuan yelled at Lin Fan and asked him how dare he say such nasty things to Lin Qianqian, and let him apologize to the lady immediately. And at that very second, a security guard came into the room and wanted to know that the boss was okay, and someone made him nervous and their offender would feel sorry. The guard straightened his tie, and he will protect the boss Jiang Kuan. And no one has the right to insult him and let them already fulfill the boss's demands. The guard asked the impudent Lin Fan if he hadn't heard the boss, and Jiang Kuan asked him to apologize, otherwise the bastard Lin would have problems. Lin Fan told Lin Qian and Jiang Kuan that they were both unworthy of him asking for forgiveness and let them leave 30,000 yuan. Lin Fan didn't take the money on the table, and 30,000 won't improve his life, and he doesn't want to lose his authority in front of the scoundrel Jiang Kuan, and he's an idiot. Lin Fan wishes Jiang Kuan and Lin Qian a long life, and let them not look down on others, and the situation may change soon. Jiang Kuan ordered the guard to teach Lin Fan a lesson, and it seems he didn't understand that they are serious people, and he will shut Lin Fan's mouth and punish the idiot. The guard nodded his head and carried out the boss's order. And in vain, Lin Fan did not ask for forgiveness from Lin Qian. And Jiang Kuan is angry and nervous. And at that moment, the guards surrounded Lin Fan and would not let him go until they taught him a lesson. And boss Jiang Kuan was pleased, and Lin angered the boss. Jiang Kuan asked Lin Fan if he really wanted to leave after scolding him. And where did Lin Fan get so much courage and impudence from? The guard stood in front of Lin Fan, and Jiang Kuan ordered him to lick his shoes so that he would be satisfied, and then he would let him go, otherwise he would punish him there. Lin Qian said that this would be a good lesson for Lin Fan, and he must hurry up and kneel before his beloved Jiang Kuan. Lin Fan told Lin Qian that he hadn't done anything to her, and didn't understand why she was so aggressive and hated him so much. Jiang Kuan was having fun, and he likes to humiliate scoundrels and bring them to their knees because he is the boss, and no one has the right to disobey the boss. Jiang Kuan collected the dirt in his hand and told Lin Fan that in his hand was the essence of Lao Tzu, and he would give him a chance to eat it, and not everyone would piss off boss Jiang. Lin Qian was delighted and told Jiang Kuan that he was incredible, and would make Lin Fan regret his actions and make him humble. Lin Fan clenched his fist tightly and wanted to hit Jiang Kuan. And who the hell does he think he is, and think that no one will harm him for such orders? But Lin Fan calmed down and told Jiang Kuan that if the old man was there, he would immediately lose his temper and beat Jiang for all the vile orders. But now Lin Fan has changed his mind because he realized that they are not yet worthy of him moving his hand, and he does not care about losers. The guard asks his brother to beat Lin Fan, and he doesn't want to kneel there and lick the shoes of boss Jiang Kuan and disobeys the order. The guard asked Lin Fan if he hadn't heard the boss's order, and he wouldn't leave there until he fulfilled the order, and he guaranteed him that. The guard grabbed Lin Fan by the shoulder and advised him not to ruin his life, and he was obliged to humbly kneel down, and the conflict would be resolved in an instant. Lin Fan looked at the guard angrily and asked if he really wanted to die there, and who gave him the right to touch him and he would regret threatening. The guard stepped aside, and Lin Fan's aura frightens him, and he doesn't want to spoil his mood and may suffer at the hands of Lin Fan today. Jiang Kuan was shocked and told Lin Qian that Lin Fan's eyes were scary and why he became so creepy, and even the guard moved away from him. Lin Qian listened to Jiang Kuan's words, and he is absolutely right. Lin Fan's eyes are so creepy, and it seems like they made him angry and he wants revenge. Lin Qian is nervous, and how could she be afraid of trash, and Lin Fan won't lay a finger on them, and he is a coward, and such people can hide from everyone. Lin Qian asks Jiang Kuan to look at Lin Fan and what threat he can pose to them, and he is weak and can't compare to her boss, and Lin Fan is a clown. Lin Qian told Jiang Kuan that Lin Fan is a homeless person, and he is not worth her, and why did he come and let him disappear from their lives? Otherwise there will be threats. Jiang Kuan thought that Lin Qian was right, and Lin Fan would not be able to harm them because they were surrounded by guards, and they would beat him up right away. Jiang Kuan ordered Lin Fan to watch his language and not be rude to Lin Qian. Otherwise, in the future, he would find his house and teach him a lesson there. Jiang Kuan wanted to get up from his seat, but his legs got tangled, and the boss started to lose his balance, and he doesn't understand what's going on, and this is some kind of nonsense. Jiang Kuan fell to the floor and realized that Lin Fan had already left, and he wouldn't catch up with him, and he had ruined everyone's mood and got out of there, and he was a loser and a coward. Jiang Kuan dropped the lump of dirt from his hands, and next time, he will definitely not spare Lin Fan, and will immediately surround him and force him to eat the trash. Lin Qian asked Jiang Kuan if he was okay, and she would help him if he was injured, and she was worried about him and was always there for him. But suddenly at this moment a lump of mud fell into Lin Qian's mouth, and she did not understand what happened and how the mud flew off from Jiang Kuan's hands. Lin Qian swallowed the mud lump unconsciously and froze there in place, and did not believe that it was true, and she hurried to help Jiang Kuan. Lin Qian felt sick, and how could a lump of dirt get into her mouth, and clearly Lin Fan jinxed them and made Jiang Kuan and her suffer there. Lin Qian sat down on the floor and said it was disgusting, and this dirt was stuck in her throat and how to spit it back out, and it was terribly disgusting. Lin Qian said that she was furious, and Lin Fan made him angry, and Jiang Kuan fell because of him, and soon he would crawl on his knees to the boss. Lin Qian screamed and told Lin Fan that this was not the end, and he would remember Jiang Kuan when he begged the guards to spare him. Lin Fan thought that his fate was in Lin Qian's hands, but now he had no time to deal with Jiang Kuan and was too weak for him. Lin Fan realized that he was out of shape now and needed to start training his skills and earn money to honor his parents' memory. Lin Fan knows that in this world, only with great power can one become omnipotent, and he does not know if he will see his family again, and this intrigues him. Once he returned, Lin Fan will live a full life, and in this life he will certainly surpass his past self and become strong. The moon was shining in the sky, and Lin Fan thought that his sister was fragile and she was sick all year round. She had tuberculosis, and he remembered how much pain she had. Lin Fan's biggest regret from his past life is watching his sister die and become helpless, and his brother will help soon. The salesman said good evening to Lin Fan, and how can he help him, and that he wants to buy or find out some information about medicines. Lin Fan told the seller that he needed the Polygonum multiflorum, and he hoped that his sister would soon get back on her feet and that his brother would cure her illness. Lin Fan put the money, and he thinks that this is enough and he needs to find a job in the future, and without money, he can't live in this world and help his sister. The seller asks Mr. Lin Fan to wait, and he will find out if they have such a flower and find out the information and help his friend soon. Lin Fan listened to the words of the seller and said, "Thank you," and he will wait for him, and he has nowhere to rush, and the most important thing is to take the flower for medicine. Lin Fan decided that for him now, human diseases are absolutely not scary, and he will find a cure for any disease and so believes in the potential. Now Lin Fan really needs the multi-flowered knotweed, and all of her sister's problems will be solved, and her brother will not let her suffer from illness these years. Lin Fan knows if he adds the Stone of the 9 Gods and his knowledge and key, then he can cure his sister's illness in the house 100%. After some time, Lin Fan returned home and told his sister that his brother was so worried about her, and now he will not let his sister go alone. They will be together. There were some hooligans in front of Lin Fan's house, and they told the lady to open the door, and her friends came and they wouldn't hurt her and they wanted to play a little. Lin Fan stared at the hooligans and wanted to ask them something, and they had to answer his question. Otherwise, there would be problems. Lin Fan asked the hooligans what they were doing and why they were all standing at his gate and calling for his sister, and they would not leave until they answered for everything. Sister heard brother Lin Fan's voice and she wants to go out to him, and he kept his word and promised to come back early and play with her at home. Sister opened the door and she can't sit alone at home, and brother will definitely protect her from the hooligans who pestered her and called her to play. The sister ran very quickly past the hooligans, and they didn't even notice how she left the house, and it seems the sister missed her brother. Sister ran quickly and told brother Lin Fan, "Okay, he came," and she was worried, and the hooligans did not want to go anywhere and surrounded their house. Lin Fan hugged his sister tightly and asked Xiao not to be afraid, and he will protect her from all the bullies, and no one will dare to scare her, and he will guarantee. Xiao listened to her brother's words and told Lin Fan that she was scared, and she was always waiting for him to come back and didn't want to let him go there. The bully turned to Lin Fan, and this is his useless thing, and it will not interfere with their plans, and he and his friends want to play and decided to do this. Lin Fan listened to the bully's words and thought that they had lost their fear, and he would remind them why no one wanted to fight him, and he had a plan. Lin Fan turned to the bullies and wants to ask about something important and why he thinks he is weak, and he has surprises for all his friends. Lin Fan looked at the hooligans menacingly and asked if they really were the ones who brazenly bullied his sister and surrounded their house, and why they were so bold. Lin Fan was angry, and his aura was like a monster, and his brother would no longer allow bullies to bully his sister, and Xiao is the most wonderful child in the world. Lin Fan told the hooligans that no one dares to touch his sister, and he will not spare anyone who wanted to hurt Xiao, and will punish everyone for their meanness. The bully was surprised and asked Lin Fan how he dared to intimidate him, and he was not afraid of anyone, and had seen many weaklings and cowards in his life. Lin Fan went to the bully's side, and he wants to teach the bastards a lesson and why scare Xiao, and she is not guilty of anything, and he will protect his sister. Lin Fan was sparkling, and he was angry at the hooligans, and they knew that he left and waited for the moment and wanted to get into his house, and this makes them nervous. The hooligan asked Lin Fan if he really thought that the rage he was portraying could scare Lao Tzu, and that this was absurd and nonsense. The bully told Lin Fan that he had warned him before to move out within a week, or else he shouldn't blame him for being rude and hitting him. Lin Fan remembers that this was his parents' house, and they took it in the year of their wedding. and now the Jiang housing company wants to demolish their house. Lin Fan realized that the villains wanted to demolish their house but did not want to pay compensation and thought that no one would interfere and beat them all up. Lin Fan knows that they are a bunch of scum, and it is no problem for him to beat them all up, and he can't wait to teach them a lesson in manners as soon as possible. Lin Fan told the bullies that he would ask them again if they bullied his sister Xiao, and that this was important and could save their lives now. Xiao asks brother Lin Fan to forget about it, and both of them can't handle the hooligans, and they are much stronger than them. And it's better not to fight and be rude. Lin Fan smiled, and he is proud of his sister. And Xiao is so worried about him and does not want his brother to get hurt. But she does not know his brother's talents. Lin Fan stroked Xiao's hair and asked his sister not to be afraid and whether that bald guy bullied her, and let her tell him all the information about it. Xiao realized that she had to answer her brother's question, and then Lin Fan would be able to help her, because the bald hooligan had been chasing her there all day. Xiao told her brother Lin Fan that the hooligan wanted to take off her clothes, but he failed, and he touched her a couple more times and did not leave her alone. Lin Fan was furious and asked the bully if he really wanted his sister Xiao's clothes and touched them a couple of times and what he was thinking and was not afraid. Lin Fan realized that he could not spare the scoundrels and was obliged to take revenge on the hooligans for their vile actions, and the enemies would not be able to hide anywhere. Lin Fan was still sparkling with anger, and he would not allow Xiao to be harmed. And what was the bully thinking when he touched her and he would take revenge for all his actions? Lin Fan stood in front of the bully and realized that the enemy was trapped and he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to, and he would catch up with him and beat him up badly. The bully was horrified to see Lin Fan's aura and why he looked so dangerous, and his intuition told him that the coward could hurt them there. The bully asked Lin Fan not to do anything stupid and they can resolve this issue peacefully, and there is no need to fight over trifles, and he did not harm her. But the bully realized that Lin Fan would still attack him, and his eyes were filled with anger, and he wanted to destroy him for pestering him. Lin Fan grabbed the bully's head and slammed his head into the wall, and he wants to injure the bully and teach his friends a lesson in etiquette. Lin Fan threw the bully to the ground, and why did he hope that he would spare them after they wanted to attack Xiao and offend the lady? Lin Fan asked the scoundrel if he dared to touch his sister Xiao, and she said that he followed her all day and wanted to hurt her sister. And at that very second, Lin Fan stepped on the bully's hand and injured him and avenged his sister Xiao, and she is an angel and he will protect her from enemies. At this time, there were no people on the street, and Lin Fan realized that no one would stop him from beating the bully as much as he wanted, and it was so nice. Lin Fan began to strangle the bully and said that his words did not sound so convincing, and first his brother would work on his teeth and break them. The bully begged Lin Fan to let him go, and he understood, and now he will never harm his sister Xiao, and learned his lesson forever, and remembered everything. Lin Fan asked the villains why they all came and let them not avoid the answer, and he would still find out the answer to the question even if he harmed everyone. The bully begged Lin Fan on his knees to let him and his friends go, and they were all so stupid. But he showed them the right path and taught them all manners. The friends looked at the bully and realized that Lin Fan was too strong and he could easily beat them all up and punish them, and so they would all leave. Lin Fan asked his friends if they learned the lesson, and he wants to know that his masterclass has influenced everyone, and he will continue if they did not understand. The bullies told Lin Fan that they were so sorry that his sister was afraid of them, and they would protect her from others, and asked her not to harm or beat her. Lin Fan and his sister Xiao came into the house, and he can ask how his beloved sister is doing, and his brother wants her to study well in school. Lin Fan handed his sister some hot water and asked Xiao how things were at school, and if he needed help from his brother, and he was ready to go anywhere at any time. Xiao told brother Lin Fan that she had not been to school for a week and had been very sick these days and could not leave the house and was always coughing. Lin Fan remembered that his sister was very ill in her past life, and he still can't get rid of the shadow of guilt and worries about her. Leaving his sister alone, Lin Fan stayed late every day with Lin Chenqian, and he so wants to make amends for his past life. Lin Fan told his sister that he had found a cure for her and Shui Wan would help her recover, and soon his sister would forget about the disease forever. Xiao listened to her brother's words and thought that Lin Fan had been trying to find a way to cure her all day, and she hoped that she would be cured of her illness. Xiao asked brother Lin Fan, "What is the use of the medicine Shui Wan and how it will help?" And she is very interested to know what brother Lin brought her. Lin Fan told Xiao that she would soon understand everything and asked his sister not to ask questions and to trust her brother and turn her back, and this is important. Xiao took off her shoes and thought that Lin Fan's brother had never lied to her, and she trusted him completely. And Lin came up with a way to help his sister. Xiao asked her brother if she was sitting correctly, and if he could correct her if she misunderstood him, and it was important for her to know what her brother had come up with. Lin Fan took out the medicine, and the multi-flowered mountaineer did not let him down, and he will use the technique and direct the Qi energy into Sister Xiao's body. Lin Fan gathered the medicines together and began to use the skills, and in a few minutes, Sister Xiao will forget about the disease and he will guarantee the treatment. Lin Fan understood the essence of Xiao's body, and he is glad that his sister trusts him and is not against this method of treatment, and his brother promised to cure him of the disease. Lin Fan began to remove the poisonous blood from Sister Xiao's body, and it prevents her from breathing normally, and that is why Xiao always coughs. Xiao is in pain, but she can withstand any pain and trusts her brother. And he is not just using this method of treatment, and she will recover in a moment. Lin Fan noticed his sister's condition, and she behaved like a professional, and he felt sorry that she was suffering, but he would make her life easier. And at that moment, Lin Fan noticed that Sister Xiao was not making any sounds and she stopped communicating with him. And this is a side effect of her brother's treatment. Xiao exhaled and she lost consciousness and energy, and strength left her. And it is not easy to cope with the disease, and for this, she needs character. Xiao was swaying from side to side and she can no longer sit in this position and wants to go to bed and continue the treatment tomorrow. Xiao threw her head back sharply, and she realized that her brother wanted to please her in everything, and believed that he would complete the treatment of the body tomorrow. Xiao cuddled up to her brother Lin Fan, and he made sure that his sister was okay, and that her life was not in danger, and calmed his nerves and stopped being afraid. Lin Fan sighed and realized everything went well, and Sister Xiao is definitely not weak, and not every person can withstand such trials and pain. Lin Fan knows after Sister Xiao wakes up, if they repeat this session again, then Xiao will recover and he will be next to her. Lin Fan bit his finger and wanted to use the technique of defending against all enemies, and Sister Xiao was in danger today, and he didn't know about it. Lin Fan realized that with this amulet, ordinary people would not be able to approach Sister Xiao in any way, and it would protect her from injury and protect her dear. Sister Xiao pressed the amulet in her hand, and Lin Fan believes that tomorrow she will not be tormented by a cough, and her sister has not slept normally for so many days. Lin Fan decided that his sister should be completely safe in the house, and that the hooligans would not be able to harm Xiao even if they wanted to. Lin Fan left the house and thought that now Xiao's sister was sleeping, and he had to buy some food for his sister because Xiao fell asleep hungry. Lin Fan was walking on the street and believes in miracles, and he must find money because he alone is responsible for his sister Xiao, and she must grow up as a healthy lady. Lin Fan dug into his pockets and wanted to find money to buy food for his family, and he hadn't spoiled his sister with a hearty dinner for a long time, and it was annoying. Lin Fan realized that he only had $100 and that it was not enough to buy the necessary things, and he would find a solution to the problem because he was a genius. Lin Fan immediately decided that he had to find a way to make money, and in a couple of days he and his sister would have nothing to eat, and he would not allow this to happen. Lin Fan is sure that there is one way to make money, and that is gambling, and he will risk everything he has for Xiao. Lin Fan must earn a lot of money, and in the future he will buy the best mansion and healthy products for Xiao. And this is his motivation. Cultivators see through everything, and once Lin Fan enters there, he will be like a fish in water, but he does not want to stand out too much in games. The manager met the guests at the entrance to the casino and wishes everyone a pleasant game and hopes that they will be satisfied with their casino and will come again. The manager looked at Lin Fan and thought, why a poor man would come there, and he doesn't think that he can get rich and he will lose all the money. But a visitor is a visitor, and the manager is not obliged to convince him not to play games and let the guest lose everything and understand that he was wrong. In the casino, they were spinning the roulette wheel, and many people believed in luck, and many rich and respected people gathered, and in the evening, everyone wants to relax. The managers have put the chips in their places, and the service is provided to all their clients, and they will give information about games that they do not know. The cards were thrown in the hall, and many people are unhappy and want to get all the money back and do not believe that in a couple of minutes everyone lost so many millions. Clients throw chips and want only thousands, and they will accumulate a lot of money and leave with a profit. And everyone believes in their luck and takes risks. The lady said good evening to Mr. Lin Fan, and she is glad that the Mr. decided to visit their casino, and they are nearby and will bring anything to the guest. The lady asked Mr. Lin Fan what he wanted to play, and the casino has many interesting games that will attract attention, and wished him luck. Lin Fan saw a lot of chips on the table and realized that today was his luck, and he would read people's minds and take millions of dollars overnight. Lin Fan thought that he needed a lot of money in a short time, so that his sister Xiao would not need anything, and his brother would provide Xiao with everything. Lin Fan decided to sit down at the chair to play, and his concentration is now at its limit, and he will give it his all and take millions of dollars. Lin Fan noticed that there were a lot of people at the table, so he could win a lot of money there just by sitting there and let someone interfere with the games. Lin Fan was glowing with happiness and believed 100% that his skill would help him become rich, and other people would be shocked by his luck there. An important man was sitting next to Lin Fan at the gaming table, smoking a cigar, and behind him stood guards who did not allow anyone to approach the boss. The lady was handing out cards and didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing there, and he clearly stood out from the crowd, and such children should sit at home and not play. An important person wants to express his opinion to Lin Fan's face, and he irritates him, and it is not serious to let such people play, and he disgraces everyone. The man told Lin Fan that 10 people could sit at the table, but he still dared to sit there, and it seems he is no longer afraid of enemies. Lin Fan looked at the man and why he was being smart and thought that he would scare him. And this man ran into the wrong opponent in the game. Lin Fan took out a cigarette, and he will teach the masters a lesson and prove to them that everyone has something to learn from Master Lin Fan, and he is a master of games. Lin Fan was not nervous, and in vain people judge him harshly, and he is not an amateur, and none of them have any special skills. And it was not in vain that he came to the casino. Lin Fan asked the mister if this was true, and he didn't know the rules, but he would still defeat them all, and it seems he was worried about his money. People said that Lin Fan was asking for trouble, and at least 3 people at that table were important people in Shanghai, and they could threaten him. Lin Fan looked at all the people at the table, and it would be great if they were rich and he would take away their millions, and all the mafiosi would be furious after the games. But the man was angry and told Lin Fan that he was an illiterate ignoramus, and how dare he sit at the same table with them, and he was making them nervous. Lin Fan listened to the important man, and he slammed his fist on the table, and he will not allow the impudent idiot to sit at the table with the boss and show off. Lin Fan put the box of cigarettes on the table and asked the gentleman if he considered him ignorant, and why he immediately made conclusions about the guest. Lin Fan thought that no one would dare to argue in the presence of the boss and the Taoist lord, and if anyone dared, he would put them in their place. The master looked at Lin Fan and realized that his strength was superior to the master, and he had never met such a young master, and the impudent man surprised everyone. The master began to get very nervous and sweat, and it is so difficult to imagine what heights Lin Fan will be able to reach in the future, and is unique and a genius. Lin Fan asked the important people what he should do to get them to let him play, and he was so curious to know the boss's opinion. The man with the eye patch told Lin Fan to bring the boss 10 million, and then he would let him play at the same table with him. The man told Lin Fan that of course if he can find 10 million, and he thinks that he is not so rich and came to them by chance. Lin Fan asked the bosses if they were asking for 10 million, but he doesn't have that kind of money and he can't bring what he doesn't have yet. The big shot in Shanghai smiled and thought that the idiot came into this casino to show off but screwed up, and he loves to humiliate them. Other people also mocked Lin Fan and why he promised to deprive them of millions of dollars if he himself has no money and is stupid. People said that Lin Fan was probably retarded, and if he continued to irritate his older brothers, he could be killed in an instant. The lady realized that Lin Fan is stupid, and he is being rude to his older brothers and who let him into the casino, and he is disgracing their reputation, and this is terrible. The elder brother was annoyed by Lin Fan's behavior and slammed his fist on the table, and the idiot crossed all boundaries of decency and began to irritate the brothers. The older brother ordered him to stop listening to the insolent man's nonsense and asked which of the guards let him into the casino and let him answer his questions. The guard ran up to his older brother and realized that he was furious and that he had been wrong to let Lin Fan into the casino and thought that he would not disturb his brothers. The guard was exhausted and hoped that his older brother wouldn't scold him too much, and he didn't want to kick Lin Fan out, and he seemed like a funny guy. The guard asks for forgiveness from his elder brother, and he will deal with Lin Fan, and he did not think that he would argue with them and they would not see Lin. The elder brother listened to the words of the guard and believes that he will keep his word and kick out Lin Fan. Otherwise, he will have serious problems and is not joking. The manager asks the security to come to him and throw Lin Fan out of the casino quickly, and he irritates the brothers and prevents them from playing and spoils the atmosphere. But the master asked his friends to stop this circus, and this younger brother was his guest, and he invited him to the casino, and he was glad that Lin did not refuse the master. The master put a check on the table and asked his friends if 30 million was enough, and if he could give more so that his younger brother wouldn't be kicked out. People were surprised that Wei Lao is protecting this idiot, and it seems that he is not so simple and may be pretending and wants to tease his older brothers. The elder brother told his friends that since the younger brother was Wei Lao's guest, He didn't mind and suggested starting the game if there were no problems in the game. The elder brother agreed with his colleague, and he wants to start the game. And Wei Lao does not necessarily protect the younger one, and they respect both of them. Lin Fan was surprised and did not expect that Master Wei Lao would stand up for him and give him 30 million so that he could play. Lin Fan took Master Wei Lao's check and said thank you to the old man, and he didn't think that anyone in the casino believed in him, and it looks like Master Wei will be lucky. Lin Fan asks Master Wei Lao not to worry, and he will soon return 30 million to him, and even with interest and guarantees, Master. The elder brother told Lin Fan that he was an impudent boy, and soon 30 million would become his money, and the impudent boy would be in debt to Wei Lao. The lady will make Lin Fan know all the cruelty of this world, and it will not be as easy for him as he imagines, and he will immediately lose millions. Lin Fan sniffed the check with 30 million and does not know why people want to take money from him because he did not harm any of the guests. The lady started giving cards to all the players and newcomers to the casino. Always fail and leave there in tears and ask for millions back. The lady laid out the cards and a little card magic, and Lin Fan will definitely never win, and in vain, Wei Lao trusted him with 30 million. The elder brother believes in his success, and the newcomer Lin Fan clearly does not know what he is capable of, and it is not for nothing that he is a professional in the game and will teach them a lesson. Another older brother saw his cards and thought that Lin Fan was no good, and that newbies were being rude, but always losing everything in the game. Wei Lao believes in Lin Fan's potential, and this person attracted him, and he gave him a chance for a reason, and wants to know what talents Lin Fan has developed. People thought that now Lin Fan will be left alone in the game with Wei Lao, and how he will overcome him is a mystery, and everyone is interested to know the leader. Lin Fan looks at the lady serving the cards, and he had no doubt that she wanted to humiliate him so that he would leave the casino as a loser. But no mistake. The lady told the players that the last loser is out of their game and she wishes good luck to Mr. Wei Lao and Lin Fan and whoever is lucky in the game. Lin Fan wondered if the lady really wanted to deceive him, and he saw through everyone and her little trick too, and he would go to the end in this game. Master Wei Lao took his cards and thought that Lin Fan was gifted, but for some reason he didn't show his potential to anyone and seemed to be hiding it. Master Wei Lao looked at his cards and thought that he didn't care. And Lin Fan would show how a professional plays and the junior is not so simple. Master Wei Lao feels bad about taking the brother's money and he doesn't want to continue the game and hopes that Lin Fan will teach everyone a lesson. The lady thought that old man Wei Lao had the best cards, but he immediately passed, which means that the next card will be the best, and what should she do? The older brother told his colleague that he would soon have a full hand and he had no reason to fold, and it all depended on whether he dared. A colleague has put forward a lot of his chips, and he wants to take a risk and his brother won't cheat him. And he has been in the game for a long time and has become a pro and knows the catch. And that's a fact. A colleague told his older brother that no one dares to tell him what to do, and he is in the game and raised the stakes to make the game more interesting, and it's funny. People said that they had never seen such bets, but Lin Fan was not afraid and told his older brothers that he was also in the game and would support them. The older brother doubled the bet and thought that this poor guy has a little money and he wants to know how much longer he can stay in the game with the boss. A colleague told his older brother that he was in the game and realized that his friend wanted to beat Lin Fan, and therefore made risky bets, and this was intriguing. Lin Fan lit a cigarette, and he is not nervous because he has the best cards and two brothers cannot defeat him but let them both hope for their success. Lin Fan told his elder brothers that he was also doubling down and his money was no longer enough, and he could not continue to raise the price. The elder brother told Lin Fan that since his money was exhausted, he would no longer continue to raise the bet and wanted to take all his money away. People can't believe how this Lin Fan wants to beat the masters, and he will definitely lose. And it's a pity that he will lose 30 million yuan. The elder brother hit the table and thought that Lin Fan was an idiot, and that tactics and strategy were important in the game. But he had bet all the money and would lose everything. The elder brother told Lin Fan that he couldn't wait to see his cards and what the loser's reaction would be, and it looked like he would start crying and begging. The lady wants to know which of the masters will win millions of yuan in the game, or the worthless Lin Fan will be able to surprise and take all the boss's money. The lady took the players' cards and she will tell who has the best cards so that it is fair, and hopes that their professionals did not make a mistakes. But suddenly, the lady asked her elder brother for forgiveness. He lost, and he didn't have the best cards and he miscalculated playing to the end of the game. The elder brother jumped up from his seat and asked the lady how it happened, and he lost control and put millions in vain and wanted to get Lin. The older brother slammed his hand on the table in anger. and he still doesn't believe that he is a loser in the game. And does he really have the worst cards of all the players? Elder brother gritted his teeth and he shouldn't be so nervous, and Lin Fan hasn't won yet, and elder brother Lao Tzu will teach Lin a lesson. The older brother sat back down and told the lady that he wasn't nervous and just didn't expect to lose to some newbie. And it was a shock. The elder brother agreed with Lin Fan and said that Lao Tzu would accept his bet and let them show their cards and find out who was luckier there. Lao Tzu's elder brother threw his cards on the table and said that he had a pair of jacks and let Lin Fan show his cards, and everyone was interested. Lao Tzu's elder brother thought that life, death, and wealth were all in the hands of heaven, and it was impossible for him to lose to Lin Fan, and that was absurd. Lin Fan is happy, and the older brothers are naive, and they wanted to teach the newbie a lesson, but it turned out that the newbie is a professional, and the best. And at that moment, suddenly Lin Fan put 5 aces on the table, and this is the best combination in the game, and no one expected that Lin would beat them. Lin Fan asked his elder brother Lao Tzu if he really wanted to defeat him with a pair of jacks now, and let the mister not even dream of it. The manager is shocked, and Lin Fan took 280 million yuan in the game and immediately defeated the masters and professionals in the game. The lady said 280 million goes to Mr. Lin Fan, and he has the best combination in the game, and no one can compare with the guest. Lin Fan stood up from his seat, opening his cloak, and thought that he was like a shark, and that Master Lin Fan should not be underestimated, and that he had his own surprises. Lin Fan showed his older brothers the chips and said that now all their money is his, and he honestly beat them in the game, and thank you that no one believed. Lao Tzu's elder brother slammed his fist on the table, and Lin Fan is making him nervous. And why didn't he just kill him right away and let him play with him? Lao Tzu's elder brother told Lin Fan to go back, and Lin was lucky, but the Vezenra doesn't last forever, and he will die as soon as he leaves the casino. Master Wei Lao said to Lao Tzu, "If he likes to play, let him know how to pay for everything and what kind of drama did he arrange there, and he would be ashamed of people." Lao Tzu's elder brother asked Master Wei Lao why he was standing up for Lin Fan again because he didn't know him before, and Lin Fan was weak. But Master Wei Lao did not want to answer Lao Tzu's question and told him to sit down. Otherwise, there would be problems, and Wei would not tolerate conflicts. Lao Tzu's elder brother sat down and thought that everyone was annoying him. And he was not an idiot for Master Wei Lao to order him what to do in the casino. Lin Fan at this time happily went to Master Wei Lao and wants to thank him for everything, and without him, he would not have been able to play the game with the bosses. Lin Fan walked up to Master Wei Lao's table and placed 30 million there, and he guaranteed that he would return everything in a couple of minutes. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that here are the 30 million yuan that he lent him, and he is returning them and thanking him for the chance. Master Wei Lao told young Lin Fan that it was nice of him to return the money, and here is his business card and let them be friends. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that if there were any problems he could find him in Tiandu and he would solve any issues if anyone threatened him. Lin Fan realized that Master Wei Lao was really not simple and that only retired high-ranking officials were already living in Tiandu, and it was so interesting. Lin Fan said thank you to the merciful Master Wei Lao, and Lin Fan is in his debt, and one day he will repay him for his kindness and for believing in him. Master Wei Lao nodded his head, and he hoped that in the future, both of them and Lin Fan would become partners, and that younger brother Lin had potential. Master Wei Lao asks assistant Ning to take Mr. Wei Lao home, and he spent a lot of effort and energy playing with his brothers today. Assistant Ning agrees with Master Wei Lao, and he will definitely take care of Lin Fan's safety, and no one will dare to harm him on the street. At this time, Jiang Kuan and Lin Qianqian were in the hospital, and both of them can't forget about Lin Fan's deed, and it haunts them and infuriates them. Jiang Kun told Lin Qianqian how impudent this was, and he didn't want to put up with it and would call senior brother Ning to sort it out. Lin Qianqian told Jiang Kuan that he was incredible, and they definitely had to teach Lin Fan a lesson so that the idiot would understand who he was dealing with. Jiang Kun roughly hugged Lin Qianqian, and she amazes him, and well, he found a beloved who does all the errands, and he loves her. Jiang Kuan told Lin Qianqian that they would definitely take revenge on Lin Fan for his harsh words towards them, and force the bastard to kneel. Lin Fan was riding in Ning's assistant's car at the time, and it wasn't worth giving him a ride home, but Master Wei Lao insisted on it, and he was kind. Assistant Ning and Lin Fan continued to drive around the city at night in their luxury car, and Ning wants to ask Mr. Lin Fan something. Lin Fan lit a cigarette and thought that he was lucky that he was a genius, and came up with a plan with a casino and ran into the rich people and taught them a lesson. Lin Fan is not nervous, and if someone dares to attack him, he will unleash all his fury on them without thinking, and will not let himself be offended, and he is confident. Assistant Ning told Mr. Lin Fan that Master Wei Lao appreciates and respects him, and he ordered him to learn from him, and maybe he could give him advice. Lin Fan advised Ning's assistant to simply develop all the skills, and it is not difficult, but requires patience. And then he will succeed in the matter. And at that moment, someone called Ning's assistant and wanted to ask for one favor, and Ning would already complete any task 100%. It was Jiang Kuan, and he told brother Ning that there was a man who had raised his hand against them, and would he be able to deal with him and punish him? Assistant Ning was angry and who offended his brother Jiang Kuan, and no one has the right, and he promised to protect him and punish the offender himself. Assistant Ning asked brother Jiang Kuan what kind of idiot dared to brazenly offend him and let him dictate the address, and he would deal with him so cruelly. Jiang Kuan asks brother Ning to hurry up, and he acts and wants to catch the scoundrel there by surprise, and he will answer for all his impudent actions. Jiang Qiang told brother Ning that he had called someone to keep watch at the scoundrel's door, but they did not dare to break into his house and were still waiting. Assistant Ning told brother Jiang Kuan that it was a disgrace, and Wei Lao had just asked to take someone to that area, and he would be there soon. Lin Fan is happy and in anticipation, and soon there will be fun. And he did not know that Jiang Kuan cannot forget about him, and it seems that he really loves. Assistant Ning stopped the car at the door of Lin Fan's house, and he is glad that he gave a ride to Master Wei Lao's friend, and his boss is friends with Unique. Lin Fan got out of the car and thought that today was a great day, and he made a lot of money as planned and was very happy. Lin Fan approached the house and noticed that there was a gang standing there, and it looked like they were waiting for him to come out of the house and wanted to beat him up and take revenge for everything. Jiang Kuan turned around and saw Lin Fan behind him, and it seemed like the idiot went outside at night, and that's why the house was so quiet, and that's true. Jiang Kuan told Lin Fan that he had contacted his elder brother today, so that the scoundrel Lin Fan would be finished, and would not be able to harm his brother. Lin Fan asked Jiang Kuan if he had nothing better to do, and why his friend held a grudge against him, and he wished him and Lin Tianqian happiness. Lin Fan glanced to the side and asked Jiang Kuan what kind of human-like ghost was there, and he had never seen such a thing in his life, and it was shocking. Lin Tianqian stood there, and she found it funny that Lin Fan was talking nonsense, and he still hoped to hide from them, but he had long ago decided his fate. Lin Tianqian asked Lin Fan who she is in his opinion, and she can send him to the next world right now, and Lin Fan is not worthy of her. And then Ning's assistant came up to them and asked Jiang Kuan's brother what was going on there, and let him give all the information so that he could understand. Jiang Kuan realized that brother Ning had rushed to help, and he would beat Lin Fan, and it was in vain that the impudent fellow did not lick his shoes and kneel down that time. Jiang Kuan pointed his finger at Lin Fan and told brother Ning that he was the scoundrel who beat him up and humiliated him in front of Lin Tianqian in their office. Lin Fan listened to Jiang Kuan's complaints and picked his nose and realized that Jiang was a coward, and he believed that his brother Ning would harm his offender today. Assistant Ning wanted to tell Jiang Kuan some important information about the person they wanted to beat up, and they were making a huge mistake. But Lin Fan asked Ning's assistant to take his time and listen to all of Jiang Kuan's brother's complaints, and it seems he is so angry at the offender. Jiang Kuan told Lin Fan that he would remember everything to him. And isn't he scared by his words, and why doesn't he run and hide from brother Ning? Lin Fan thought it was funny, and how he and Ning's assistant bumped into each other so suddenly, and he believes in fate. And it's funny. Lin Tianqian walked up to brother Ning and said that he was so strong and handsome, and he was neatly dressed and a role model, and he was ideal. Lin Tianqian asks Lin Fan to look at herself and compare to Ning. He is a clown, and she is ashamed that they used to be a couple with Lin Fan. Jiang Kuan said that this is Ning Gay and from the very popular Weiwei Security Agency, and today he will send Lin Fan to the next world with a blows. Lin Tianqian asks poor Lin Fan not to tremble with fear, and brother Ning Gay will finish him off in a couple of minutes and he will not suffer and cry. Lin Fan silently looked at his colleagues and thought that they absolutely believed that brother Ning Gay would punish him, and didn't even know that they were both already friends. Lin Fan asked Jiang Kuan and Lin Tianqian if they had finished scolding and blaming him for everything, and he understood all their complaints, and it seemed like they were angry. Lin Tianqian told Lin Fan that she had not finished speaking and wanted to say something right away so that Lin Fan would kneel down and beg for mercy. And at that moment, Lin Fan told brother Ning Gay that it was now his turn to explain all the information to his colleagues, and he would shock all their friends. Ning Ge rolled up his sleeves and said that it was really time for him to intervene in the conflict, and he couldn't stand it anymore, and the person was making him so angry. Jiang Kuan was extremely pleased and told Lin Fan that brother Ning Gay was ready and wanted to show his strength, and ordered brother Ning to beat Lin Fan. Assistant Ning Gay swung and wants to teach the impudent man a lesson, and how the idiot dares to threaten his friend, and he will feel his power and strength, and he is nervous. And at that very moment, Ningge suddenly hit Jiang Quang's brother in the face, and he stopped listening to Lin Fan's threats, and his brother was wrong in everything. Jiang Quan fell to the ground, and he did not understand what happened and why Ningge hit him. And maybe he was hallucinating and the guard was wounded in the brain. Jiang Quan was surprised and asked his brother Ningge what he did, and he asked to beat Lin Fan and him and why he hit him, and it hurts. Brother Ningge asked Jiang Quan if he was blind and how his brother dared to offend Mr. Linfan, and he already forbids ruining Mr. Jiang Quan listened to his brother's words, and Ningge said that Mr. Linfan was an important guest of Master Wei Lao, and it seemed that Jiang Quan was tired of all the work. Jiang Quan is shocked and does not understand how Lin Fan gained Wei Lao's trust. And the master does not befriend idiots and why he respects Lin Fan so much. Assistant Ningge told brother Jiang Quan to kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Mr. Lin Fan. Otherwise, he would not let him go anywhere from there. Jiang Quan doesn't want to kneel down, but brother Ningge isn't joking, and he can easily beat him up if he doesn't follow the order, and that's true. Lin Qian fell to the ground and she was at a loss. And Master Wei Lao shouldn't know Lin Fan. And how could an idiot gain the boss's trust? Lin Fan asked Ningge's assistant to forget about it, and he is not in the mood to deal with that lousy dog Jiang Quan today, and he is making them nervous. Assistant Ningge listened with interest to Mr. Lin Fan's instructions, and he asked his friend not to punish Jiang Quan, and he got his blow there. Lin Fan asks Ningge's assistant to just let Jiang Quan and his beloved Lin Chengqian go, and he doesn't want to conflict with them at night. Brother Ningge told the scoundrels to get out of there quickly, or maybe they are waiting for his punishment, and Mr. Lin Fan is tired and does not want to punish them. Jiang Quan agreed with Brother Ningge, and he does not want to contradict him, and knows that he has enough strength to beat hundreds of people, and he is afraid of Brother Jie. Ningge remembered that he scolded Mr. Lin Fan on the phone, and whether he would take revenge, and told Mr. that he was sorry, and he didn't know it was him. Lin Fan told Ningge's assistant that everything was fine and asked his brother to return to Master Wei Lao, and not worry about small and trivial matters. Assistant Ningge silently looked at Lin Fan and thought that he was unique, and it was not for nothing that Master Wei Lao wanted to be friends and Lin Fan had charisma. Assistant Ningge realized that among many adults, the intelligence of the teenager Lin Fan was truly admired, and because of this, Master Wei Lao appreciated him. After resolving the conflict, Lin Fan went home and wanted to know the condition of his dear sister Xiao, and after treatment she should be cured soon. Sister Xiao was drawing and realized that brother Lin Fan came home, and he always enters the house quietly and does not want her to wake up at night. Sister Xiao put the pencil on the table and she missed her brother, and he quietly left the house and she did not see her brother when she woke up. Sister Xiao quickly ran to brother Lin Fan and she hugged him with all her might. And brother always takes care of her and he has the best character. Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that he came back and thought that his brother had won $2 million overnight and naturally offended many people. But what if the whole world is against Lin Fan, and he just wants to always protect his sister? Xiao'd smile and she is the cutest child in the world. The next morning, Lin Fan brought Xiaode to Huilang Mountain in his Tianjin villa area, and wants to surprise his sister, and she deserves everything in the world. Xiaode was running in the courtyard of the villa, and she really likes this house. And why did brother Lin Fan bring her there? And it seems like he wants to tell her something. Xiaode asked her brother Lin Fan if this was the house they would both live in later, and her brother agreed with her and said that this was their villa. Lin Fan found another house, but everything there was mixed with fish and dragons and not suitable for shouty grass, and he would spend 40 million on this. Xiaode was still walking on the soft grass and thought that brother Lin Fan was spoiling her, and she had to tell her brother not to spend all the money. Xiaode told brother Lin Fan that this villa seems to be very expensive and asks him not to spend any more money, and Xiaode's house is beautiful, and that's a fact. Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that everything is fine, and now brother is rich and makes money and the villa is nothing, and so she should not worry. Lin Fan thought that while the other children were innocent, Xiaode was already an adult and was worried about food at home. And this made him worry. Xiaode was surprised and asked her brother Lin Fan if he was really not lying to her, and they would live in a huge villa, and he had many millions of dollars. Lin Fan asked Xiaode when her brother lied to her and asked her to go to bed and rest. And her sister said that Lin Fan's brother is the best in the world. Xiaode went to study the villa, and she is glad that her brother has money and he can afford to buy a villa, and she has long dreamed of their house. Lin Fan realized that in this life he has the power to protect the people he cares about, and he wants to live this life without regrets. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up early and wanted to surprise his sister in the morning, and the first thing he did was go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Xiaode. Lin Fan prepared many delicious dishes and carefully cut the most delicious fruits so that Xiao's body would be filled with vitamins. Lin Fan told Xiao that his sister's favorite breakfast was ready, and she should be happy after eating, and then her day would be successful. Lin Fan took off his apron and now he will go to university, and at that time he was still a student at Modu Medical University and remembers everything. Although Lin Fan does not need to study knowledge on Earth, there are things that can improve cultivation in the university, and it is so interesting. Lin Fan walked boldly to the university, and no one will stop him on the path to greatness, and in the future he will become the smartest man on Earth. After some time, Lin Fan came to the medical university, and today he learns a lot of important information about energy cultivation. The teacher asks Lin Fan to help him carry these things to the classroom, and he himself can't carry them. And fortunately, the student came to him in time. But Lin Fan told the teacher that he didn't have time and he was in a hurry, and he had classes at the university and maybe other students would want to help. The teacher was furious and told Lin Fan that he was his teacher and why he didn't want to help him, and they would see each other soon in the medical faculty. But Lin Fan asks the teacher not to rush, and he can convey things himself, and he needs to believe in his strength and potential, and then he will succeed. The teacher listened to Lin Fan's advice and told him to stand, and he didn't finish speaking and wants to discuss important aspects of his behavior with him. And it's terrible. The teacher thought that even the school principal treats him on weekdays, and some student refused to help him and brazenly gave advice to the teacher. And at that very moment, the teacher suddenly grabbed Lin Fan by the shoulder, and he did not accept the fact that the student did not respect the teacher, and he would teach a lesson. The teacher told Lin Fan that he must move today or he will be kicked out of Modu Medical University and guaranteed him this. Lin Fan stood next to the teacher and told him to let him go, asking why he was handling the student. But his words seemed unclear since the teacher did not understand. The teacher swung his arm and wanted to hit Lin Fan and said that he would definitely not allow this to happen, and the impudent guy would understand how to be rude to teachers. But Lin Fan deftly dodged the teacher's blow and did not allow him to be hit and injured. And why does the teacher raise his hand against the student? The teacher became even more angry and asked Lin Fan what right he had to dodge, and he would still beat him up and teach the idiot a lesson. But Lin Fan grabbed the teacher's hand in response and began to press, and he doesn't like it when someone just hits others, and the teacher is definitely wrong. Lin Fan continued walking to the medical university and thought that the teacher was strange. And why did he immediately want to beat up the student? The teacher was lying on the ground and he was in pain. And why did Lin Fan squeeze his arm so hard and injure him? And he will complain to the principal and turn him in. Lin Fan told the teacher if he crosses this line he will die, and he did not kill him. And this is the greatest kindness he could give the teacher. The teacher was still lying on the ground and he can't get up and doesn't know what Lin Fan did to him, and he injured his muscles and the impudent guy will regret it. The teacher cried and asked Lin Fan to wait for him and help him get up, and why he doesn't help the elders and their student has accumulated so many sins. But Lin Fan doesn't want to listen to the teacher's words, and he himself is to blame for everything and let him do what he wants and complain to anyone, but he doesn't care anymore. Lin Fan came to the study room and thought that in this life he would not make the same mistakes as before and had to think carefully about all his plans. Lin Fan knocked on the door and realized that there was no way back, and he boldly and without doubts goes towards his dream and hopes that no one will interfere with his brother. In his past life, Lin Fan interrupted his studies to deal with Lady Lin Qian, but now it's funny to think that he dropped out of school for her. Now Lin Fan wants to go back to medical school and will never change his mind, and Lin Qian ruined his life back then. The university director asked who came to him and what they needed from the director and was ready to listen and help the student with the solution of the issue. Lin Fan handed over his documents to the principal of the university and said that he came to return to the university and really wanted to study. The university director told the student that his name was Lin Fan and that he had recently dropped out of school and why he regretted his decision within a couple of days. Lin Fan wanted to answer the university director's question, but at that moment a teacher entered the room and wanted to inform their headmaster about everything. Professor Liang asks the director not to listen to this student, and he is not who he claims to be and he does not know his true character and essence. The university director looked at Professor Liang and thought that he was a bit of a strange person, and what did Lin Fan do to displease him this time? The director of the university asked Professor Liang what happened, and he wants to know all the information and then take action against Lin Fan. Professor Liang told the principal that the current students are like enemies and dare to hit the teacher, and all such people should be expelled. The principal of the university told Lin Fan that he had something to do there, but he agreed to return it and asked his friend to go to class first. Lin Fan thanked the principal of the university for accepting him back, and he will study hard and become the best in the academy. Lin Fan went to the exit, and he will go into the classroom as the principal ordered, and he is 100% sure that Professor Liang will not interfere with his plans. Lin Fan went to Professor Liang's side and wants to find out where he hurt himself so much, and he won't prove to the director that he is guilty of this. Professor Liang recognized Lin Fan and pointed his finger at him, and he will never forget the face of the scoundrel who brutally beat him and cruelly humiliated him. Lin Fan stood in front of Professor Liang and thought that Liang does not know how to admit his guilt and wants to convince that the student is to blame for everything. Lin Fan pretended to be very worried and asked Professor Liang what happened, and maybe he could help Teacher Liang solve the problem. Professor Liang listened to Lin Fan's words and why the scoundrel was playing a role in front of the university principal and wanted to pretend that he was an angel. Professor Liang didn't expect that Lin Fan would dare to take the initiative to come there, and this time, student Lin wouldn't give up his studies. The university director was shocked by Professor Liang's words and immediately asked him what he was talking about and to explain his logic quickly. Professor Liang shouted and told the principal of the university that it was about Lin Fan and why he still didn't understand that the student was guilty and he was rude. Professor Liang told the principal of the university that the whole matter was about the fight and Lin Fan's rudeness towards him, and he wanted to be punished. Professor Liang suggested to the university director to expel Lin Fan today and send him to prison for several years for all his beatings. The principal of the university told Professor Liang that Lin Fan was just impulsive, and he would apologize to him, and they would give him a second chance. But Lin Fan told the principal of the university that he shouldn't be forced to apologize to the teacher just because of Professor Liang, and this is a shock. Professor Liang continued to shout, and does the director see Lin Fan's impudence and vile character? And he even argues with the director, and it's terrible. The principal of the university asks Professor Liang not to be nervous, and he will give him an answer, and they will punish Lin Fan for poor discipline and fighting. Professor Liang told the university director that he should allow Lin Fan to leave the academy without giving him an official vote. The university director told Professor Liang that everything was fine, and he would resolve the issue and not allow students to beat up their teachers. The principal of the university told Lin Fan that he beat up the teacher, and since it was his first offense, he would suspend him from the university for a year. Professor Liang was beaming with joy, and he was happy that the director took strict measures against Lin Fan and punished him, and he was satisfied with the verdict. The university director handed Lin Fan his documents and said that he could now go home with his application and think about his behavior. But at that very moment, Lin Fan suddenly hit the table with his hand, and the university director was horrified by the student's actions, and he was so impudent. Professor Liang was frightened by Lin Fan's blow and noticed that he hit the university principal's desk and smashed the desk to pieces in rage. Lin Fan is dissatisfied with Director Cheng's verdict and said that he clearly disagrees with it and will explain why he is not satisfied with his boss's answer. The director of Cheng University asked Lin Fan what right he had to communicate with the rector like that, and he would take drastic measures for all this. The headmaster of the university, Chen, told Lin Fan that even the dean did not dare to behave like that with the rector, let alone a student. And Lin lost his fear. Professor Liang told Lin Fan that he had lost control of himself and that it was the first time he had seen such an impudent student and that he would go to jail for everything. Lin Fan is not worried and knows that Professor Liang will not affect his aspirations, and he will once again convince Director Cheng to return to the university. Lin Fan told Professor Liang that he would find out later what a scandal was, and now he would work on his procedure to return to the university. University Principal Cheng asked Lin Fan if he still wanted to go back to university and would not stay there for another day, and these are the facts. Lin Fan abruptly turned away from the headmaster of Cheng University and said that he would leave first and no one would force him to leave, and that this was his wish. Lin Fan slammed the door and realized that the medical university was not yet ready for a genius like him and would soon regret kicking out the genius. Professor Liang told the headmaster of Cheng University that Lin Fan had spoiled the atmosphere at the university in a few minutes and put everyone under a lot of stress. The director of the university Cheng stood next to Professor Liang, and he agreed with him. And Lin Fan thought that he was allowed to do anything, and he was unique. Lin Fan went outside and he didn't think that he would return to the university with a scandal, but Professor Liang forced him to argue and beat him there. Lin Fan didn't expect that he would use his connections so soon. But he won't let the headmaster of Cheng University kick him out, and he will resolve the nuances. Lin Fan dialed his friend's phone number and he would definitely solve the problem and would not let anyone offend him. And his friend asked him to contact him at any time. Lin Fan called Ningge's brother and he wants him to do something for him and thanks him in advance, and he owes his brother and will remember. At this time, everything was quiet in the director's office and the head thought that he could do his favorite thing and no one would disturb him. The headmaster is not nervous. And no one will enter the room, and he has thought through all the details and now he will let off steam, and the students are busy with their own affairs. The head does not worry about his behavior, and he always does this when he is bored. And at the university there is already a spacious room for the director. The boss wants to get things done quickly and go outside, and his imagination is not like other people's, and he is a unique person and pleases himself. And at that moment someone called the head and he was shocked and did not expect that someone would call him and that people want and disturb him at that moment. The chief grabbed the phone and wants to express his opinion to a stranger, and you can't disturb people if they have nothing to say, and people irritate the chief. The director was furious and asked the stranger who he was and why he was calling him and let him answer his questions, and then they would discuss everything. And at that very second, hearing the stranger's voice, the director froze, and in vain he was rude to this man and did not know that the master wanted to contact him. The director told Master Wei Lao that he was listening to him with interest and that he was ready to answer his questions and give any information to the master. Lin Fan was walking in the corridor of the university building at that time and realized that connections can solve any problems, and he has best friends. Lin Fan stood in front of the door of Class A, and he will go there and find out who will be his teacher, and he hopes to develop his cultivation skills. Lin Fan plucked up his courage and opened the door to the office, and thought that in his past life he often missed important classes at the university. Class A was quiet, and the birds could be heard singing in the yard, and Lin Fan didn't even forget the atmosphere of the classroom, and he remembers the wonderful days in the classroom. The wind blew the students' hair, and Lin Fan remembers many events, and in his past life he aspired to many things, but he did not achieve success. A beautiful student was sitting near the window and reading an interesting book, and was not distracted from reading, and did not notice how Lin Fan entered the classroom. Lin Fan froze in place looking at the student, and it was Xiao Zhu, and he forever remembered her image in his fantasies. He often remembered this lady. Xiao Zhu was supposed to be Lin Fan's first love in his past life, but he was obsessed with his past life and he let such a lady down. Lin Fan turned to Xiao Zhu and wanted to say good afternoon to her, and he missed her so much and hoped that she had not forgotten about him and remembered the events. Lin Fan waved his hand to Xiao Zhu and said that he returned to study at their university and believed that she had not left and would wait for him, and that she was smart. Xiao Zhu was completely shocked when she saw Lin Fan. And he didn't tell her that he would come to the university today, and he managed to impress her, and that's a fact. And at that very moment, Xiao Zhu hugged Lin Fan tightly and was glad that he immediately approached her, and she waited every day for Lin to return to class. Lin Fan hugged Xiao Zhu and didn't want to let her go and said that he had to go back to the university to her, and she gives him happiness. Lin Fan realized that he was extremely stupid in his past life for hurting others, and in this life he will definitely correct it, and he is obliged. And at that moment, suddenly someone came into the office and told Lin Fan that he had to explain to him what was going on there and why he hugged Xiao. Ku Hengshan asked Ji Xiao what she was doing, and it was so uncultured to hug a guy, and her behavior irritated him, and she was an unfaithful lady. The students said that it was Ku Hengshan, and they didn't expect him to come to class, and he hadn't been to the university for a long time, and he was angry at Lin Fan. The students told those who don't know that Ku Hengxing loves Ji Xiao so much, and Lin Fan dared to hug her, and now he is doomed to conflict. The friend agrees, and Ku Hengxing will finish off Lin Fan, and in vain he hugged Ji Xiao. And did he not know how strong Ku Hengxing is, and he is a strong man. Ku Hengxing stood in front of Lin Fan and wanted to sort things out with him, and would not allow anyone to pester Ji Xiao and would protect her from everyone. Ku Hengxing clenched his fist tightly and asked Lin Fan what he was doing, and whether he would punish him for his impudence, and whether the scoundrel Lin knew whose lady Ji Xiao was. Ku Hengxin approached Ji Xiao and wanted to find out the reason why she hugged Lin Fan, and all the students know who loves her, and it's true. And at this moment, Ku Hengxin became polite and asked Ji Xiao to leave the office, and he needed to tell her something, and together they would find out the truth. Ji Xiao listened to Ku Hengxin's words and was surprised by his behavior and was 100% sure that he would scold her, but she doesn't love him. Ji Xiao hid behind Lin Fan and let Ku Hengxing tell her everything there, and she doesn't want to leave the classroom, and she is willing to listen to his words. And at that very moment, Ku Hengxing pounced on Ji Xiao and wanted to grab her there and said that she had to follow him and he himself would take her away. But Lin Fan didn't lose his head and hit Ku Hengxing on the hand and thought that the impudent fellow was allowing himself too much and he would pacify Hengxing and teach him manners. Ku Hengxing moved away from Lin Fan and kept his distance. And he didn't think that this fool was capable of striking and he surprised him with his strength. Lin Fan is serious and told Ku Hengxing to leave, and Ji Xiao is not a lady he can touch and let him remember this law. Ku Hengxing decided that it was funny, and Lin Fan explains to him how to behave. And it seems he doesn't know who he's dealing with, and it's not for nothing that he's a strongman of the class. Ku Hengxing told Lin Fan that he had no right to speak there, and who did he think he was that he dictated his rules and decided their fates? Ku Hengxing asks, Ji Xiao not to disgrace herself, and Laozi loves her because he deserves her, and she really irritates Laozi so much? Ji Xiao trembled from Ku Hengxing's words and did not understand what he meant, and he himself lost the meaning of words, and she hopes that Lin Fan will help. Lin Fan asks Ku Hengxing not to worry, and he will resolve the issue with him. And there is no need to involve Ji Xiao in the showdown, and she is not to blame for this. Lin Fan told Ku Hengxing that he is standing there and all claims are against him, and will he have the courage to express his opinion in person? And this is interesting. Ku Hengxing screamed and said that it was so bad and he thought that Ji Xiao was pure, but he didn't expect such a turn of events and she let down her darling. Ku Hengxing noticed that Lin Fan had stopped communicating with him and realized that this Lin Fan was not so simple, and it seemed that he imagined himself to be a hero of a movie. Lin Fan looked menacingly at Ku Hengxing and thought that he would take revenge on him for all the harsh words addressed to Ji Xiao and let him understand through pain. Ku Hengxing mocked Lin Fan and asked if he wasn't convinced that he was much stronger than everyone in the class, and that was why the students were afraid of him. Ku Hengxing asked Lin Fan how he could defeat him, and this is nonsense and he doesn't have a single chance, and let him hit him if he believes in his strength. Ku Hengxing told the weakling Lin Fan that this was a waste of time, and he could only glare at him and hope for a miracle in their fight. Ku Hengxing told Lin Fan to hit him as hard as he could, and he wants to know his potential and the weakling won't leave a scratch on him in the fight. And at that moment, Lin Fan delivered a powerful kick to the face of the impudent Ku Hengxing and decided that this would be enough to knock him out in the fight. Ku Hengxing flew back a couple of meters, and he didn't know that the weakling had power in his arms and legs, and his appearance was deceptive, and he underestimated him. Ku Hengxing crashed into the wall with a bang and it hurt. And why did he let Lin Fan hit him and now he regrets it so much? Lin Fan asked Ku Hengxing if he really thought that he couldn't defeat him there, and Ku Hengxing was a naive person and he surprised him. Ku Hengxing was holding his face and screaming in pain, and Lin Fan dealt a powerful blow to his face, and he has not yet recovered from his injuries and will take revenge on the impudent man. Ku Hengxing never expected that Lin Fan would be so strong and that there was a brick hidden in his fists, and where did he get such fighting skills? But Ku Hengxing decided that he would kill Lin Fan first and catch him there by surprise, and he would not have time to defend himself from his attack, and he came up with a plan. Lin Fan asked Ku Hengxing. It seems he wants to continue the fight and has not yet come to terms with the shame, and then he will give him a chance for revenge in their fight. Ku Hengxing told Lin Fan that he did not want to continue the fight and asked to give him rest and he would gain strength and energy, and they would continue their fight. Lin Fan realized what the idiot was up to and told Ku Hengxing that it wouldn't work on him and the enemy didn't have to try to catch him off guard with an attack. Ku Hengxing realized that this was a chance and he had to hit his opponent's weak spot, and Lin Fan thought that he was incapable of anything and that was nonsense. Ku Hengxing wanted to unleash the furious starburst technique on Lin Fan so that he could destroy him and force him to kneel before Boss Ku. But at that moment, Lin Fan punched Ku Hengxing in the face, and the enemy did not realize that his opponent had calculated all of his movements in an instant during the fight. Lin Fan grabbed Ku Hengxing's head and wanted to teach the bastard a lesson who couldn't behave like a gentleman when talking to a lady in class. Lin Fan landed a serious knee strike on Ku Hengxing's face and let him feel the full force of his blows, and he was wrong to underestimate his opponent then. Ku Hengxing is in a lot of pain, and he wants Lin Fan to stop hitting him, but he can't ask for mercy or else he'll be embarrassed in front of the class. Lin Fan hit Ku Hengxing's right leg and injured it, and the enemy won't be able to walk normally for a long time. And this is his retribution for all his impudence. Lin Fan didn't stop hitting Ku Hengxing and injured his left leg, and he will continue to break it until his enemy admits his mistake. Ku Hengxing was screaming in pain. And why did Lin Fan break his leg? And he just wanted to be friends with him and practice the technique without getting injured today. Lin Fan swung and wanted to deliver the final blow to Ku Hengxing, and he has no chance to defend himself, and he is doomed and has decided his own fate. Ku Hengxing listened to Lin Fan's words, and in horror, ordered him to stop beating him. And he realized his mistake and asked Ji Xiao for forgiveness for everything. Ku Hengxing begs Lin Fan to stop beating him, and he realized that he is not simple, and is clearly a professional fighter, and he taught a lesson and taught everything. But at that very moment, Lin Fan dealt a crushing blow to Ku Hengxing, and he never spares these people who only recognize the enemy's strength. Lin Fan realized that it looked like the fight was over, and Ku Hengxing wouldn't be able to get up after such blows, and he felt the full power of Lin. Ku Hengxing was lying face down on the floor, and Lin Fan said that he was a pathetic coward, and only attacked the weak. And this time, the opponent was stronger. Ji Xiao told brother Lin Fan that he scared her to death and he fought bravely with Ku Hengxing, and she wants to know if her hero is okay. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao that he was fine, and there was no need to worry about his health and that he had fought many times in his life and defeated everyone. And then Lin Fan called Chong Yingxin, and he wants to ask something. And it is important because it seems Lin Fan does not know this and let him find out all the data. Chong Yingxing asked Lin Fan if he didn't know who Ku Hengxing's father was, and let him not create problems for his colleagues and they don't have time for personal troubles. Lin Fan asked Chong Yingxing who this stupid health was, and he said that Ku Hengxing's father was a high official and he should not have beaten his son. Chong Yingxing told Lin Fan that he was the class observer, and therefore could not ignore such things and was obliged to take action for the fight. Chong Yingxing told Lin Fan that although Ku Hengxing had lost consciousness, he should apologize to him for beating him, and then they would resolve the conflict. Lin Fan asked Chong Yingxing why he was forcing him to apologize, and he didn't understand his logic, and he didn't care who Ku Hengxing's father was, and he was evil. Chong Yingxing was shocked by Lin Fan's words and asked how he dared to scold him and whether Lin had really lost his fear and was not afraid of punishment for fighting. Lin Fan asked Chong Yingxing, how about scolding him for his impudent behavior, and asked Ji Xiao to close his eyes for a few minutes. Chong Yingxing was angry and nervous from Lin Fan's words and said that he shouldn't behave like that and the impudent guy would regret humiliating the class leader. Chong Yingxing told Lin Fan that this is not the end and that he will soon take revenge on him for all his tricks and that he will not escape justice, and this is true. Chong Yingxing angrily turned away and began to go to his seat. And he does not understand why the idiot Lin Fan came to their class and spoiled the atmosphere. Lin Fan stood next to him and silently looked at Chong Yingxing and thought that this class leader was strange and he was threatening and wanted to teach them a lesson. All classmates silently looked at Chong Yingxing and thought that he would beat Lin Fan for his impudent behavior. But he no longer had the courage. And then teacher Chinjing came into the room and asked the students what was going on there, and she heard them screaming and let them explain everything. Chong Yingxing immediately jumped up from his seat and told teacher Chinjing that Lin Fan had hit someone and knocked them out, and Lin was brazenly arguing with everyone. Teacher Chinjing asked Lin Fan what happened, and she believes them and wants to understand all the information and asks him not to lie and explain. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that he had no idea what was going on, and it looked like Chong Yingxing had overheated outside and was delirious, and it was a shock. Chong Yingxing pointed his finger at Ku Hengxing and told teacher Chin that Lin Fan had a terrible and cruel character and he beat up his friend. Ku Hengxing continued to lie on the floor, and Chong Yingxing told teacher Chinjing if she didn't believe him to ask his colleagues in the class. Teacher Chinjing asked the students if this was true and let no one lie to her, and they would find out the truth and who was to blame for the conflict in the class. The disciples looked at Lin Fan and thought that they had seen him brazenly beat Ku Hengxing and could tell Master Chinjing about everything there. Lin Fan thought that he would not allow the students to report everything and let everyone sit silently, and Ku Hengxing himself was to blame, and he forced the fight. Lin Fan glared at the students and threatened them so that no one would give out information about the fight with Ku Hengxing. Otherwise, he would take action in the classroom. The disciple sat next to Lin Fan and he was terrified. And why was Lin Fan looking at him menacingly and he did not harm him, and there was no need to scare the disciples like that? Teacher Chinjing sighed and told the students that they were still children and sometimes made strange decisions, and she had gone through that too. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan to go with her to the office and she had something to tell him, and hoped that Lin would understand and not argue with her. Lin Fan politely agreed with teacher Chinjing and said that he did not mind, and would go with her to the office and hoped that they would settle the issues. Lin Fan said goodbye to Chong Yingxing and called him a bespectacled man and wished him luck, and maybe someone would believe his stories about the fight with Hengxing. Chong Yingxin listened to Lin Fan's words, and he was angry at the idiot's behavior and how he could mock him, and he would teach him a lesson, and that was the goal. Lin Fan walked out of the classroom with teacher Chinjing and realized that there were a lot of scoundrels in the class who wanted to set him up, and they were annoying him. Chong Yingxing slammed his fist on the table and said that he was furious, and Lin Fan would regret humiliating him in front of the class and he would soon take revenge on him. Chong Yingxin took out his phone and wanted to call his friend, and he would help him sort out the situation with Lin Fan, and the impudent guy would cry and beg. Chong Yingxing called Bai Shen and said that teacher Chinjing had already gone to the office with Lin Fan, and he wanted to tell him some important information. Bai Shen told Chong Yingxing that he knew, and the class leader realized that Lin Fan was dead, and Bai Shen was known as the White Emperor in the school. Bai Shen is the main figure in the Magic University, and even the school respects him, and they know that he can harm them. Bai Shen rejected a pregnant lady, and even their school can't accept him, and everyone knows that Chinjing is Bai Shen's next target. At this time, Lin Fan entered the teacher's classroom with Chinjing, and he wants to know what their teacher wants, and Chen has always treated him well. Teacher Chinjing took out the documents and asked Lin Fan how his house is now, and she remembers how they wanted to demolish his house and she is worried. Teacher Chinjing asked Lin Fan how his sister was and if she was okay and she had a serious illness, and that's why she didn't go to school. Lin Fan listened to the teacher's words and nodded his head, and realized that teacher Chinjing was a good and kind lady and was worried about Xiao's health. Lin Fan said to teacher Chinjing, "Thank you for your concern, and Xiaodi is better and sister is ready to go to school," and asked why she called him there. Teacher Chinjing said that Lin Fan and Xiaodi will start going to school, and they have to pay 2 tuition fees, and it seems so difficult. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that housing prices were expensive and he might not be able to afford the rent, and then Lin Fan and Xiao would have nowhere to live. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that she and her sister could stay with the teacher, and she wouldn't mind and would be happy if they both came. Lin Fan remembered that in his past life, teacher Chinjing helped him, but in this world, he has the strength and money to live with his sister Xiao. Lin Fan wanted to tell teacher Chinjing that he and Xiao didn't need help, and thanked her for worrying about their family and for remembering. But at that very moment, the bell rang for class, and Lin Fan thought that he had never been rude to teacher Chinjing in his life and respected her. Teacher Chinjing and Lin Fan looked at each other silently, and the office was filled with silence, and both people felt awkward and had to say it. Teacher Chinjing became very nervous and told Lin Fan that she would give one more lesson, and then they would discuss all the details with him. Teacher Chinjing handed Lin Fan a piece of paper and asked her to come to her after school at this address, and she would be waiting and would be happy for both of them. Teacher Chinjing quickly left the office, and Lin Fan asked the teacher to wait, and he wanted to ask her a few questions and find out Chen's opinion. Lin Fan thought about it, and he should forget about it, and he has money, and Xiaoda doesn't need anything, and thanks to teacher Chinjing for everything. Lin Fan closed the door to the room and began to leave, and soon he will understand the logic of teacher Chinjing, and she sometimes behaves extremely strangely. Bai Shen came to the university at this time and wants to find out who teacher Chinjing is flirting with, and he will punish the scoundrel and beat him up badly. Bai Shen picked the lock in teacher Chinjing's room, and today he will find out important information and his lady will not be given to anyone. Bai Shen opened the door and thought that he hoped that teacher Chinjing was still there, and he would catch her red-handed with her boyfriend and punish them. Bai Shen entered the room and thought that it was good that Chong Yingqing was reporting everything, and that he was his informant and was monitoring Chinjing's steps. Bai Shen was nervous and thought that everything was not going according to plan, and he should have come a little earlier, and now teacher Chinjing had left the office. Bai Shen realized that he was late, but he was not discouraged, and no one hid from him, and in principle, at the university he would find anyone in a day. Bai Shen took out a rosary from his pocket and told the scoundrel that even if he wanted to run away, Bai Shen would find him, and when he caught him, he would not spare him. Bai Shen took the rosary in his hands and began to apply the technique, and it was not for nothing that Chong Yingxing contacted him, and he knows who will complete the task best. The beads began to glow, and Bai Shen will humiliate the scoundrel in front of everyone. And he will forever understand that it is impossible to communicate with other ladies, and this is the law. Bai Shen will soon find out the name of the intruder, and he is lucky that he managed to escape from him today. But there will be no more such luck and guarantees. And then, the image of Lin Fan appeared in front of Bai Shen, and he realized who was with the teacher Chinjing. And in vain, this student underestimated him, and he is already a corpse. Bai Shen stood in front of the image of Lin Fan, and now knows the face and name of the villain, and let him try to hide or defend himself from all his attacks. Bai Shen realized that this was the same student that Chong Yingqing was talking about, and why he thought he could behave so brazenly with the ladies. Bai Shen asked if Lin Fan dared to touch his lady, and he was dead, and in vain. Teacher Chinjing was with Lin Fan and he was pissing him off. Bai Shen hit with all his might and broke the wall, and Lin Fan will feel such a blow and will forever understand whose lady is teacher Chinjing. Bai Shen realized that he had broken the wall at the university, and he had to not be so nervous because he was absolutely sure that he would soon catch Lin Fan there. Bai Shen took the rosary, and why is teacher Chinjing communicating with someone? And it seems she forgot that she has one boyfriend who loves her. Bai Shen walked up to teacher Chinjing's desk and thought that he missed her so much, and today he would see her and she would not leave Shen. Bai Shen sat down and thought that there was no one in the room and he could do whatever he wanted there, and hoped that he would find happiness with Chinjing. And at that moment, Bai Shen suddenly began to sniff the chair of teacher Chinjing, and he will not confuse her smell with anyone, and she always inspires. Bai Shen continued to sniff the chair of Chinjing's teacher, and this aroma attracted him, and he imagined the image of Chinjing in his fantasies, and she was an angel. Bai Shen is delighted and said that the smell of teacher Chinjing is pleasant, and he calmed his nerves and will not give his sweet Chinjing to anyone. Lin Fan came to the library at this time and he wants to find books, and he has not practiced cultivation for a long time and needs to remember all the basics. Lin Fan remembers that although he was a beggar in his past life, he also saw how a professor from their medical university developed a medicine. Back then, Lin Fan didn't care about this strange effect, but now it seems like he's like a cultivator, and only in this life did he understand the whole point. Now that the energy of heaven and earth is exhausted, cultivation is so slow and he cannot train his skills, and there is an obvious problem. Lin Fan decided that if he could find the mysterious potion in college, it would be very useful for his development, and he was aiming for the result. And at that moment, someone called Lin Fan, and he understood whose voice it was and would not confuse it with anyone, and why she came, and he was nervous and worried. In front of Lin Fan stood Ji Xiao, and she told her friend that he also came to the library and what he was looking for there, and she wanted to understand his thoughts. Ji Xiao asked Lin Fan if there was something wrong with teacher Chinjing, and she took him to the office, and everyone was curious to know what they decided. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao that he and teacher Chinjing only talked about academic issues at the university. It was not interesting. And at that very moment, Chong Yingxing and Bai Shen entered the library, and both looked around and wanted to find Lin Fan to punish the idiot. The student noticed Lin Fan talking to Ji Xiao, and he remembered how he behaved impudently in class and thought that he was allowed to do anything he wanted. The student pointed his finger and told Brother Shen that that little student dared to take away Vice President Hengshen's lady. And he was not afraid of anyone. Brother Shen was furious and asked his colleague if this weakling was afraid of anyone, and thought he could communicate with anyone in the university. The student told Brother Shen that Boss Ku Hengxing was disgraced by Lin Fan, and he attacked him from behind, and Brother Shen would be able to punish the idiot. Brother Shen told his colleague that he was 100% right, and Lin Fan would not be able to defeat him, and that he had harmed his friends in vain, and that he would regret it very much. Ji Xiao is terrified, and she noticed Brother Shen behind Lin Fan, and he must be careful, and the enemies clearly want to attack him together. Brother Shen stood behind Lin Fan and thought that now, the scoundrel would definitely not be able to hide. And in vain, he beat his brother Ku Hengxing, and this is infuriating. Brother Shen asked the scoundrel if his name was Lin Fan, and wanted to grab him from behind and press him down and injure him for all his sins in the classroom. But suddenly, at that very second, Lin Fan tightly pressed Brother Shen's hand, and no one will be able to catch him off guard, and he is always on guard in a fight. Brother Shen was amazed by Lin Fan's strength, and could he have pinned his hand with just one hand? And where did he get so much power from? And he understood Ku Hengxing. Lin Fan told Brother Shen not to be reckless, otherwise he shouldn't blame him if he gets hurt, because he was the one who attacked first and wanted to beat him up. Brother Shen was angry and asked the impudent Lin Fan if he really wanted to die at his hands, and he would give him hell and show his full potential in battle. Brother Shen swung his knee, and he would hit Lin Fan's head and let him not think that he could defend himself, and no one has defended himself from his attacks yet. Lin Fan asked Brother Shen if this was all he could do, and he expected Brother Shen to be stronger, but he didn't live up to expectations. But Lin Fan deftly dodged Brother Shen's attack and thought that he didn't understand why everyone thought he was weak, and then they were knocked out. Brother Shen stood in front of Lin Fan in confusion and how he dodged his attack, and he didn't notice it. And it seems Lin Fan already has a reaction. Brother Shen turned around and asked Lin Fan how he dodged the attack, and his reflexes were on point, and no one had ever been able to dodge an attack like that. But Lin Fan doesn't want to listen to Brother Shen's complaints and slap the offender in the face, and how dare he attack him when he is with Ji Xiao. Brother Shen flew back a couple of meters, and Lin Fan has power in his hands, and he hit him with energy and pressure, and Brother Shen did not expect his blow. Lin Fan told his colleagues that it was so noisy in the library, and didn't they know that you can't disturb people when they are reading, and that's the rule. Lin Fan looked at the student and asked, what about him? And if he also wanted to feel his strength, and if he had any doubts, he would show him a couple of techniques. The student is horrified by Lin Fan's talent, and it's not for nothing that he easily beat up Ku Hengshan and Brother Shen, and who else can you find to teach the fighter a lesson? Brother Shen was lying on the floor unconscious, and he didn't have time to defend himself from Lin Fan's blow, and no one expected that the guy was hiding his strength. The students took Brother Shen in their arms and quickly left from there and told Lin Fan that this was not the end, and they would take revenge on him for his meanness and blow. Lin Fan sighed, and he can't relax for a second, and hooligans pester him everywhere, and he has to fight them, and they piss them off. Lin Fan realized that his good mood was ruined again, and why he was being punished like that, and every bully thought that he would be punished right away. Ji Xiao was shocked and asked Lin Fan when he became strong and no one could harm him, and after so many battles he was not injured. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao that he used to hold back and not fight with the hooligans and did not want to hurt them, but now he is obliged to beat everyone. Ji Xiao listened to Lin Fan's words and she doesn't believe it, and before he couldn't even attack weaklings, but now he's not afraid of anyone and beats. Ji Xiao asked Lin Fan if he wanted to have dinner with her, and he had changed so much during this time, and they hadn't talked for a long time and she missed him. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao that he already had plans and thought that he should go to teacher Chinjing, and she was waiting for him and the lady needed him. Ji Xiao asked Lin Fan if everything was okay, and he was acting so strange, and so she wanted to make sure that everything was okay, and that was a fact. Lin Fan asks Ji Xiao not to worry, and he will not lie to her, and he also wants to have dinner with her. But first he will decide all the aspects. Lin Fan said to Ji Xiao, if he is free tomorrow, does he have the right to invite this beauty to dinner? And he dreams of having dinner with her. Ji Xiao started waving her hands and told Lin Fan that he was a fool and always made fun of her and that she was serious and wanted to have dinner. Lin Fan smiled and thought that Ji Xiao is funny, and she is a sweet and naive lady, and he wants to spend the whole day with her, and she is his idol. After some time, Lin Fan came to the address of teacher Chinjing and wants to discuss important aspects with her and why the teacher called him to her. Lin Fan thought that this place must be there, and he had never been to teacher Chinjing's apartment and was ready to help her because she was very kind. Lin Fan pressed the doorbell and believed that teacher Chinjing was home and had not gone anywhere. Otherwise, he would just come to visit her at home. Teacher Chinjing opened the door and told Lin Fan that it was him. And he did the right thing by coming to visit and let him quickly come into the house, and she was waiting. Teacher Chinjing asks Lin Fan to sit at the table, and the rice will be ready soon. And she was already preparing a dish according to a special ingredient. Lin Fan listened to the words of teacher Chinjing and said, "Thank you for your concern." And he will do what she asks, and he can't leave there just like that. Teacher Chinjing sang songs and cooked a dish and wants to impress her friend Lin Fan, and he and his sister Xiao suffered a lot, and it hurts the soul. Lin Fan stood in front of teacher Chinjing and thought that she often invites him and Xiao to visit and cooks a lot of delicious dishes, and she is so kind. Lin Fan remembers that in his past life, only teacher Chinjing was kind to him and always worried and fed him and his sister, and this is a fact. But Lin Fan remembered that in her past life, teacher Chinjing suddenly fell from the roof of the Trade and Economic Building, and it was a shock. But the police did not pay due attention to the incident, and they recognized it as an accident, and did not even open a case against Chinjing's killer. Linfan decided that in this life he would never let teacher Chinjing suffer and would protect her to the death and promised this. Teacher Chinjing kept calling Lin Fan, and it seems he was thinking about something and did not hear her words, and he is a dreamer and an emotional type. Lin Fan came to his senses and realized that teacher Chinjing continued to call him and he ignored her. But he did not do it out of malice and was just thinking. Teacher Chinjing asks Lin Fan not to stand aside and let him go to her and have lunch, and she wants him to appreciate all her delicious dishes. Lin Fan said a huge thank you to teacher Chinjing, and her dishes are not so simple and they are incredibly delicious, and it is not for nothing that everyone praises her dishes. Teacher Chinjing and Lin Fan sat down to have lunch, and she asked the student what he thought of her proposal, and she was interested to know everything. Lin Fan told teacher Chinjing that he recently found a job, and their boss took pity on him and gave him a staff room, and he was happy. Teacher Chinjing listened to Lin Fan's words with interest, and he asked her not to worry about them. and Sister Xiao was also fine now. Teacher Chinjing told Linfan that if there is a problem, he should come to the teacher, and she is always ready to help their family, and this is a fact. Linfan smiled and said, "Thank you, Teacher Chinjing, for your kindness, and he will soon repay her for all the care and he will give Chinjing millions." After a while, Teacher Chinjing and Linfan had lunch, and Linfan slowly put all the dirty dishes in the sink and helped the teacher there. Linfan told Teacher Chinjing that if everything was okay, he would go first and thank her for the delicious lunch, and in the future he would cook everything. Teacher Chinjing asked Linfan why she didn't accompany him, and they would go for a walk after a heavy lunch, and she wanted to go out with him. Linfan agreed with Teacher Chinjing and said that they could take a leisurely stroll in the park if she had no important business, and he did not mind. Linfan and Teacher Chinjing came to the garden, and the weather outside was already pleasant, and she had long wanted to discuss Linfan's studies, and he was good at them. Teacher Chinjing is happy that Linfan is walking with her, and he is kind, but not all students understand the trials he has gone through in his life. There was rustling in the bushes, and Linfan thought that it seemed like the idiot thought he couldn't see him. And the level of surveillance by the stranger amazed him so much. And then Bai Shen peeked out from the bushes, and he will not allow Linfan to walk with Teacher Chinjing, and Chin is worthy only of his attention and love. Bai Shen hid behind the bushes, and Linfan wouldn't notice him, and soon he would find the perfect moment and strike at Linfan's weak spot in the park. Teacher Chinjing told stories, and this student is interesting, and he asked to give a credit, but she already told him to correct all the mistakes. Linfan stood next to Teacher Chinjing and realized that someone was clearly watching them, and that people needed him, and he would figure it out. Linfan turned around and told the stranger to show himself, and he saw him. And in vain he tries to hide from him, and his plan will not succeed anyway. Linfan sat down, and Teacher Chinjing was surprised and asked Lin what he was doing, and it seemed like they were in danger, and he decided to take action. Linfan picked up a stone from the ground and thought that he promised to protect her, and that Teacher Chinjing would not be harmed while he was next to him, and he would protect her. Linfan threw a stone into the bushes with all his might and told the stranger not to hide and to come out to him, and the student wants to ask him a few questions. And at that very second, Bai Shen jumped out of the bushes, and he was in a lot of pain, and he didn't know why Linfan threw a stone and wounded him, and he was not their enemy. Bai Shen fell under Linfan's feet, and he was absolutely sure that the student would not notice him because he was a professional in surveillance, but he struck. Linfan told Bai Shen that they had just met, and he wanted to leave so quickly and told her to get up quickly and not waste time whining there. Bai Shen listened to Linfan's words and thought that he was impudent, and how Linfan communicated with him, and he would hurt him and avenge all his friends. Bai Shen stood up and asked Linfan how dare he behave like this, and he makes him nervous, and it seems he doesn't know who he's dealing with, and he's doomed to fail. Linfan stood in front of Bai Shen, and his intuition told him that he would not be able to walk peacefully in the park, and that there would be some hooligans waiting for him everywhere. Teacher Chinjing was surprised and asked Bai Shen what he was doing there, and she didn't expect to see him, and he was bothering her everywhere and making her angry. Bai Shen is happy that Teacher Chinjing paid attention, and he will not disappoint her, and will be a gentleman, and will not harm his beloved Chen. Bai Shen told Master Chinjing that of course he came to see her, and did not expect that she would have a guest and wanted to invite her to walk with him there. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that he could leave right now and didn't have to conflict with Bai Shen because he wasn't guilty of anything. Bai Shen asked the student if he really wanted to leave after meeting with Teacher Chinjing, and believed that no one would punish him for his meanness. And at that moment, Bai Shen stopped Lin Fan and said that he couldn't leave until he answered for his actions, and that the idiot was in vain hanging out with Chinjing. Teacher Chinjing is worried about Lin Fan and hopes that Bai Shen will not hurt him, and she put him in danger and how to solve everything. Bai Shen told Master Chinjing that if she served him as her husband, he would let Lin Fan go and would not harm him, and promised. Bai Shen asked Master Chinjing if he heard his request, and he was not joking, and Lin Fan would suffer if Chin did not follow his instructions. But Lin Fan grabbed Teacher Chinjing's hand and doesn't want to argue and sort things out with the idiot Bai Shen, and will punish him a little later. Lin Fan ignored Bai Shen's threats and walked alongside him and told Teacher Chinjing that they could continue walking. Bai Shen froze in shock and Lin Fan simply disappeared, and he didn't notice how he moved aside, and Lin is so fast and nimble. Lin Fan told Teacher Chinjing that he would take her to a very interesting place. But Bai Shen did not understand when the student left from there. Bai Shen swore, and no one had ever humiliated him so publicly, and Lin Fan doesn't want to listen to his threats, and doesn't consider him dangerous, and this infuriates him. Bai Shen jumped towards Lin Fan, and he will not let the impudent man leave so easily, and in vain, He did not take him seriously and did not fight anymore. Bai Shen raised his hand and asked Lin Fan how he dared to ignore him so brazenly and without complexes, and he would teach him manners of communication. Lin Fan listened to Bai Shen's threats and where did this clown come from, and brazenly ruin his walk with teacher Chinjing, and why is he pursuing both of them? Bai Shen told Lin Fan that he would experience all his fury and would never hide, and all his friends would call him master and he would show his strength. Bai Shen told student Lin Fan that he would die and that he should never turn away when his opponent strikes hard, and these are facts. But Lin Fan just waved his hand and he doesn't want to fight with Bai Shen when teacher Chinjing is next to him and she is not used to violence. Bai Shen flew back a couple of meters and didn't notice where Lin Fan had struck back from, and it looks like this student isn't as simple as he thought. Bai Shen crashed into the pillar and was hurt by Lin Fan's blows, and it seemed like the student didn't even use 50% of his strength and power. Lin Fan asked Bai Shen if this was all he could do, and by all accounts he seemed like a martial arts master, but Bai was just a weakling. Lin Fan told Bai Shen that he didn't expect that he was a cultivator, and from his attacks it was clear what he wanted to use on him, but Lin knows everything. Bai Shen told Lin Fan that no one in the university could fight him on equal terms, and unfortunately he met him, and he would not let them go. Teacher Chinjing asked Lin Fan how he was feeling, and she thought that Bai Shen could cause harm and such people should be feared. Lin Fan asks Teacher Chinjing to be 100% sure, and he will protect her from the villains, and Bai Shen will not harm her. And it is true. Bai Shen took out his rosary and asked Lin Fan if he could guarantee teacher Chinjing that he could protect her, and that they would soon know everything. Bai Shen dripped blood onto the beads and thought that now Lin Fan would not harm him in any way, and all his attacks would not cause damage and he would become better. Lin Fan understood this magic weapon, and such things are more often found in monks, and are very rare. And this Bai Shen is clearly not a weakling. Lin Fan heard an ominous cry and noticed how an entity appeared behind Bai Shen so quickly, and he had to be careful when fighting it. Bai Shen is pleased and he knows that Lin Fan underestimated him, and now he is interested to know how the student will defend against all the attacks of the entity. The entity moved and Lin Fan thought that it was good that he was next to Master Chinjing, and she could suffer from the attacks of this creature. The creature screamed, and it would follow any order from Bai Shen and could destroy the student Lin Fan if the boss just gave the order to attack. The creature continued to move from side to side, and Lin Fan is not a newbie and knows that with such a monster, normal attacks are useless. Bai Shen waved his hand and told Lin Fan that he would go to hell and he would not crush his monster and let him deal hundreds of blows and it would not matter. And at that very second, the monster headed towards Lin Fan, and boss Bai Shen gave the order to punish the student for wounding the boss and kill him. Lin Fan stood in front of the monster and thought that he would use the technique and protect his body. Otherwise, the monster could defeat him in a couple of minutes in battle. And at that moment, the monster passed through Lin Fan's body, and Bai Shen was happy, and he wanted the student to feel all the pain that he caused his friend. Lin Fan froze in place and realized what technique Bai Shen would use. And he was a treacherous enemy, and so different from Ku Hengjing and the other students. Bai Shen is delighted and said that it worked and the monster crushed Lin Fan, and now the student will not be able to harm his friends, and this is a success. Bai Shen told Lin Fan that he had already forced him to use the 9 Phantom Beads technique, and it would be an honor for him to die from them there. Bai Shen put the beads on his hand and thought that no one forced him to use such a serious technique. But the student had great potential. These 9 beads were a birthday gift to Bai Shen from his ancestor, and he contained within them a huge power which he used on the enemy. By soaking the beads in blood, the furious, ghostly fire hidden within them can be awakened. And Bai has killed many masters using this method. Bai Shen thought that the student Lin Fan should not blame him for the collapse, and he himself wanted to fight him, and did not know what surprises awaited him there. But suddenly, when Bai Shen didn't expect it, Lin Fan asked if this was the trump card he had been keeping for him all along, and it was sad. Bai Shen was surprised and he thought that Lin Fan died. But he is fine, and how he defended himself from the attack of his monster, and he did not even get injured. Lin Fan grabbed the monster Bai Shen with his hand and thought that in his entire life, he had fought hundreds of monsters and none had been able to hurt him. Lin Fan crushed the monster Bai Shen in his hand and wants to rid the bastard of his trump card so that he can no longer attack other people in their fight. Lin Fan told Bai Shen that he had disappointed him, and he had expected serious attacks from him and wanted to fight with all his might. But it didn't work out. Lin Fan asked Bai Shen if he really wanted to kill the soul of an immortal. And it seems that Bai Shen is really a fool and his logic is stupid. Bai Shen asked Lin Fan how this was possible, and how he was able to defend himself from the monster so easily. And what was the secret of student Lin's success? Baishan wants to unleash all his fury on Lin Fan and asked how he was able to survive. But now he will not make any mistakes and destroy the student. Lin Fan stood quietly in front of Baishan, and his life was clearly not in danger, and he had no need to hide or defend himself, and he was better than Bai. Lin Fan called Baishan to him with his finger and said he would let him see his strength and understand how talented he was, and let him learn how to strike. Lin Fan realized that he had been fighting with Baishan for a long time, and he wanted to make the intruder understand that he shouldn't just attack the student. And then bright lights appeared in front of Lin Fan, and he will show some of Baishan's power and let the opponent see his potential and be proud of the boss. Lin Fan continued to use the technique and surrounded himself with lights. And he would not give a chance to Baishan, and he already wanted to harm teacher Chinjing. Lin Fan told Baishan that this was true strength, and none of his enemies could come up with a plan to get through his defense and barrier. Baishan is confused by Lin Fan's technique, and he can't understand how he controls the technique, and he sees an incredible opponent for the first time. Lin Fan's flames were heading towards Baishan, and he came up with a brilliant plan and let Baishan show how to defend against dangerous techniques. Lin Fan stood in front of Baishan and thought that the enemy was unlucky that he ran into him, and he has talent, but it is not enough. Baishan said that it was impossible, and why Lin Fan could easily control flames stronger than him was mind-boggling. Lin Fan told Baishan that the dead man doesn't need to know much important information, and he will soon send him to the grave, and he deserves it all. Lin Fan waved his hand and said goodbye to Baishan, and he fought back, but still couldn't break his will, and the student has the character of a champion. Lin Fan's flames began to fall on Baishan, and he froze in place and did not know where to go and how to defend himself from the incredible attacks. And it was beautiful. Lin Fan continued to throw flames at Baishan, and the enemy threatened teacher Chinjing in vain, and he always protects his friends, and this is important. Baishan said that it was impossible, and it seemed that it was not real. And he was delirious, and he was hallucinating, and what level of magic had the student achieved? Baishan was in great pain, and he couldn't escape from Lin Fan's flames, and it was in vain that Chong Yingxing called him, and he wasn't obliged to help him in the matter. Lin Fan realized that the fight was over, and Baishan would not be able to continue the fight, and teacher Chinjing got rid of the maniac, and he helped her there. Lin Fan stopped in front of Baishan's beads, and they had enormous power, and the Bai cultivator could injure many with such an attack and monster. Lin Fan picked up the beads and thought that he was interested in learning how the beads worked these days, and Baishan used many techniques in battle. Teacher Chinjing stood behind Lin Fan and asked the student what he did, and she heard a crash, and it seemed like he fought and defeated Chen. Lin Fan knows that in the land where the qi is almost exhausted, it is not so easy for everyone to get a magic weapon, and this is better than nothing, and he will take it. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that this was a little secret, and he would not tell how he attacked Baishan, and soon she would understand his technique. Teacher Chinjing listened to the words of student Lin Fan, and realized that he was strong, and even the fierce Baishan could not injure him, and Lin was the champion. Lin Fan told teacher Chinjing that he needed to see him off next and thank her for the delicious lunch and see you at the university tomorrow. Teacher Chinjing stood behind Lin Fan and thought that he would always keep his promise, and he guaranteed to protect her and fulfilled everything. Lin Fan continued to leave, and he didn't want teacher Chinjing to witness his fight, but Baishan didn't want to let both of them go. Teacher Chinjing does not leave, and she is interested to know where Lin Fan got such strength and power, and he defends himself from the formidable attacks of enemies. Teacher Chinjing shouted at Lin Fan and said, "Thank you for saving her and not allowing Baishan to harm her, and she will remember his help." Lin Fan waved his hand to teacher Chinjing, and she is a miracle, and he is lucky that he has such a friend, and he will protect her all her life from everyone. Teacher Chinjing wondered if this was really Lin Fan, and she didn't recognize him, and his character had changed dramatically, and he was already different. After all the events, Lin Fan returned to the villa and wants to quickly find out how Xiao's sister is doing, and he missed her and finds out Xiao's condition. Lin Fan heard sounds in Sister Xiao's room, and his brother was curious to know what she was doing, and she always ran to hug him, and strangely, Lin Fan went into Sister Xiao's room and asked if she was sleeping, and he thought that she had fallen asleep long ago and asked what she was doing in the room. Sister Xiao listened to her brother's words, and she came to her senses and was glad that Lin Fan came back, and she wants to spend time with her brother, and he is the best. Sister Xiao rubbed her eyes and told brother Lin Fan that she had been waiting for him to come back, and now she was not worried about him and was glad to see her brother. Lin Fan stroked Sister Xiao's hair and asked her to go to bed, and he decided to do a lot of things, and she should not wait for him every day and not sleep. Sister Xiao really wants to sleep, But she is worried about her brother, and Lin Fan spends a lot of time working and wants to provide her sister with everything at once. Lin Fan said that this child amazes him, and Xiao is similar to him. And her character has not changed over the years, and he is proud of his sister and loves her. Sister Xiao sleepily went into the room, and when her brother is at home, her soul is not anxious, and Lin Fan will provide her sister with protection and will not let her be offended. Sister Shid was walking up the stairs, and then she fell and lost her balance and got distracted, and it looks like she should definitely go to bed already. Lin Fan was shocked and asked Sister Xiao to be careful, and she should not fall everywhere, and it is important for her to take care of herself. And sister scares brother. Lin Fan sighed and was glad that Sister Xiao was not injured, and she does not look under her feet and often falls, and her brother flinches there every time. Sister Xiao peeked out from the corner and told brother Lin Fan that she almost forgot and wanted to ask him something, and it was very important to her. Lin Fan asked Sister Xiao what happened this time, and she will soon give him a heart attack if she continues to bother him and let him tell everything. Sister Xiao told brother Lin Fan that there was a party in their class next week, and could she go, and she wanted to go. Lin Fan thought that it was not a problem, but he thought that Xiao's sister had problems, and Xiao had not gone outside for a long time and missed her friends. Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that if she wanted to go, let her go to the party and no one would stop her, and she deserved to take a break from everything. Sister Xiao is delighted, and finally she will go to the party, and her brother is the best in the world, and he let her go, and she loves Lin Fan. Lin Fan went into his room and took out the Bai Shen beads, and he wants to study their properties and whether the master can cultivate key energy. Lin Fan was serious and decided to start the experiment, and Bai Shen protected and treasured these beads and would never give them to strangers. The beads began to glow with a bright light, and Lin Fan sits alone, and clearly no one will distract him from important matters, and the beads will help develop strength. Lin Fan is focused and not distracted by other things, and he no longer wants to just lose the magic amulet, and it is a valuable commodity. Lin Fan realized that it was not in vain that Bai Shen relied on the power of beads, and he fought with the masters many times and always punished them, and he was strong. Lin Fan holds the beads in his hand and wants to know the limit of the beads and what he can expect from this thing and how it will help him in battles. And at that moment, a flame burst out of Lin Fan's hand, and he realized that it was not in vain that he took the beads with him, and that they really contained hidden power. And it was cool. Lin Fan directed the bead monster to the side, and he controls it and does not know how much it can hurt a person, and it is interesting to know. And then the monster hit the wall, and Lin Fan remembered that Bai Shen hit him with exactly this attack, and another person would not have withstood the blow. Lin Fan noticed that the bead monster is very strong and the energy is powerful, and he feels everything in his hand, and it seems that this is not the limit, and he will find out soon. Lin Fan realized that there was still energy left in these beads, since Bai Shen had not yet started practicing Qi. But Bai was able to use the technique. The world of cultivators is divided into 9 realms: Qi development, construction, Ningyuan Dongsu, Nirvana Sendai, Qi destruction, fusion, and creation. 9 large areas are divided from Sendai below. Sendai is Wan, and above Sendai is Xian, and Lin Fan knows that each of them is important. Sendai connects heaven and earth, and Shoyuan is immortal. So this Sendai kingdom is also called a magical land, and these are facts. In his past life, Lin Fan had already been to that kingdom and defeated all opponents there, and he passed through the world without defeat, and Lin Fan is immortal. Lin Fan remembers those times well, and in the immortal realm the goal was to defeat each of the opponents. And besides that, he wandered there. However, after Lin Fan obtained the 9 heavenly stones, his life and purpose changed, and she changed his fate and decided the outcome. Then, in the battle, Lin Fan encountered the Zhenzong Alliance, and all the warriors rushed towards the stone and wanted to test their limit in a fight with it. In the end, at the top of the magical land, Lin Fan bravely fought there alone against 36 Xianzong and relied only on his skills. Lin Fan stood in the center and waited for every Xianzong to attack him there, and his will could not be broken, and therefore he became a legend. That battle broke down and all the souls cried blood, and in despair Lin Fan suddenly developed Dian Taoism to the limit, and it shocked everyone. The warriors wanted to capture Lin Fan and thought that they had a chance and they would dispel the legends about the invincible Lin Fan and take the stone from him. But Lin Fan had developed incredible skills and felt like his body was filled with energy. And even if all the warriors attacked him, he was ready. Lin Fan lost control of himself and realized that now he was at his peak, and no opponent would be able to put pressure on him, and he wanted it so much. All the warriors were afraid to approach Lin Fan, and he scares them. And where does he get such strength? And they will not be able to break the invincible warrior Lin. Lin Fan exhaled, and this power made the whole country panic, and he himself did not understand what he had done, and then everything became clear. And this is a fact. All 36 immortal venerable gods were destroyed, and after the war, half of the immortal world became a dangerous place. Lin Fan also fell after all this and found himself in this world, and Lin Fan began to get used to the new conditions and did not remember the war. Lin Fan decided to cultivate every realm in this world to the limit and then destroy the world of immortals, and they deserved it. Lin Fan said that again the first step in his ascension, and soon he will tame the bead monster and she will serve and follow orders. Beishan was stuck in the form of a monster in beads and told Lin Fan that it was him, and he remembered him, and he hit him, and he underestimated him there. Lin Fan closed his eyes and began to absorb the bead monster and realized that if everything went according to plan, he would become even stronger and believe in himself. Beishan was surprised and did not understand what Lin Fan was doing, and he was so strong that he could not injure him in battle, and failed in their fight. The bead monster couldn't hide anywhere, and cultivator Lin Fan took control of the monster and doesn't let it go anywhere and wants to absorb it. And then the monster settled in Lin Fan's body, and the cultivator is happy, and his plan is going 100%, and he does not feel the weight of the monster. After a while, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and realized that everything was fine, and that nothing was threatening him, and that he had carried out his cultivation normally. Lin Fan realized that after absorbing Bai Shen, he had finally entered the first stage of Qi development and felt how much stronger he had become. Lin Fan exhaled and calmed his nerves, and he would continue to develop Qi and train new skills, and then he would destroy the world of immortals. At that time, Lin Fan was busy communicating with other people and had not even begun to train with the 9 Heaven Stone. But this is very important. Lin Fan is focused and wants the 9 Heaven Stone to allow him to completely master himself in this life. And this is his clear goal. Lin Fan continued to make noise in the room, but fortunately, Xiao's brother did not wake up, and she was fast asleep and did not hear what her brother was doing in the room. After half an hour, Lin Fan stopped straining himself, and he was sweating from various trainings and had not cultivated energy for a long time and was out of the habit of stress. Lin Fan is extremely pleased with the result, and the 9 Heaven Stone has never let him down, and he will continue to develop and will already become the king of the world. Lin Fan realized that with this immortal law, it is possible to cross the world without problems, and Lin will achieve success and will never deviate from his goals. At this time, in some dark space, an old man was casting a spell, and he wants to cultivate energy, and the grandfather taught his grandson Bai Shen knowledge. The old man is concentrated, and he used the technique. And in this world, there are not many cultivators who can compare with him in experience, and he is better. But suddenly, at that very second, the old man froze in place, and the grandfather felt that something was wrong, and his intuition told him that everything was not going according to plan. And at that moment, the old man began to cough heavily, and his body was malfunctioning. And the grandfather did not know what was happening, because he did everything correctly according to the instructions. The old man does not understand what is happening and why his soul is uneasy. And he does not feel a connection with Bai Shen, and the grandson always supported his grandfather. The old man realized that the smell of the beads had disappeared. Bai Shen had suffered, and he knew that if something was wrong with his grandson, his beads would lose their smell, and that was terrible. The grandfather is furious and asked who dared to kill his grandson Bai Shen, and he will not forget about it, and the old man will destroy the entire family of the scoundrel, and he is doomed. The old man took the skull with his left hand and thought that soon he would make the man who took Bai Shen's life answer for everything and take revenge. The old man grabbed another skull with his left hand, and he will use the technique, and has no doubt that it will work, and the scoundrel will regret that he killed his grandson. The old man hit 2 skulls and held them in his hand, and the technique will allow him to punish the person, and he will not find a solution to the problem and will cry. And at that very moment, furious skeletons appeared in front of the grandfather, and the old man can control them and order them to attack the villain when he finds them. Grandfather's eyes were shining with anger, and he was serious. And no one would hide from the master, and Grandfather Cultivator would never spare the scoundrel. Grandfather realized that Bai Shen was killed and the beads destroyed, and he will avenge his family, and no one has the right to threaten them, and this infuriates Grandfather. The next morning, Lin Fan came to the university and thought that everything was going according to plan, and he was gradually developing his skills, and this was great. Lin Fan walks in the corridor of the university with a confident gait, and no one will bother him. And now all his friends are under protection, and he is there nearby. Linfan thought that although he had already raised the kingdom through cultivation last night, he was still nervous and there were reasons. Linfan opened the door to the office and knew that Whitesong was not an ordinary person, and he had to be careful when dealing with masters. Linfan pulled out a chair and sat down in his place, and Bai Shen said that his grandfather gave him beads, and he wanted to know information about the Bai family. Linfan is afraid that there will be even more unpleasant enemies in the future, and he must be prepared for fights and they may catch him off guard there. And then Ji Xiao came up to Linfan and said, "Good morning." And a friend came early today and he was the first one to enter the class and he surprises her. Linfan sat in front of Ji Xiao and was distracted from his thoughts. And today he was clearly tense and had to forget about sorcerers and magic, at least for a while. Ji Xiao waved to Linfan and asked how he was doing, and she was glad that he came on time and followed the schedule and valued discipline. Linfan told Ji Xiao that he was fine and thanked her for always approaching him first and asking about his plans. Ji Xiao sat next to Lin Fan, and she is happy that he treats her well and does not ignore her, and she wants to have lunch with Lin's friend. Chong Yingxing didn't understand why Bai Shen didn't do anything to Lin Fan, and why the university's director Chen didn't expel the student for his actions. The student asks Chong Yingxing not to mention yesterday, and in their martial arts club, dozens of people attacked Lin Fan and surrounded her. Chong Yingxing listened to his colleague, and the student said that Lin Fan easily destroyed all the fighters and he has no weaknesses and knows how to fight. The student told Chong Yingxing that this scoundrel Lin Fan practiced kung fu before pretending to be weak and deceived all the students. The student told Chong Yingqian that Lin Fan did not nod and did not dare to raise his eyes in the past, and it turned out that he was lying all the time, and this is absurd. The student told Chong Yingxing that even his goddess Ji Xiao no longer communicates with him, and Lin Fan dared to take her away, and Lin is a parasite. The student said that with Lin Fan by his side, Chong Yingxing would not be able to approach the goddess Ji Xiao, so why don't they find a chance to take revenge on Lin? Chong Yingxin listened with interest to his colleague's words, and realized that he liked the student's logic and train of thought, and that they would take revenge on Lin Fan for her sins. The student said, "Chong Yingxin, when Ji Xiao is left alone, they will take her away and then she will be his lady and he will return her to himself in an instant." Chong Yingxing told his colleague that it was a good idea and they would punish Lin Fan when he least expected it, and he was clearly being impudent and annoying everyone. Chong Yingxing thought that Lin Fan was too annoying and he would find a way to get rid of him, and wouldn't mind if Lin Fan got injured. Ji Xiao pointed her finger at Lin Fan and wanted to ask him something important, and knew that he would always keep his promise and he would not deceive his friends. Ji Xiao asked Lin Fan if he had forgotten what he had said earlier, and she remembered the information well and was waiting for him to remember it himself. Lin Fan sat in front of Ji Xiao and said that of course he hadn't forgotten and wasn't her house a restaurant, and he had visited her a couple of times before. Lin Fan invited Ji Xiao to go to her restaurant and have lunch, and he regrets that he couldn't have dinner with her last time, and he remembers. Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that it was a good idea, and her house was really a restaurant, and she was surprised that he knew about her house, and Lin Fan was so smart. But Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that there was one nuance, and she began to get nervous and did not want to talk about the problems in the family and disturb him. Lin Fan remembers that in the past, Ji Xiao's family warned him to stay away from her because he was very poor. But Lin Fan decided that now everything would be different, and he would change his fate and would not allow other people to interfere with his dreams and goals. After a while, Lin Fan came to Ji Xiao's family's tea restaurant, and he wants to have lunch with her, and she is clearly the sweetest and most sincere lady. Ji Xiao opened the door and told the family that she was back, and she hoped that the family would welcome Lin Fan well, and that they hated her friend. Mom was happy and told Ji Xiao that she came back early, and she could have lunch with them, and they would have a great time with their daughter. But at that very moment, Ji Xiao's mother suddenly froze in place, and she noticed that her daughter had brought Lin Fan to the restaurant, and this was making her angry. Lin Fan said good afternoon to his aunt, and he is glad to see her, and she has not changed at all and still looks beautiful, and he is friends with Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao's mother is not happy about her daughter's friendship with Lin Fan and came to Xiaoju and wants to explain something so that she does not make a mistake in life. And then Mom grabbed Ji Xiaoju's hand and told her to go with her, and she had to talk to her and immediately explain the situation and her opinion. Mom took Ji Xiao to a corner and asked her daughter if she hadn't asked her to spend less time with Lin Fan and why she brought him there. Ji Xiao told her mother that she and Lin Fan are just friends, and he always helps her and supports her in any situation and she believes him so much. Mom asked Ji Xiao if she and Lin Fan were just friends, and she knew that relationships started like that and she shouldn't lie to her. Ji Xiao told her mother that Lin Fan is also a kind person, and he has never humiliated her, and Lin protects her from bullies at the university. Mom asks Ji Xiao to listen to her mother's advice, and her daughter should not communicate with Lin Fan anymore. And this is all for her own good, and she loves her daughter. Ji Xiao sighed and told her mother that she agreed, and there was no need to convince her, and she knew that the family was always right and the daughter would not argue. Mom told Ji Xiao that they don't have a big family, but that clearly doesn't mean that anyone can join it, and so she warned. Mom asks her daughter not to fall for Lin Fan's pretty words, and Ji Xiao was angry and told her mother that if she continues, her daughter will be offended. And at that moment, Ji Xiao's mother heard the sound of a motorcycle engine and realized that it seemed like guests had come to their restaurant, but they were all loud. Lin Fan turned around and realized that he had to be on guard and that surprises could be expected from such people, and he would protect Ji Xiao if people hit him. Hooligan bikers came to the restaurant and they want to be well-fed and will not tolerate shitty service in the restaurant. And this is true. The hooligans got out their bats and want to punish the head of the restaurant for not visiting their boss and let him explain his behavior, and this is important. And at that very second, suddenly, hooligans started to riot in the restaurant and they broke the windows and kicked the tables and wanted to create chaos and mayhem. The hooligans continued to break everything in the restaurant, and they have orders and no one will stop them until the restaurant director comes personally. A hooligan broke the window of the front door and wants to give information to Ji Xiao's family, and no one will stop them. Otherwise, they will beat everyone up. The hooligans told all the guests to leave the restaurant, otherwise he would hurt everyone, and if they didn't believe him, he could show by example and hit everyone with a bat. People started to leave the restaurant in panic and did not understand why these hooligans decided to attack the restaurant, because none of them did any harm. The restaurant director came down the stairs and heard sounds, and realized that someone had made a mess in the restaurant and he would solve the issue and punish. The restaurant director and Ji Xiao's father asked the hooligans what was going on and why it was so noisy, and they distracted the head from his plans. And at that very moment, the restaurant director saw the hooligans and recognized them, and did not understand why they came to the restaurant and broke the windows and furniture there. The bully said good afternoon to the restaurant manager and greetings from the boss, and his business is flourishing and they are wondering when he will return the money to the boss. The restaurant director approached Brother Long and asked him to listen to him and not to spoil everything in the restaurant, and the head could clearly explain to his friends. The restaurant director told Brother Long that he has no money now and asks for an extension of time and he will pay all the debts with interest to the boss. But Brother Long suddenly grabbed the restaurant director by the throat and does not want to listen to his excuses, and the boss urgently needs money and he is very angry. Brother Long laughed and asked the restaurant director how he dared to so brazenly borrow money and then not pay it back and what the head was counting on. Brother Long began to strangle the restaurant director and asked if his friend was tired of living and he could easily send him to the next world today. Long told his brother that the restaurant manager didn't want to return the money, and what they would do and how they could best punish him and hurt him. The restaurant manager told Brother Lun that by taking his life he would definitely not be able to return the money, and that it would be better to give him some time. And then Ji Xiao and his mother approached the hooligans and asked Dad what was going on, and why the hooligans were threatening him and wanted to kill the head. Brother Long looked at the restaurant director's family and said his daughter and wife were beautiful, and he even felt sorry for his father that he couldn't protect them. Brother Long asks the restaurant manager to lend him his wife and daughter for a couple of months, so he can play with them, and he will give him a couple of days. The restaurant director told his daughter and wife to run faster, and the father will not allow them to get hurt, and the father will protect them from vile hooligans. But at that very second, the bully hit the restaurant manager and told him to shut up, and his words were giving him a headache and making his friends there nervous. The bully stood next to the restaurant director and realized that he was delirious and would not be able to save and protect his daughter and wife and condemned them to such pain. The hooligan licked his lip and thought that he was so lucky that the restaurant director had such a beautiful daughter and wife, and he would take them both to his place. Mom covered Ji Xiao, and she will not let her daughter be harmed and will protect her from vile hooligans and will hit them if someone approaches the family. The hooligans asked the beauties not to be afraid of them, and they will play and have fun together and they will not regret anything, and he guarantees. Mom hugged Ji Xiao tightly, and she will not give her daughter into the hands of impudent and terrible hooligans and hopes that they will not threaten their daughter. But at this moment, Lin Fan suddenly grabbed the hooligan's hand and did not let him touch Ji Xiao, and he promised that he would protect her from everyone. The bully was shocked, and who dared to interfere with his plans, and the hero will not be able to save the ladies and will die himself, and he and his friends will beat him up for this. Lin Fan told the bully that his name was Wong Long and ordered him to quickly kneel down and apologize, and then he would spare his friends for the pogrom. Mama Ji Xiao hugged her daughter and asked Lin Fan what he was doing, and the hooligans could kill him for threatening, and they would not spare anyone. The hooligan Wong Long freed his hand from Lin Fan's grip and thought that this was too much and his patience was running out, and he would teach the impudent man a lesson for his character. The bully Wong Long asked the student who he was and how he dared to talk to him like that, and seemed to have no idea how they would punish him for everything. Lin Fan told the hooligan Wang Long that he doesn't need to know information about him, and he won't tell him his data because they will soon leave from there. Hooligan. Wang Long laughed at Lin Fan's words, and the student is funny, and he made him laugh a lot, and he believes that he will become a hero and save his family. Hooligan Wang Long told the student that if he decided to joke in front of him, then he should be prepared for the consequences and he will not forgive and punish. Hooligan Wang Long broke a bottle, and now he has a weapon in his hands, and Lin Fan will regret that he came out to them, and he should have sat quietly in the corner. The bully Wang Long swung and wanted to hit Lin Fan with a shard, and told the student that now his life would become unbearable, and that was a fact. Lin Fan listened to the bully's words, and it seemed like Wang Long didn't see what he was capable of, and he would surprise them, and it was their bad luck that he came to them. Hooligan Van Long told the student that now he will die, and the restaurant cannot be saved, and the director will transfer it to their boss, and they will take all the money. Lin Fan is very irritated, and the bullies have started to irritate him, and he will not tolerate ridicule and will respond with his own attack and find out who is stronger. And then Lin Fan hit the hooligan Wang Long's hand and smashed the bottle into pieces and deprived him of his weapon, and he naively wanted to hurt him with this. Hooligan Wang Long was surprised. Maybe he didn't notice the moment Lin Fan struck. And was the student really that fast, and did he underestimate his skills? The shrapnel wounded the face of the hooligan Van Long, and the student turned the weapon against him and pointed the sharp shrapnel in his direction, and he is unnerved. The bully Wang Long screamed in pain and said that he could not feel his face, and the student was able to surprise them and told his friends to be careful with Lin. The hooligans were shocked by the injury of brother Wang Long and asked the boss what happened to him, and they will help him, and they will take him to the hospital. Hooligan Wang Long ordered his colleagues to kill the student, and he will pay for all his actions, and they will torture him for a long time when they catch him, and he is evil. The bully agreed with the order of the boss Wang Long and immediately put on a sharp knuckle duster, and he will cripple the student and soon avenge the boss Wang Long. The hooligan started walking towards Lin Fan and thought that now he definitely won't be able to hide from their gang, and he took so much time and nerves from them. The bully told the student that he was too arrogant, and that boss Wang Long had told him to leave, but now no one would let the student go outside. And at the same moment, the bully quickly ran towards Lin Fan and wants to stand out in the eyes of boss Wang Long, and he will be proud of his strength. The bully swung and told the student to take his blow, and no one has ever been able to defend themselves from the sharp knuckles, and he will avenge Van Long. Mama Ji Xiao hugged her daughter tightly, and she does not believe that Lin Fan will be able to defend himself from the blow of the bully. And thanks to him for saving the family. The restaurant director shouted at Lin Fan and told him to be careful and hope for a miracle. And if Lin Fan stays alive, he will pay for the operations. The bully hit with all his might, but Lin Fan was not afraid and put up a protective barrier in front of him, and no bully could harm Lin. Lin Fan stopped the bully's powerful blow with one finger and thought that it was nothing to him, and he fought with the monsters and defeated them all. The bully froze in place from shock and asked the student how this was even possible, and he hit with all his might, but the student easily stopped him. Lin Fan punched the bully in the face and broke his glasses and told the scoundrel to get out of the restaurant and take his friends with him, and they are annoying the family. The bully flew back a couple of meters and lost consciousness, and Lin Fan realized that all bullies are weaklings, and they can only threaten good people. Lin Fan told the hooligans that it was very reckless to think that his friends could easily beat him up, and that he would not allow harm to come to Ji Xiao's family. Lin Fan kept throwing the hooligans to the floor and wants them all to clean up the mess they made in the restaurant, and this is his request. Hooligan Wang Long asked his brother how he feels, and his brother does not react to his words, and he lost consciousness, and Lin Fan is a monster. Ji Xiao is delighted and told Lin Fan that he punished everyone very well, and the hooligans will understand that they messed with their friend in vain, and he is a champion. The restaurant manager told Lin Fan that it was a powerful punch, and it hit the bully right in the face, and Lin Fan was fighting like an incredible boxer. The bully Wang Long told the student that in front of his eyes he dared to hit his brother hard, and he would never forgive him for it and would return the blows. The bully Wang Long is furious and told Lin Fan that he will kill him and that he is bragging about his fighting skills in vain and that he wants to surprise the princess. And at that moment, suddenly the hooligan Wang Long took out a gun, and even the strongest fighter in the world will not be protected from a bullet, and he is a cunning fighter. The bully Wang Long pointed a gun at Lin Fan and said that he would soon send him to the next world, and how Lin, as a student, wanted to dodge the bullet. And then the hooligan Wang Long, without thinking twice, shot at Lin Fan. And now he is happy, and the student left him with many scars and he will take revenge on the bastard. Lin Fan is not nervous and knows that in any situation you can find a way out, and a bullet is not a threat to an invincible warrior, and he guarantees them. Lin Fan thought that the hooligan Wang Long believed in his success in vain, and he would never injure him with a bullet, and ordinary hooligans would not be able to defeat him in battle. And at that moment, Lin Fan deftly dodged the bullet, and he promised Wang Long to surprise him, and prepared such a surprise and let Long be jealous. Lin Fan rushed towards the bully Wang Long, and now he will not spare him. And he threatened him with a weapon, but he does not know that the student himself is a weapon. Lin Fan grabbed the bully Wang Long's face and wouldn't let go and abruptly trapped him, and now he can't get out of this situation. Hooligan Wang Long is at a loss, and how is this possible? And Lin Fan was able to dodge even a bullet, and he is not a man but a monster and boggles the mind. The bully asked the student Lin Fan who he was, and the boss had never known anyone to dodge a bullet, and maybe it was a hallucination. Lin Fan told the bully Wang Long that no matter who the student is, in his eyes, they are just nothing, and he will teach them etiquette lessons. Lin Fan squeezed the bully Wang Long's face, and he screamed and told the student to take it easy and asked to let him go, and they realized what they had done there. Lin Fan noticed that the other hooligans were standing in front of him in horror, and he wanted to tell them something and let everyone listen to him, and he would order everyone. Lin Fan told all the hooligans to kneel down and apologize to Ji Xiao's family so that they could avoid getting hurt. But it was their own fault. The hooligans feared for their lives and told Lin Fan that they understood everything and would carry out the order, and there was no need to beat them like Boss Wang Long. The hooligans got down on their knees and realized that Lin Fan is a beast and he won't let them go anywhere. It's time they didn't apologize for the destruction of the restaurant, and that's a fact. The hooligans bowed at the feet of the restaurant director and asked him for forgiveness for the disturbance, and they will compensate for the destruction of their restaurant. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao's father that if he continued gambling like this, he might not have such good luck in business in the future. The restaurant director immediately agreed with Lin Fan and said that he would never gamble again and that his father had learned his lesson forever. Lin Fan threw the hooligans out into the street and hopes that Wang Long understood everything. Otherwise, he will find them and explain them differently and will not leave them alive. Lin Fan ordered the hooligans to get out of there and never come back again. Otherwise, they would see what he was capable of when someone angered him. Lin Fan began to threaten the hooligans and told Wang Long that in the future, if he saw them in the restaurant, they would lose their lives, and he guaranteed. The hooligans took Boss Wang Long with them and told Mr. Lin Fan that they understood everything and they would not bother Ji Xiao's family anymore. Lin Fan listened to the words of the hooligans, and they cannot be trusted, and in the future he will come to the restaurant of the Ji Xiao family again and check everything personally. And then Ji Xiao's mother called Lin Fan, and she wants to thank her daughter's friend for saving their family, and he risked his life. Ji Xiao's mother told Lin Fan that he is the benefactor of their family. It is a great fortune that Ji Xiao is friends with him, and she thanks him. Lin Fan stood next to Ji Xiao's mother and thought that the hooligans came just in time, and he had earned the trust of Ji Xiao's family. Lin Fan realized that he had now changed his fate in this life, and Ji Xiao's family no longer hated their friend, but on the contrary respected and appreciated him. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao's mom that it was time for him to go and they would handle the rest themselves, and they knew where to find him if they needed help. Ji Xiao wondered who Lin Fan was, and even the hooligans ran away from the restaurant in horror, and they thought her friend was a monster and a demon. At this time, Chong Yingxin was walking on the street with a colleague, and they were discussing all the plans on how to best get rid of Lin Fan because he was ruining their lives. Chong Yingxin wants to teach the impudent Lin Fan a lesson and prove to Ji Xiao that he is not a weakling and that he can also beat someone up right away and protect her. Chong Yingxin told his colleague that even this lady dragged Lin Fan home, and where does Lin Fan get so much charisma that all the ladies adore her? The student told Chong Yingxin that if they hadn't followed Lin Fan, they wouldn't have known about this. And it's good that they both follow the idiot everywhere. The student asked Chong Yingxin, what if they went in and pressured Ji Xiao and took a photo of her with him and reported it to the university? Chong Yingxin told his colleague that it was a good idea, and they would make Lin Fan angry and he would definitely be weak, knowing that Ji Xiao cheated on him with him. At this time, the hooligans carried the boss Wang Long on their shoulders and he received serious injuries and cannot walk on his own, and Lin Fan injured the boss like that. Chong Yingxin and the students stood in front of the hooligans and realized that they were their friends and they could help them get rid of Lin Fan, and they were strong. Chong Yingxin was happy and asked if it wasn't brother Wang Long, and he never expected to meet them all there. And how is the life of the most brutal fighters? Hooligan Wang Long was surprised and asked Chong Yingxin what he was doing in this place, and he also did not expect to meet him and what he wanted to ask. Chong Yingxin told brother Wang Long that he would not give him the beauty Ji Xiao, and she is an unusual creature and better quality than others. Chong Yingxin was angry and told brother Wang Long that eventually some scoundrel would appear and take Ji Xiao away and he couldn't stop him. Hooligan Wang Long is amazed by the story of Chong Yingxin and seems to know who he means, and do such coincidences really happen? And it is shocking. Hooligan Wang Long asked Chong Yingxin in horror if he really meant that student from the restaurant and he would never forget him now. The hooligans told Chong Yingxin that it seemed he told a story about a student with white hair and that he was wrong to believe that they would punish the student. Chong Yingxin told his friends that they were 100% right and that this was the same Lin Fan, and he wanted them to beat up and humiliate the weakling. But suddenly, at that very second, the bully Wang Long dealt a powerful blow to Chong Yingxin's face, and it was he who dragged them into a difficult situation and set them up. Chong Yingxin fell to the ground and writhed in pain and did not understand why brother Wang Long hit him, because he did not insult him, and all hooligans are stupid. Hooligan Wang Long told Chong Yingxin that he didn't know him and told him not to interfere in their business and get out of there quickly, or he would hit him again. The bully Wang Long told his friends that they had to go, and Lin Fan would not lag behind, and they had to break away from him to save their lives. Chong Yingxin was still sitting on the ground, and his friend looked back at the street and was shocked, and he must tell his friend important information quickly. Chong Yingxin asked his friend what kind of medicine he thought his brother Wang Long had taken, and he was behaving inappropriately, and his brother should be in a mental hospital. But the student continued to be very nervous and told Chong Yingxin that the situation was not very good, and he should listen to him, and it was important. Chong Yingxin was angry and asked his colleague why he was interrupting his boss and what important information he wanted to convey without even listening. The student pointed his finger and told Chong Yingxin that Lin Fan was already there and he didn't know why he came there, and it seemed like he wanted to take revenge on his enemies. Lin Fan silently looked at the cowards and thought that they were in his way, and he didn't want to beat the weaklings and people could only talk about him behind his back. The student immediately grabbed Chong Yingxin and said that they had to run faster at all costs, otherwise Lin Fan would teach them a lesson there. Lin Fan told the students that they were fast runners and both could go into sports and spend their energy for good and not to harm the student Lin Fan. And at that moment, someone called Lin Fan, and he knows that no one calls him for no reason, and it seems that someone has problems and he is ready to help them. But Lin Fan realized that first he should answer the call and then draw conclusions, and maybe his friends want to know how he is doing in life. Ninggi called him and Lin Fan asked his brother what happened, and Ning has a friend who suffers from a strange disease and suffers all day. Ninggi said regardless of the diagnosis, his friend is not getting better at all and there is no improvement, and he hopes that Mr. Lin Fan will help him with his troubles. Lin Fan thought that he hadn't shown his treatment to brother Ninggi and why he was asking for help, and he was interested in his opinion. Lin Fan asked Ninggi's brother why he thought Mr. Lin Fan had the ability to help his friend since he was not a professional doctor. Ning Gu said that Wei Lao said that Lin Fan has magical powers, and that only Mr. Lin Fan can cure the incurable disease. Lin Fan smiled and understood what was going on, and that brother Ninggi was not asking him for help in vain. And the whole reason was Master Wei Lao, and the master was not so simple. Lin Fan realized that Master Wei Lao wanted to test him and immediately find out what he was capable of and evaluate his skills and potential. And this is so smart. Lin Fan told Ninggi's brother that in that case, he agreed to help his friend and he could take him away and they wouldn't waste time. Assistant Ninggi was happy and told Mr. Lin Fan that he was almost there and would soon take him to the place, and believed that he would cure him. A minute later, Ninggi's assistant abruptly stopped the car in front of Mr. Lin Fan. And it's good that Master Wei Lao is friends with Lin Fan. Assistant Ninggi asks Mr. Lin Fan to get into the car and not worry about anything, and he will immediately get everything Mr. needs. Lin Fan got into the car and told his brother Ninggi to go, and he would explain all the information to him along the way, and most importantly, get there on time. Assistant Ning Gi asked Mr. Lin Fan if he needed to take some medical tools with him and stop by home on the way. But Lin Fan told brother Ning Ge that there was no need for that and he was 100% sure that he would cure the patient and he wanted to help. 10 minutes later, Ning Ge's assistant brought Mr. Lin Fan to the place and believes that he will keep his word and heal the patient. And this is important. The guards ask Mr. Ning Ge and Lin Fan to come into the house and they are all waiting for them and do not lose hope for the healing of the man and trust them. Assistant Ning Ge asks Mr. Lin Fan to follow him and he will immediately take him to the patient so that he can examine him and draw conclusions. Lin Fan walked into the room and noticed that the doctors were conducting experiments on a human and thought that it seemed that Ning Ge's brother had immediately interested him. Lin Fan realized that it seemed like he had come in time and would sort out this situation and he would never refuse to heal the good people in the world. Lin Fan looked at the monitor and watched the man's heartbeat, and brother Ning Ge didn't say anything about it, and he himself would find out the whole reason. The old man was lying unconscious, and he urgently needed help. And none of the doctors could figure out the true cause of the disease and were confused. All the doctors looked at Lin Fan with disdain and did not think that a student could help the Mr. and Ning Ge called an amateur in vain, and this is absurd. Assistant Ning Ge asked Mr. Lin Fan if he could tell what kind of illness it was, and he really wanted to understand the professional's verdict. Lin Fan told brother Ning Ge that it was a minor illness and let him check the patient's condition and draw conclusions. The doctor was angry and asked Ning Ge where he got the talkative Lin Fan from and why he thinks he knows all the information in the world and is smarter. The doctor agreed with his colleague and asked Lin Fan why he told them that it was a trifle and not a disease, because the gentleman was on the verge of death and it was terrible. Lin Fan realized that the doctors would not help the patient and he had to examine the patient himself. Otherwise, the enemies would destroy him and he would not be able to save him. The doctor told Lin Fan to stand still and not move. And where is he going? And why doesn't he listen to the orders of the senior doctors and the idiot is forbidden to go to the master? Lin Fan listened to the doctor's complaints, but he had his own opinion and would not follow orders and continued to go to the patient for help. The doctor wanted to stop Lin Fan and he told him not to move, and why he was getting on their nerves, and the doctor would forcefully drag him outside. But Lin Fan did not pay attention to the doctor and pushed him so that he would not interfere standing in his way, and there not a single doctor found out the cause of the disease. Lin Fan ordered all the doctors to leave there and they are in his way, and there is no benefit from them, and he warned, and next time, he will use force. The doctor fell to the floor and thought that Lin Fan was an impudent person and how he just wanted to cure the mister. And he was interested in learning his methods because he was a genius. Lin Fan stood in front of the patient and realized that it was not critical and he would no longer panic and advised others not to be afraid and Lin would cure him. Lin Fan told the doctors that if he had come later, nothing would have helped the mister. But at the moment, the problem is not that big. Lin Fan will use the technique on the patient and is absolutely sure that Mr. Kim will soon come to his senses and will definitely forget about the disease forever. The doctor was nervous and told Lin Fan to stop, and he knows what he wants to do and he can ruin Mr. Kim and they will put him in jail. And at that very second, suddenly Lin Fan dealt many powerful blows to Mr. Kim's stomach and guaranteed that it would cure his illness. On the monitor, the doctors noticed that Mr. Kim's heart was not beating, and that was terrible, and Lin Fan killed the man trying to prove his case. Lin Fan pointed his finger at Mr. Kim and used a useful technique, and Ning Ge's assistant did the right thing by calling him there right away and he helped. The doctor froze in place and he had known Mr. Kim for many years and why they trusted Lin Fan and let him into the house, and the idiot made a mistake. The doctor started shouting that Mr. Kim was killed, and the guards were surprised by the words doctor and what was going on there, and they would punish the culprit of the incident. The guards rush to the house and they find out what happened to the boss, Kim, and they respect him very much and do not want him to get hurt and die there. The guards shouted Lin Fan, and why did Mr. Ning Ge bring a student to Mr. Kim's house and he ruined everything, and on the contrary interferes with the doctors there. The guards pointed their guns at Lin Fan and told her to raise her hands and not to make any sudden movements, otherwise they would shoot, and student Lin was to blame. The guards surrounded Lin Fan from all sides and will not let him out of the house, and he will appear in court and receive his punishment for the death of the boss. Ning Ge's assistant froze in place in surprise, and he does not believe that this is reality, and it seems that he is hallucinating, and Lin Fan is performing a miracle. The old doctor is shocked and he heard Mr. Kim coughing, and did he really rise from the dead, and Lin Fan helped him, and he blamed him for his death. The doctors were at a loss as to how this was possible, and no one believed in the student. But Lin Fan was able to impress the doctors, and Mr. Kim woke up from a coma. Lin Fan initially knew that his methods worked, but his friends did not believe him, and even called the guards, and they wanted to put him in jail. Assistant Ning Gi realized that it was not in vain that Master Wei Lao advised him to go to Mr. Lin Fan for help, and that he was unique and had worked miracles. Mr. Kim continued to cough, and it was difficult for him to return to the world because he had one foot in the next world. But Lin Fan saved Mr. Kim from death. The monitor showed Mr. Kim's heartbeat. His body's indicators are normal, and he doesn't remember what happened and thinks he was just sleeping there. The doctor was in complete shock and asked his colleagues how this was possible, and he had never seen anything like this in Mr. Kim's heart rate was normal again. Lin Fan thought that these people did not appreciate his care, and he no longer wanted to help Mr. Kim because all the professional doctors were there. Lin Fan told the doctor that it seemed like he didn't trust him very much, so he should forget about it and not bother him, and he immediately made a decision. Lin Fan told the doctors that Mr. Kim has nothing to do with him and there is no need to save him because they doubt him and think he is a swindler. But someone started begging Mr. Lin Fan to stay there, and he gave them hope to save his father, and no one had ever saved Mr. Lin Fan turned around and thought that you can't judge a person harshly, and he kindly came to save Mr. Kim, but everyone slandered him and scolded him. The guy told Lin Fan that the doctors had no eyes, and he begs his friend to save his father, and he will do everything he asks and believes his word. Lin Fan told people that he told them that he didn't want to help and he lost motivation, and the doctors offended him and he won't change his mind. Mr. Kim's son fell to his knees and begged the miraculous Dr. Lin Fan to save his father and his family. Jin was blind and did not notice everything. Mr. Kim's son asks Dr. Lin Fan to blame him, and he can beat him, but let him help his father and then he will carry out any order. The son lay down on the floor and told Mr. Lin Fan that he had absolutely no complaints and his father's life depended on him and he would decide his fate. Mr. Kim's son kept begging Mr. Kim to save his father, and Mr. Kim was innocent and he shouldn't have to suffer because of his family. The family members thought that Gi Shiao was forcing everyone to their knees, but now he himself is kneeling in front of Lin Fan and asking for help. Lin Fan realized that Mr. Kim's family is selfish and he is disappointed and will not change his principles, and decided not to help, and the family will learn this lesson. Lin Fan told Gi Shiao to forget about it, and now that the whole family is so impudent, he doesn't care about them and let them solve the problems themselves. Lin Fan asks Gi Shiao to stand up and doesn't want him to beg to save his father, and wants to understand what the family is willing to do to save their father. And then Dr. Liang Gudan came into the room and asked for forgiveness from the Kim family. And he was late, but he was obliged to help the Mr. and would not leave him there. Liang Gudan asked the family what happened to Mr. Kim, and he immediately came to them after learning about this tragedy and will give his best. The Kim family members were delighted and told Dr. Liang Gudan that he had finally come to their home and they had been waiting for a long time and were happy to see their friend. A member of the Kim family told Dr. Liang Gudan that the student said he knew everything and he almost killed Mr. Kim and scared the family. Dr. Liang Gudan was shocked to see Mr. Lin Fan, and he is familiar with his profession, and his friends did not lie to him when they spoke about his wonderful hands. Lin Fan looked at Dr. Liang Gudan, and he is not familiar with the doctor and does not know why he is staring at him, and maybe he recognized him therein. Dr. Liang Gudan threw down the medicine box and had to go to Mr. Lin Fan and personally say good afternoon, and he is a legend and a master. Dr. Liang Gudan shook hands with Master Lin Fan, and he has heard about him. And it is a great honor for him to meet him in person, and he is a fan of the genius. The Kim family member was amazed by Dr. Liang Gudan's words and why he respects Lin Fan so much and even calls him a teacher and master. Another family member is puzzled why Dr. Liang Gudan is losing his authority and admits Lin Fan's greatness and exaggerates his merits. Lin Fan asked the doctor who he was and if he could tell about himself, and he was interested in hearing information about the doctor and how well he was brought up. The doctor told Mr. Lin Fan that his name was Liang Gudan, and Master Wei Lao introduced them, but it seems that the Mr. does not remember, and this is already normal. Lin Fan realized that Master Wei Lao was involved in everything, and he remembers how he helped him in the casino and is indebted to the Master and respects him very much. Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves and told Dr. Liang Gudan that he understood him and would soon send his regards to Master Wei Lao, and he wanted to discuss their business. Lin Fan told Dr. Liang Gudan that now they both will save Mr. Kim and he will be on standby and if anything helps him and he trusts his friend. Dr. Liang Gudan listened to Mr. Lin Fan's words and said that he was already 100% ready and Lin could trust him with any operations. And then Lin Fan stopped and wants to clarify something. And then they can start operating Mr. Kim and Dr. Liang Gudan, their good friend. Lin Fan told Dr. Liang Gudan that their friends were bad doctors and he asked them to leave and that they would interfere with them, otherwise he would not start treatment. The doctor who criticized Lin Fan's methods asked his friends not to rush and that they were masters of their craft and that they should not be kicked out and that they would help Kim. The doctors listened to Lin Fan's words and were very nervous. And the guard wanted to quickly take the lying doctors out of the house and they were bothering Mr. Lin. In a couple of minutes, the guard kicked both doctors out of the house, and now the genius Lin Fan will not be distracted by them and will treat their mister. Lin Fan asks Kim Da-sao to tell all the other people to leave the room too. And Mr. Kim needs oxygen and no spectators are needed. Kim Da-sao agreed with Mr. Lin Fan and he will ask people not to be offended and to leave the room if they can interfere with the operation. The guards told Mr. Kim Da-sao that they understood his order and they would not disturb him, and he could call them at any time, and this was important. The guards quickly left the room and closed the door, and believed that Lin Fan will save Mr. Kim and his unique methods will help the boss. Lin Fan told his friends that they would now begin the operation, and Dr. Liang Gudan should stand nearby and be on guard and keep an eye on the boss. Lin Fan asked Dr. Liang Gudan to press 2 acupuncture points in Mr. Kim's liver area, and together they would save his life. Dr. Liang Gudan agreed with Lin Fan, and he will follow the instructions and he will gain experience from the master and dreams of becoming a doctor like him. Dr. Liang Gudan pressed the acupuncture point in Mr. Kim's liver area on Lin Fan's orders, and it looks like he's about to apply the technique. With another finger, Dr. Liang Gudan found a second point on Kim's body in the liver area, and acupuncture points are responsible for the functioning of the body. And at that very second, Lin Fan hit Mr. Kim's stomach and the waves from his blow would remove the dirt from his body and he would cleanse Mr. Kim's body. Mr. Kim started coughing and Lin Fan realized that everything was going according to plan and hoped that Dr. Liang Gudan would be very strong and would not be scared. Mr. Kim started shaking and Dr. Liang Gudan was surprised and he told Lin Fan that it didn't look very good, but he believed the master. Dr. Liang Gudan told Master Lin Fan that he could not keep his hand on the acupuncture point on Mr. Kim's body, and he was shaking. Lin Fan told Dr. Liang Gudan not to be distracted and continue pressing the acupuncture points there and trust the master, and knows all this, sir. And then black air came out of Mr. Kim's mouth, and Dr. Gudan will not give up and believes in Master Lin Fan's method and will cure Mr. Yuhu. Lin Fan stood in front of Mr. Kim and began to strike many blows to Mr. Kim's body. And he knows the important points and he needs to press on them. Mr. Kim opened his eyes and Lin Fan realized that he was absolutely right, and Mr. Kim's family should not worry about the health of the head of the family. Lin Fan told Dr. Liang Gudan that now he should let go of his hands and Mr. Kim will get rid of the disease and he promises them the result. Mr. Kim coughed a lot and broke all the equipment and Dr. Gudan doesn't understand what's going on and he's never performed such operations. Dr. Liang Gudan saw a black silhouette behind Mr. Kim and asked Master Lin Fan what it was and asked him to explain all the information. Lin Fan told Dr. Liang Gudan that it was an evil spirit that had entered Mr. Kim's body, and that was why the doctors could not figure out the cause of the illness. Lin Fan told Dr. Liang Gudan that Mr. Kim's illness was also caused by this evil spirit, and the spirit already causes various diseases. Lin Fan told Dr. Liang Gudan that now that the evil spirit had definitely dispersed, Mr. Kim should be fine, and they healed him. And at that very second, Mr. Kim began to open his eyes and stopped coughing there and felt relief in his body, and the doctors saved Mr. Kim Da-sao stood in front of his father and said that he missed him and was very glad that he woke up, and luckily they found Mr. Linfan today. Mr. Kim asked his son if it was really him, and he was also happy to see him and thought that he would never see him, and was so afraid of not saying goodbye to his family. Kim Da-sao hugged his father tightly and finally he woke up, and the whole family was not despondent, and they believed to the end that he would recover from the terrible disease. Mr. Kim wants to ask his son many questions and will be glad if he answers him. And there are so many people in the room and he respects everyone. Mr. Kim asked his son if Dr. Liang Gudan had saved him, and he always believed in him because his experience was amazing and people praised the doctor. But Dr. Liangudan told Mr. Kim that Master Lin Fan had saved him, and he was just helping him and carrying out the orders of the genius and doctor. Dr. Liangudan pointed to Lin Fan, and he is modest and does not even tell anyone that he performed a miracle and brought Mr. Kim back to this world. Mr. Kim called Master Lin Fan a benefactor, and Lin performed a feat. And Mr. Kim thought that he would not be able to survive after the illness. Mr. Kim said, "Thank you to Doctor." Lin Fan and he will never forget it, and in the future he will help him solve any problem in his life. Lin Fan agreed with Mr. Kim and asked Mr. how he felt, and he survived the operation, and Boss Kim has a steel character. Mr. Kim told Master Lin Fan that he felt much better and only had a little back pain, but he had no right to complain. Lin Fan told Mr. Kim that he had been lying down for too long and that was why his back hurt, and he should do some stretching and it would go away in a minute. Mr. Kim asks his son to bring him this, and they are obliged to say thank you for all the efforts of Master Lin Fan, and he will not forget about the exploits. The son listened to his father's request and said that he would bring it now, and his father was absolutely right, and Lin Fan did not refuse them at the most difficult moment. Mr. Kim's son handed Lin Fan the card and thought that he definitely deserved this thing more than anyone else, and they respected his friend's merits. Mr. Kim's son told Master Lin Fan that there was a billion on this special card, and they asked him to accept the card, otherwise the family would be offended. Lin Fan stood in front of Kim Dasao, and he doesn't help people because of money, and he really doesn't have any selfish goals, and he doesn't need their billion. Dr. Liangudan froze in shock and did, "Mr. Kim really want to give Master Lin Fan a billion for treatment, and this is already fantastic." Assistant Ning Gay is also amazed by Mr. Kim's gift, and he will make Lin Fan a billionaire in 1 hour, and he will not forget about these figures. But Lin Fan refused the billion and told Mr. Kim that there was no need for it, and he helped for free, and he did not want to take a billion for it. Lin Fan told Mr. Kim that money was useless to him and he would only accept medicinal herbs, jade, or all magical things from him. Mr. Kim realized that he could offer something to Lin Fan if their friend was interested in such things and was willing to give him anything. Mr. Kim told Master Lin Fan that he had previously been offered to personally participate in the auction of spiritual artifacts, but the master had fallen ill. Lin Fan heard about the auction and thought that it intrigued him and let Mr. Kim tell him all the information about the auction and find the thing. Lin Fan asked Mr. Kim that he knows the tarot auction, and he wants to understand whether it is possible to find valuable antiques for cultivation. Mr. Kim lay in front of Lin Fan and thought that he would give his friend anything, and the boss would ask his son to personally help their friend with the auction. Mr. Kim heard that the auction is organized by feng shui masters from the north, and their level is very high, and Yuan Donghong is also participating in it. Assistant Ning Gay heard the name Yuan Donghong and already understood it was him and Mr. Kim gave valuable information, and now he understood the whole point. Lin Fan asked Ninga's brother who it was, and according to legend, Yuan Donghong has supernatural powers, and Yuan drives away thunder and lightning. Ninggo's assistant said that Yuan Donghong is said to be a feng shui master on the other side of the strait, and many people respect the psychic so much. Ninggu's assistant said that Yuan Donghong changed the fate of the great Li family, and from the brink of bankruptcy, he brought them back to life and the family remembers. Lin Fan told brother Ningge that he was very interested and would find out a lot of information about Yuan Donghong, and he had not heard of this legend. Lin Fan asked Mr. Kim when the auction would be, and he would soon go to the auction and maybe there would be rare artifacts for Lin Fan. Mr. Kim told Master Lin Fan that he would find out everything when the time came, and he would immediately inform him about everything and was indebted to him. Mr. Kim told Lin Fan that today he recovered from his illness, and in honor of this there will be a banquet today at the Dynasty Hotel for all friends. But Lin Fan told Mr. Kim that he couldn't come to the banquet and he had some things to do, and he would go and do the task and thank you. Assistant Ninga told Mr. Kim that he and Dr. Liangudan also needed to go and that he could contact him if he needed anything. Mr. Kim agreed and told Ningge's assistant that he could go and that he was grateful to them for not abandoning him in his difficult moment. Lin Fan came out of Mr. Kim's house and realized that Ningge's assistant was smart, and he assessed the situation and immediately called him to help the boss. Assistant Ningge said thank you to Mr. Lin Fan, and on another day, he will personally present him with a modest offering, and Lin is the hero of the family. Lin Fan told Ningge's assistant that he didn't have to thank him and should go to Master Wei Lao since he still had so many important things to do. Assistant Ningge realized that Lin Fan was gifted by God and he was able to save the seriously ill Mr. Kim in a couple of minutes. and he does not ask for anything from. After some time, Lin Fan came home and he wants to take a break from the hustle and bustle, and today was a busy day and he saved the life of Mr. Kim in the house. Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that he came back and wanted to hug his sister and hoped that she didn't miss him too much while her brother was away on business. Lin Fan froze in place looking at Sister Xiao and thought that she was so beautiful, and his sister looked like an angel, and she surprised him and she was a miracle. Sister Xiao put on a beautiful dress and she warned brother Lin Fan that there was a party in her class and wanted to go beautifully. Xiao was happy to see her brother at home and told Lin Fan that he had returned to her happiness, and it seemed like he had finished his work early today and he was the best. Lin Fan realized that Sister Xiao had really grown up, and he remembered how he carried her in his arms, and now she makes decisions on her own, and he is proud. Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that of course he was in a hurry to see her. Didn't she want to eat what he cooked for her, and now brother would treat sister? But Sister Xiao was indignant and told her brother that he had forgotten something, and she had hinted and reminded him about it so many times, but he still forgot. Lin Fan was surprised and asked Sister Xiao that he forgot and remembered every promise and seemed to be busy with things, and she was intriguing her brother. Sister Xiao told her brother that she was going to school tonight for a party, and she told him 100 times, and did Lin Fan really forget everything? Lin Fan apologizes to Sister Xiao, and he really forgot, and he has been helping his friends for so many days, and his sister should understand their situation. Sister Xiao asked brother Lin Fan to go with her, and he will definitely not regret it there. Otherwise, brother will be left alone at home and will miss her. Lin Fan told his sister Xiao that he would go with her and protect her from all sorts of hooligans, and that with her, his brother's soul would be at peace. Sister Xiao was delighted and told Lin Fan that brother is the best, and she is happy that he always supports her and she appreciates all the care. The next day, the students went out, and today is a special day, and they will remember the holiday for the rest of their lives and have a party for the ages. The students were driving a car and everything was fine with them, and all their friends were definitely ready to have fun until the morning, and no one would stop them from spending the evening. The students drank different strong drinks and laughed, and everything is going according to plan today, and they took a cool car and will surprise all their friends soon. The student told his friend that he wanted this day to last forever, and he would not forget the times when they studied together and they were the best brothers. The student asked her brother when they would arrive at the Dynasty restaurant, and he said that they would arrive in 5 minutes, but they were still on their way. The student asked his sister if she had a friend named Xiao, and they would not rush and would pick her up on the way first, and she would also go with them. The sister told her brother that Xiao lives in the slums and why she already has to be at the party, and maybe they will leave her at home, and this is the plan. The brother told his sister that he and Xiao were still classmates, and they both had to go to the event together, and they couldn't leave their friend behind. Brother thought that Xiao is such a beautiful lady and she is like an untouched precious stone, and she personally wants to split the stone and longs for Xiao. The student stopped the car in front of Xiao's house, and he arrived there at the address, and it seems that the sister made a mistake, and Xiao is not such a poor lady. The brother asked Hui Qin if the Xiao she was talking about was already living in such a place and that this villa was worth many millions of dollars. The friend listened to the words of the student, and he was shocked by Xiao's house, and he also wants to live in such a villa and would never have thought that Xiao is rich. Heikin was surprised and told her brother that Xiao gave her this address and did not understand because there was only this villa there and the Xiao family no longer had any money. And then Lin Fan came out of the house with his sister and thought that he wanted to be close to Xiao and knew what the students were capable of at parties at night. Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that they would go to a restaurant then, and he wished her a great time since she hadn't gone out anywhere. Xiao stood next to her brother, and she is glad that Lin Fan is going to the restaurant with her, and she remembers how her brother beat up the hooligans and he is strong. Heikin told her friends that this was Xiao, and next to her was not a pitiful brother Lin Fan, and she could give them some change so that they could have enough for food. Xiao is angry at the words of the student, and why does everyone think that brother Lin Fan is pathetic, and they don't know how many millions her brother earned? Hui Qin asked Xiao and her brother how they both got there, and it was a villa, and she was 100% sure that they didn't have money for a house. Xiao told Hui Qin that this was her house, and she and her brother Lin Fan both moved there and provided her with everything, and now they live in harmony. Hui Qin told Xiao that a couple of days ago they were living in the slums, and then suddenly won the lottery and both could afford a villa. Xiao stuck her tongue out at Hui Qin and said that she didn't need the lottery, and that she had a brother, Lin Fan, and that she was lucky and that her brother was better than the lottery for her. Brother asked Hui Qin to stop arguing with Xiao, and they are all going to the party and there is no need to heat up the situation, and brother does not want problems. The disciple asks for forgiveness, and he is Yin Hui-chin's brother, and asked his friend Lin Fan if he and Xiao to really live in such an expensive villa. Lin Fan listened, and brother Yin Hui-chin said that this villa of theirs is worth tens of millions. And he really envies him, and Lin Fan is so cool. Brother Yin Hui-chin told Lin Fan that they were going to a hotel and where their car was, and it seemed like they could afford a villa, but not a car. Lin Fan asked Yin Hui-chin's brother if he was really saying that he envied him, and that he didn't have a car, and that he was very bored driving sports cars. Lin Fan asked Yin Hui-gen's brother if there were no empty seats in their car, and he thought that they would all go to the hotel in one car. Yin Hui-chin started to get angry and asked Lin Fan if he couldn't see that she was sitting there, and she was sure that brother Xiao was blatantly lying to them. Yin Kai-kian told Lin Fan that she didn't think that her brother and Xiao were living in a villa, and that they both wanted to show off to rich people. Lin Fan asked the students if they behaved like this. Could they go to the hotel and they were bothering themselves and he had nothing to do with it? Yin Hui-chin was furious, and she wants to reveal Lin Fan's secret, and she will prove that he is a poor man, but acts like a rich man and pisses off her friends. Brother asks Yin Hui-chin not to cause trouble and let Lin Fan and Xiao to get into the car, and they will go to the hotel and have fun together. Lin Fan got into the car with his sister and realized that he had to teach Yin Hui-chin manners, and she didn't respect others at all, and it was annoying. The students were driving along the road, and Lin Fan realized that he was absolutely right. And all her friends were jealous of Xiao and did not want to acknowledge her success in life. After some time, the students arrived at the Dynasty Hotel and hoped that all their friends have already arrived at the hotel and they don't like it when people are late. Brother Yin Hui-chin got out of the car and thought that his sister was reacting so sharply to Xiaodi, and he had to calm her down because they were friends. The students looked great, and Lin Fan realized that today, all the students would have a great time. And Sister Xiao had not gone to a party for a long time. Lin Fan realized that the Dynasty Hotel looked incredible, and why he didn't know about such a beautiful place before and never visited hotels. The security guard at the entrance of the hotel asks Mr. Chen Daiwu to come in, and his friends are waiting for him, and he wishes them a great time, and he will do everything. Chen Daiwu exchanged glances with the guard and gave him a hint, and it was not for nothing that he took Lin Fan and Sister Shield with him, and he wants to take revenge on them for deceiving him. And at that very moment, suddenly a guard blocked the way of Lin Fan and his sister Xiao and asked them not to hurry, and he had to say an important word. The guard told Lin Fan that they were an elite hotel and asked to show his passport, and he would find out the guest details and then be able to let him into the hotel. Lin Fan pointed his finger and told the guard that they came with Chen Daiwu and his sister Yin Hui-chin, and their friends were having a party there. The guard smiled and thought it was funny, and he wouldn't let Lin Fan into their hotel because Mr. Chen Daiwu had given him a hint, and he wouldn't disappoint. The guard told Lin Fan that he understood who he was, and the guest, Master Chen Daiwu's disciple, and if so, he could go into the hotel with his sister, and that was true. Lin Fan was indignant and realized that Chen Daiwu wanted to set him up and humiliate him in front of Xiao and who he thinks he is, and he immediately wants to beat him up. Lin Fan realized that Chen Daiwu was making him feel ashamed, and if today wasn't an important day for Xiao, he would have punished him for his sins. After a while, all the friends entered the hotel, and Chen Daiwu knows that Xiao and Lin Fan will never reach his level and are respected among people. Lin Fan took Sister Xiao's hand, and he won't let Chen Daiwu bully her, and he will regret it if he wants to harm them. And at that moment, suddenly Lin Fan noticed a familiar silhouette, and he didn't think that today in the hotel, he would be able to see her and what she forgot there. Lin Fan saw Ji Xiao, and why did she come to the Dynasty Hotel and did not warn him about it, and the cute one did not notice him and passed by? Xiao asked her brother why he was fooling around, and they should go quickly, otherwise they would fall behind their friends and miss the important events at the hotel. Lin Fan agreed with Sister Xiao and noticed Ji Xiao walking there with two people, and he was worried and had to find out the truth. The students stood at the entrance to the luxurious VIP area, and Lin Fan decided that all these students were spoiled children whose parents gave them money. Chen Daiwu stood next to Lin Fan and said that they had come, and now they would sing and dance until the morning and hoped that no one would interfere. Chen Daiwu opened the door, and he doesn't want to let his friends down, and he will always come to events and let Lin Fan know who he is today. Chen Daiwu apologizes to his friends and said that they were all a little late, and he didn't want to keep them waiting and appreciated that they came. A friend raised a glass to Chen Daiwu's brother and said that they had been waiting for too long and thought that he had abandoned them and would not come to the party. But they were clearly mistaken. Friends asked Chen Daiwu to sit down and they made room for him. and his best friends believed that he would come, and he had no doubt that he would keep his word. The student called Xiao and asked to come to her, and they both will sit together, and she is glad that Xiao recovered from her illness. And it is so cool. Xiao listened to her friend's words and realized that it was Jiao, and she was waiting for her and would support her in any situation, and she was lucky that she had her sweet Jiao. Xiao sat on the chair and wants to discuss many things with Jiao, and they have not communicated for a long time and no one can compare with her. And Jiao is the kindest. Jiao asked Xiao next to her because her brother and Lin Fan are handsome, and she didn't think that her brother looks like a supermodel, and she was so lucky. Lin Fan said thank you to Jiao for the compliment, and no one has ever called him handsome, and he is pleased to hear such words from his sister's friends. Xiao laughed, and she likes Jiao's character, and she is an optimist and is no longer discouraged in life and motivates her to new feats, and she appreciates Jiao's. Yin Huiqin felt sick of Jiao's kindness and asked, "What is the use of beauty if it does not bring money, and Lin Fan is a useless guy?" Chen Daiwu told sister Yin Huiqin to watch her language, and her brother does not want her to insult friends and let her sit quietly and without anger. Ji Xiao listened to brother Chen Daiwu's words and why he was protecting Lin Fan and Xiao, and they didn't deserve it, and the poor should go. Chen Daiwu stood up and asked his friends to pay attention to him, and he wanted to tell his colleagues something important because he trusted them all. Chen Daiwu told his friends that he would raise a toast to all his friends, and he wanted to thank them all for taking care of his sister Yin Huiqin. The friends are delighted and drink to the health of Chen Daiwu, and he arranged a celebration for their friends, and they will never forget the kindness of their colleague Chen. Lin Fan smiled and thought that Chen Daiwu and his friends were funny, and they supported the boss in everything and indulged the boss's every opinion. Chen Daiwu was surprised and asked Lin Fan why he was laughing, because he had given a good speech and he was making fun of him and it made him so angry. Lin Fan asks his friends to continue talking, and he couldn't help but laugh and didn't want to offend them, and realized how much all friends value each other. And then Xiaodi told her brother Lin Fan that she doesn't know how to drink and asks him to help her, and she feels awkward because her brother always helped her in the house, and these are facts. Yin Huiqin was angry and asked Xiao what she meant and whether she really wanted to embarrass herself, and they needed to pay attention to table etiquette. Xiao yelled at Yin Huiqin, and she still hasn't said that she won't drink. And why is she jumping to conclusions early and making her nervous, and it's nothing? Chen Daiwu said that although it was wine, it was actually just a regular drink and there was no alcohol in it. So Xiaodi didn't have to worry about it. Lin Fan told sister Xiao that it was okay and she could drink it, and brother checked her drink, and Chen Daiwu respects and values everyone so much. Xiao sits next to her brother and looks at the drink and realizes that she trusts Lin Fan, and he checks her drink and she is no longer afraid. And at that very moment, Xiao's drink changed color, and Lin Fan would never let his sister suffer, and it was not in vain that he came to the hotel with her. Lin Fan found out that Chen Daiwu was really up to something and that there was a substance in his sister Xiao's wine, and he knew from the beginning that Chen was a scoundrel. Lin Fan realized that it seemed like the classmates' party wasn't that simple, and fortunately he didn't let Xiao go alone, and knew there was a catch to the party. But substances and medicines do not work on Lin Fan, and let Chen Daiwu wait. And soon he will teach him a lesson for this vile act and punish him. Lin Fan started drinking the drink and thought that he would surprise Chen Daiwu. And in vain he hoped for success and wanted to poison his friends, and he would go through hell. Sister Xiao also drank the drink, and she imitates her brother in everything, and he allowed her to drink the drink, and she has nothing to be afraid of because he is nearby. Chen Daiwu is delighted and realized that his plan worked, and Xiao drank his special drink, and now brother Lin Fan will not be able to help his sister. Chen Daiwu smiled evilly and thought that he was a genius, and no one knew what he was up to, and blindly believed that he cared about his friends and valued everyone. At this time, people's voices can be heard outside the restaurant, and they believe in brother Chen Daiwu, and he will never let them down and promised to bring everyone. The hooligans said that brother Chen Daiwu is their lucky star, and without his guidance they would not have succeeded, and Chen motivates the brothers. The hooligans said that there were about 10 ladies in the restaurant, and they were all very beautiful, and they were lucky, and they could all choose any of the ladies. The bully said that he especially likes Xiao, and it would be great if he made her his lady, and soon he will marry this ladies. The hooligans agreed with their brother, but let him not hope. And Xiao really likes Chen Daiwu's brother, and he will not give the beauty Xiao to anyone. At this time, in the room, Chen Daiwu invited his friends to continue drinking, and he appreciated their care and respected them, and he brought delicious wine. Friends told Chen Daiwu's brother that they could not drink anymore, and they drank so much for his health, and now his brother will never get sick. Lin Fan asked Sister Xiao to pretend that they both got drunk and fell asleep, and he had a plan and he would explain everything later and let her believe him. Xiao agrees with her brother, and Lin Fan realizes that they are in danger and wants to save them, and she will carry out all his orders and help her brother. Then Lin Fan told his brother Chen Daiwu that he seemed to be drunk and really appreciated Chen Daiwu's concern. Peony brought drinks for his friends and treated them. Xiao told brother Lin Fan that she had drunk too much and could no longer sit up straight on her chair and wanted to take a break from all the work with him. And at that very moment, Lin Fan and Sister Xiao fell face down on the table, and they pretended to fall asleep and wanted to catch the scoundrel Chen Daiwu off guard. Chen Daiwu was pleased, and in vain, Lin Fan and Xiao trusted him, and he is not so simple and will never think about the health of his pathetic friends. Yin Kai-Qian told brother Chen Daiwu that this was the last time she would help him do such things, and she did not approve of her brother's methods. Chen Daiwu asks sister Yin Hui Qin to calm down and not scold him, and brother knows what he is doing, and came up with a brilliant plan and will take Xiao. Chen Daiwu told Yin Hui Qin's sister that after the plan, he would give a prize and the sister deserved everything and played along with him perfectly and convinced their friends. Yin Hui Qin is delighted and told brother Chen Daiwu thank you, and the prize will calm her down, and now she approves of his deeds and he himself must decide. Chen Daiwu gave the command and told his colleagues that they could come to them, and all his friends were fast asleep and would not resist, and brother Chen was smart. The hooligans opened the door and entered the room and realized that their brother Chen Daiwu's methods were unmatched, and he was giving results and making people happy. The bully told brother Chen Daiwu that he made them wait, and they almost fell asleep there and thought that the plan had failed and wanted to go home. Chen Daiwu pointed to the ladies and asked the brothers to look at these goods, and he always gives them the best ladies and guarantees the quality mark, and this is a fact. Chen Daiwu told his colleagues that all the ladies were drunk and would not wake up, and he had carefully thought out all the actions and they would not run away or understand. Chen Daiwu told his colleagues that it was time to start the fun, and he held himself back for a long time and let them choose any ladies, and he tried for them. Chen Daiwu was happy and looked at Xiao intently. And now she won't go anywhere, and her weak brother Lin Fan won't save her, and he will get his right away. Chen Daiwu began to reach out his hand to Xiao and said that he would take care of her, and that she was a valuable commodity and he could not let such an angel go. Chen Daiwu kept reaching his hands toward Xiao, and she is a fragile and gentle lady, and he wants his wife to be like that too. And this is the goals. But suddenly at this moment, Lin Fan tightly grabbed Chen Daiwu's hand and would not let go until the scoundrel was punished for his dirty deeds. Chen Daiwu was shocked by Lin Fan's capture. And why did he wake up so early after drinking a lot of liters, and it seems his body is not like everyone else's? Linfan asked Chen Daiwu if he shouldn't ask his permission first before touching his sister, and what he was planning. Linfan told Chen Daiwu that he knew he wasn't that good, but he couldn't believe that he would take such a mean step, and it was disgusting. Chen Daiwu was shocked and asked Linfan why he was okay, and didn't he faint? And besides, brother Xiao was full of strength and energy. Chen Daiwu said that it was impossible, and he saw Lin Fan drink so many liters of wine with his special recipe, and his brother had to sleep there. And at that very moment, Xiao jumped up from her seat and told Chen Daiwu that he was really terrible and she couldn't understand that he wanted to harm them. Xiao told Chen Daiwu that she thought they were good friends, but now she realized the truth and they betrayed her, and she will never forgive the bastard. Xiao told Yin Hui Qin that she was wrong about them and her brother Chen Daiwu was evil, and she helped him. And they took such a sin on their souls today. Yin Hui Qin is speechless and can't explain why she and her brother Chen Daiwu wanted to frame Xiao, and she is confused about everything. Chen Daiwu abruptly pulled his hand away and told Lin Fan that he had underestimated him and thought that he was just a weakling who couldn't stop him there. Chen Daiwu asked Lin Fan, even if he knew the truth, what a weakling could do to them. And Chen Daiwu is too respected and rich in their city. Chen Daiwu told Lin Fan that since he was not unconscious, he would mock his sister Xiao right in front of him, and it would bring him joy. Chen Daiwu told Lin Fan that he really wanted to see the expression on his face when he was helpless and his sister was begging for help. Lin Fan told Chen Daiwu that he doesn't know what his expression will be and knows Chen's face when death seems like the best outcome. Chen Daiwu told Lin Fan to show his full potential and talents and what he is capable of and let him try to send him to the grave in battle. Chen Daiwu ordered the hooligans to attack Lin Fan, and he irritates them and does not allow them to take Xiao, and they will punish him severely, and this will be a lesson. Lin Fan asks Sister Xiao to close her eyes, and now it will be a little scary, and her brother wants to teach her the manners of hooligans and beat her up hard. Xiao had quickly closed her eyes and she believes her brother and Lin Fan will soon defeat everyone and make them beg for mercy because her brother is a fighting champion. The hooligans wanted to unleash all their furious attacks on Lin Fan, and he will not survive today, and he contradicted his brother Chen Daiwu in vain, and this is his mistake. Lin Fan stood firmly on his feet and waited for the villains to come closer so that they would not be able to dodge his blow and he would injure the hooligans. Lin Fan told the hooligans that it was very presumptuous to think that they would punish him. And he knew many who wanted to punish him, but then cried. The bully told Lin Fan that he was not afraid of the weakling, and that he had no need to scare them like that, and that they were absolutely sure that he had no punching power in his hands. And at that very moment, Lin Fan dealt a powerful blow to the bully's face, and the enemies realized that they were mistaken and that Lin Fan had power in his hands and felt everything there. Lin Fan never stopped striking hundreds of bullies, and no one can hide from him when he is angry, and the bullies themselves angered the monster. Lin Fan continued to attack the enemies, and he wants each of the hooligans to feel all the pain, and he will avenge all the lovely ladies. The hooligans were thrown back a couple of meters by Lin Fan's blows, and they couldn't do anything, and Lin Fan was on a different level, and he injured everyone. The bully collapsed on the floor next to the boss, and Chen Daiyu was horrified, and no one had been able to beat up his brother so easily before, and it was scary. Chen Daiwu asked Lin Fan who he is and where he got his fighting skills, and he fights like a world champion and didn't give his brothers a chance, and it's shocking. And at that very moment, Chen Daiwu froze in place and felt pain in his body, and he did not notice how Lin Fan managed to approach him and deliver his blow. Lin Fan hit Chen Daiwu's most vulnerable spot and knew that it hurt, and he hit there on purpose and wanted to punish Chen. Chen Daiwu screamed throughout the room, and why did Lin Fan hit him in this place, and it was unfair. And he would soon take revenge on Lin Fan for the vile blow. Chen Daiwu was lying on the floor and asked Lin Fan how he dared to hit him. And didn't he know who his family was, and they would quickly teach him manners. Lin Fan stepped on Chen Daiwu's head and thought that he was an idiot, and didn't care who his family was, and he threatened his sister, and this was a death sentence. Lin Fan asked Chen Daiwu if he didn't like to bully ladies, and then he would make him a lady, and he would experience the torment himself. Chen Daiwu told Lin Fan that he would not let him go and he would catch him soon and beat him until the idiot passed out from the pain. Lin Fan learned from Chen Daiwu that his father is Chen Deming, and he thought about it after hearing the name of the villain's father, and it seems like he wants to protect himself with his father. But Lin Fan asks for forgiveness from Chen Daiwu, but he doesn't know Chen Deming, and this name doesn't mean anything to him, and he won't change his decision there. And at that moment, Lin Fan stepped with all his might on Chen Daiwu's weak spot, and now he will find out how the scoundrel will mock the ladies. Chen Daiwu screamed in pain and Lin Fan hurt his vulnerable spot. And what should he do now? And he wants to go to the hospital quickly, and this is a shock. Chen Daiwu fell to the floor and lost consciousness from the pain, and remembered Lin Fan forever, and in the future he will catch him and do the same to him. Lin Fan asked Yin Hui-chin what to do with her, and she brazenly lied to her friends and helped her brother with his vile deeds, and it's terrible. Yin Hui-chin was afraid and asked Lin Fan to wait a minute, and Chen Daiwu forced her, and it was all her brother's fault, and she wishes everyone well. Yin Kai-chin asked Lin Fan to let her be his sister, and he can do whatever he wants with her, and she will not mind, and promises her brother. Lin Fan told Yin Hui-chin that she was young and ruthless, and had a limitless future ahead of her. But she had no conscience and no honor for her friend. Lin Fan is a pity, and if he was a villain, he would have already taken Yin Hui-chin with him and made her feel all the pain that her friends felt. Lin Fan hit Yin Hui-chin in the neck, and he doesn't want to hurt her, and he has his own principles, and he doesn't hurt ladies, and that's important. Yin Hui-chin fell to the floor and lost consciousness, and Lin Fan decided that he had to clear this place of the villains, and they were harming ordinary people. Lin Fan took out his phone and wanted to contact his friend, and he was always for his thoughts. And his brother said that he was ready to help his friend in any situation. Lin Fan called Ning Gei's assistant and said he was at the Dynasty Hotel and asked his brother to come there and clear up an important issue with his friend. Ning Gu's assistant confirmed the location and address of the Dynasty Hotel and told Mr. Lin Fan that he would come to him soon and asked him not to be nervous. Lin Fan told Xiaode that they should go and Ning Gei's brother would handle this situation, and his sister was not guilty of anything and he would protect her. Sister Xiaode asked brother Lin Fan why friends were so bad, and she treated them as best friends, but they were cruel bastards. Lin Fan took Sister Xiaode's hand and realized that he had to explain to his sister how the world works, and that it was impossible to believe that all people are so good. Lin Fan told Xiao that she must remember that there are good and bad people, and even best friends can turn out to be maniacs. Sister Xiao listened with interest to her brother's explanations and realized that there were good and bad people in their world, and he explained about the vile world. Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that it seemed like Chen Daiwu and Yin Hui Qin were bad people by nature and couldn't be fixed, and they made him so angry. Sister Xiao said that then elder brother Lin Fan is definitely the best person in the world and he always helps good people everywhere. Lin Fan thought about Sister Xiao's words and thought that this was not the easiest question, and that in his past life, his brother had done a lot of harm. Lin Fan asked Sister Xiao if she thought he was a good person, and thought that it was a subjective opinion, and Xiao became tense. Lin Fan continued walking and realized that he had to correct many character traits, and then he could consider himself a good person in the world. Lin Fan went outside with Sister Xiao and thought that she shouldn't see such incidents and was too young for horrors. And then Lin Fan noticed Ji Xiao near the hotel and why she was ignoring him, and he couldn't understand her behavior and she confused her friend. Ji Xiao just stood next to Lin Fan and quickly started to leave from there, and it seems like she is in serious trouble and she didn't even approach him. Lin Fan can't understand the logic and what's going on with Ji Xiao, and he remembers in his past life how well she always treated him. Sister Xiao saw Lin Fan's excitement and asked brother Lin Fan what happened and let him tell her all the information and she will give him advice. But Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that everything was fine and suggested that she go home and have lunch since she was hungry after so many events. Lin Fan told Sister Xiao that he would cook her delicious dishes and she would remember the lunch from Chef Lin Fan for a long time, and he guaranteed. In a moment, Ning Gei's assistant arrived at the Dynasty Hotel and he will not let Mr. Lin Fan down and will correct the shortcomings and promise them to his friend. Assistant Ning Gei got out of the car and he knows that Mr. Lin Fan doesn't call him for nothing, and he is very interested to know what's going on. Ning Gei's assistant went to the Dynasty Hotel and told his colleague that it seemed like this place and Mr. Lin Fan didn't tell his friend about their room number. Assistant Ning Gei opened the door to the room and thought that he was used to difficult missions, and thought that this was nothing, and the room was very quiet. But at that very moment, Ning Gei's assistant suddenly froze in place and couldn't believe his eyes and what Mr. Lin Fan had done, and it was terrible. Chen Daiwu was still lying unconscious on the floor, and Ning Gei's assistant had not seen such a mess for a long time, and it seemed like they were at war in the room. Yin Hui Qin is lying unconscious on the floor, and Lin Fan hit her in the pain point and wanted to punish her for her sins. And Lin does not regret anything. Assistant Ning Gei saw the hooligans and asked all his colleagues what happened there. And it seems Lin Fan dealt with the people and Mr. knows how. A colleague told Ning Gei's brother that it looked like Chen Deming's son, and he found him unconscious on the floor, and it looked like he was seriously injured there. Assistant Ning Gei was confused and asked his friend if he was sure of his words, and if this was really Chen Deming's son and why everyone was lying on the floor. A friend told Ning Gei's brother that he couldn't be mistaken and that this was Chen Deming's son, and it looked like he had fought with someone and got hurt badly in the fight. Assistant Ning Gei realized that Mr. Lin Fan was in serious trouble this time, and that he was wrong to attack Chen Deming's son, and that he was not an easy guy. Ning Gei's assistant asks his friends to look after Chen Deming's son, and he urgently needs to contact Wei Lao and explain their entire situation. The friend agrees with Ning Gei's brother and thought that it was in vain that his friend beat up Chen Deming's son and left him lying on the floor, and he is already known to many. Assistant Ning Gei left the room and called Master Wei Lao, and he is obliged to report everything and is sure that Master Wei Lao will be surprised. Assistant Ning Gei thinks that this time Mr. Lin Fan has crossed all boundaries, and Chen Deming will find him and will obviously want to avenge his son. Master Wei Lao was drinking tea and asked Assistant Ning Gei what was going on, and if he could give advice if the assistant was confused and let him tell everything. Assistant Ning Gei told Master Wei Lao that it seems that their brother Lin Fan is in serious trouble and he beat Chen Deming's son and he caused injuries. Assistant Ning Gei told Master Wei Lao that he thought Chen Daiwu had serious injuries and needed to be rushed to the hospital and his life was on the line. Master Wei Lao was shocked by the words of Ning Gei's assistant and asked again if this was true, and it was good that he immediately informed him of the news. Master Wei Lao put the tea on the table and realized that now was not the time for them to sit and drink tea, and he had to take drastic measures. Master Wei Lao stood up and told Mr. Kim that some business had come up, and he would go first and thanked him for sitting with him and discussing everything. Mr. Kim was surprised to see Master Wei Lao's reaction, and it seems like his assistant reported something and made the master worry a lot. Mr. Kim asked Master Wei Lao what was it that made him so nervous and whether his granddaughter had run away again, and was she a rebel? Master Wei Lao told Mr. Kim that there was a friend he had recently met, and it seemed like he was having some serious problems this time. Mr. Kim asked Master Wei Lao what he was talking about, and he was very interested in finding out the information. And it seemed like it was an important matter, and everyone would help. A colleague asked Master Wei Lao what else could be called an obvious and difficult problem in front of them old men. And he thinks that Wei is lying. And then Master Wei Lao told his friends that his friend beat up Chen Deming's son, and assistant Ning Ge never lies, and Ning personally assessed everything. Master Wei Lao's friends were in complete shock. And it seems that this is true, and Master Wei Lao's friend was really unlucky, and Chen Deming is not simple. Mr. Kim is also excited by the words of Master Wei Lao and why a friend got involved with Chen Deming's son, and now his life will definitely become hell. Master Wei Lao told his friends. They seemed to understand why the master was so nervous and his friend had done a lot of bad things and he needed to save his friend. A colleague asked Master Wei Lao what the relationship was between him and his friend, and if they were not close, it was better not to take part in their quarrel. Master Wei Lao told his colleagues that he already has a fair share in this matter, and therefore he is worried about his friend's condition, and this is a shock. Master Wei Lao thought that this time he might not be able to help Lin Fan, but he would appreciate how much strength and luck he had, and Lin was going against Chen Deming. Master Wei Lao thought that Lin Fan was in conflict with Chen Deming, and even he would not dare to contradict the master because he knows his influence. And at that moment, Master Wei Lao's phone rang, and he realized that this was not a good sign, and his intuition told him that today would be a tough day for him. Master Wei Lao froze in place after finding out who was calling him, and he was 100% right, and why Lin Fan beat Chen Deming's son, and it's terrible. Master Wei Lao looked at the phone and realized that it was a call from Chen Deming, and he took up the matter and began to take drastic measures against. Master Wei Lao answered the call, and Chen Deming asked the master. He already knows what happened to his son and should be aware. Chen Deming told Master Wei Lao that he wanted a man named Lin Fan to be sunk to the bottom of the lake and entrusted everyone with the task. Chen Deming told Master Wei Lao that he wanted to warn him about something else, and he knew his methods, and the boss would not joke with anyone. Chen Deming told Master Wei Lao that he hoped that old Wei would not interfere in this matter, otherwise he would offend the boss and disappoint them. Master Wei Lao asked Mr. Chen Deming what kind of tone this is, and he wants to ask if it is too much to talk to him like this, and it is not cultural. Chen Deming told Master Wei Lao that if he interfered in this matter, he should not blame him for his actions and take serious measures for him. Mr. Chen Deming, after threatening Master Wei Lao, ended the call and thought that he knew that Master always helps his friends. Master Wei Lao was very annoyed and said that he understood Chen Deming, and he asked for it himself, and it is impossible to communicate with people and threaten. Wei Lao said, "It seems like Chen Deming thinks he can do whatever he wants. And maybe he is strong, but the master is not weak, and he will figure it out." Friends asked Master Wei Lao why he was so angry, and there was no need to go against Mr. Chen Deming, and he knew that his threats were darkness. Master Wei Lao told everyone that he would take care of this problem, and not to mention that the master could not stand it when Chen was being impudent. Colleagues told Master Wei Lao that if he decided to do this, they would not persuade him, and the two of them would leave first from there and would not interfere. All of Master Wei Lao's colleagues quickly stood up and left the room, and they don't want to become victims, and Chen Deming can ruin their lives. Master Wei Lao can't forget Chen Deming and doesn't know if he can bear the conflict with him because he has influence and can kill them. Master Wei Lao realized that it was indeed mysterious, and for the sake of student Lin Fan, he wanted to go against Chen Deming, and he hoped that he was not mistaken. At this time, Chen Deming called Chen Daiwu into the guard's office, and he wants to ask them a lot of questions and scold them for screwing up. Mr. Chen Deming told the guards that their job was to protect his son Chen Daiwu, and they couldn't even do that. And it's a shame on everyone. Chen Deming asked the guards if they were really protecting Chen Daiwu like that and couldn't defeat one impudent guy, and what kind of guards were they all? The guard told Mr. Chen Deming that Chen Daiwu had told them not to follow him and said that he had some business to do, and it was very important. Mr. Chen Deming told the guard to forget about it and better say what condition Chen Daiwu was in, and it seemed like he had received serious injuries. The guard said that Chen Daiwu had been seriously ill earlier, and his life was no longer in danger, and that the doctors had helped him and quickly brought him to his senses. But the guard said that later there might be problems with Chen Daiwu's body, and he had seriously damaged one organ, and that's true. Mr. Chen Deming stood up from his seat and thought that the main thing was that Chen Daiwu would recover, and he thought that he would not wake up after the fight, and he was not afraid. Chen Deming told the guard that at least there were special cultivation methods passed down through their family, and Chen Daiwu would recover. Chen Deming told the guard that today he wanted to see Lin Fan kneeling in front of him, and could he arrange it and please their boss. The guards told Mr. Chen Deming that they understood his order and they would bring Lin Fan to him so he could punish him for the fight in the restaurant. Mr. Chen Deming told the guards to go, and he has no more tasks for them and let them not disappoint him, and he believes in the potential of both of them. The guards quickly left the room and they better not anger the mister and he can punish them, and they better go look for Lin Fan and bring. Chen Deming thought that Chen Daiwu was a useless idiot, and if he was capable like his brother, his father wouldn't worry about him, and that's a fact. And then the elder brother Chen Daiwu came into the room and told his father that he wanted to discuss something with him, and that it was very important and that he should take the time. Chen Deming realized that Kai had come to him, and he was ready to listen and give advice to his son, and he would always live up to his expectations and not let him down. Kai asked his father if his younger brother Chen Daiyu had brought trouble upon himself and was not giving his father any peace and was always harassing him. Chen Deming told Kai that he was absolutely right, and someone dared to offend his brother Chen Daiwu and brutally beat him and left him on the floor. Kai was surprised and asked his father who dared to offend his brother, and he wants to avenge Chen Daiwu, but he must find out all the information. Chen Deming told Kai that he had sent people to sort it out, and he didn't need to worry. And he had called him for another matter, and it was important. Kai asked his father what business he was talking about, and he was ready to personally carry out the order. But let Chen Deming explain the essence of the matter to him. Chen Deming told Kai that the deal with him and Master Wei Lao's granddaughter had failed, and they had made no progress, and there were many reasons. Kai asked his father how this happened and why the family failed, because everything went according to plan, and he doesn't understand many things there. Chen Deming told Kai that the person who beat up his brother was named Lin Fan, and he humiliated Chen Daiyu in front of everyone and injured his organs there. Chen Deming said that Master Wei Lao is determined to protect Lin Fan, and he doesn't understand why Master would take such a risk, and it's absurd. Chen Daiyu is in the hospital, and their family is obliged to avenge him, and they will show everyone the potential of the Chen family, and it is not for nothing that many are afraid of them. Chen Deming told Kai that Master Wei Lao is not even afraid to go against the Chen family, and will soon be kneeling in the office to apologize. Kai said it's impossible. Master Wei Lao didn't just reach the place where he is now, and he is not ignorant, and he has intelligence. Kai told his father that knowing the influence of the Chen family, Wei Lao had already dared to fight him, and maybe there were big people behind Lin Fan protecting him. Chen Deming suddenly stood up from his seat and asked Kai if he really wanted to say that there was even someone more influential than their Chen family. But Chen Deming told Kai that his words had some sense and Wei Lao was over 70, and he wouldn't be so impulsive for no reason. Kai told his father that when he heard the name Lin Fan, he thought about his last name Lin. And it was not the first time he heard the last name, and it was interesting. Kai told his father that he had a guess and maybe he would be right, and that he needed to check the information to find answers to all the questions. Chen Deming asked Kai if he really meant to say that Lin Fan was a member of the ancient Lin martial arts family, and that it was shocking. Kai told his father that if Lin Fan belongs to this family, then Master Wei Lao will not hesitate to protect him and even go against the Chen family. But Chen Deming said that there had been no news from this ancient family of martial artists for more than 10 years and forgot about them. Kai asks his father to give him this matter, and he himself will soon find out all the information about Lin Fan and cruelly avenge his brother Chen Daiwu. Chen Deming told Kai that even if Lin Fan was a descendant of Lin, it didn't mean anything, and he, Chen Deming, would not allow them to be brazenly insulted. Kai told his father that he had already reached the level of the pinnacle of Neijing, and his master said that he was a martial arts genius. Such a thing only happens once in 1,000 years. Kai told his father that if nothing happens in 3 years, he will definitely be able to achieve legendary Ki cultivation, and no one will interfere. Chen Deming told Kai that it was not bad, and if he reached the level of Ki cultivation, their Chen family would already be the first in this place. Mr. Chen Deming patted Kai son on the shoulder, and he hopes for him, and knows that he has potential and talents, and Kai is unique. Chen Deming asks Kai to handle the affairs of Chen Daiwu's brother, and only how can he entrust such a task and trust him more than anyone? Kai listened, and his father asked to find out, and if Lin Fan does not have such a past, then immediately bring him to him, and he will personally punish him there. Chen Deming told Kai that he wants Lin Fan to die right in front of his brother Chen Daiwu, and they will avenge him, and that is their goal. Kai agreed with his father and guaranteed that he would complete the task, and he would bring the impudent Lin Fan to the head of the Chen family. and they would punish him soon. Chen Deming told Kai that he was leaving this matter in his hands and had no doubt that his son would succeed. He was an unusual fighter in the family. Kai left the room, and he is interested to know all the information about Lin Fan and where this person came from, and interferes with the family's affairs. Kai has forever remembered the name Lin Fan, and even Master Wei Lao already wants to go against their family to protect Lin Fan, and this is intriguing. Kai is really very interested to know who Lin Fan is, and why there are so many rumors around his person, and whether he will be able to defeat the impudent guy in their fight. At night, Lin Fan returned home and realized that the most important thing for him was to protect his sister Xiao, and he would punish anyone who threatened his sister. Sister Xiao was fast asleep and Lin Fan could do some work and she wouldn't worry about him because she always waits for him at home and is afraid. Lin Fan checks Sister Xiao's condition and now he is calm and not nervous, and Sister is tired today and she was stressed by Chen Dayu. And then, someone called Lin Fan and he was surprised who was calling at night, and he warned all his friends that he was sleeping at night, but it seemed important. Lin Fan looked at the phone. And why is Master Wei Lao calling him and he doesn't call every day? And it seems like it's serious and he has to find out everything. Lin Fan asked Master Wei Lao what happened, and he didn't call him at night and let him tell all the information, and Lin wants to know the threats. Master Wei Lao asked Lin Fan if he was free, and he wanted to discuss important details with him today, and they were obliged to meet at his house. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he was free, and Master would send a car for him and let him be ready, and it was not in vain that he contacted him. After a while, Ning Gei's assistant stopped the car in front of Lin Fan's house, and Master Wei Lao asked to pick him up, and the master had some business. Lin Fan noticed that Ning Gei's assistant was a punctual person, and his brother always arrived on time, and he was glad that he had a friend like Ning. Assistant Ning Gei asks Mr. Lin Fan to get in the car, and they will go from there, and Master Wei Lao has business with him, and they will solve the matter. Lin Fan agreed with Ning Gei's assistant and sees his friend's worries, and it seems like he disturbed someone, and Master Wei Lao wants to help his friend. Ning Gu's assistant told Mr. Lin Fan that he was in serious trouble this time and that he had disturbed the peace of influential people. Ning Gu's assistant told Mr. Lin Fan that he had disturbed Chen Deming and that he was not worth messing with, and that he was a vile person, and that was a fact. But Lin Fan is extremely calm and asked Ning Gei's assistant what's wrong with that, and he attracted Chen Deming's attention, and it's not a problem. Lin Fan told Ning Gei's assistant, especially since he himself had caused such a showdown, and it was his fault, and Master Wei Lao clearly had nothing to worry about. Assistant Ning Gei is surprised by Mr. Lin Fan's reaction and said that he is too optimistic and does not understand how dangerous Deming is. Assistant Ning Ge sighed and hoped that Mr. Lin Fan knew what he was doing and could resolve the conflict with Chen Deming, and he would support him. After some time, Ning Gei's assistant brought Mr. Lin Fan to Wei Lao's house, and the two of them want to discuss important aspects and take measures. Lin Fan got out of the car and thought that his friends were nervous for nothing, and they did not know the limits of his potential, and he would put anyone in their place. Assistant Ning Gei asks Mr. Lin Fan to go to Master Wei Lao's house without him, and he still has important things to do, and he will go and solve everything. Lin Fan said thank you to brother Ning Gei for bringing him, and he will be in touch, and Assistant Ning can contact him at any time. At this time, Master Wei Lao was sitting in the room and thought that now they cannot let down their guard, and Chen Deming might attack them. Master Wei Lao decided that he and Lin Fan needed to discuss in detail what they would do, and believed in the students' intelligence, and they would come up with a plan. Lin Fan walked into the room and thought that the Chen family deserved such a punishment, and Chen Dayu did dirty deeds and ruined their lives. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he had come, and now no one would stop them from coming up with a plan, and he asked his friend not to be nervous today. Master Wei Lao asks Lin Fan to sit down, and he wants to tell him some important information so that he will understand how seriously he offended someone. Master Wei Lao asked Lin Fan if he knew who he had offended and if it was not an ordinary person, and that was why Ning Gei's assistant was so worried about him. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao, it seems he offended the one with whom no one wants to mess and is afraid of his wrath, and legends are made about the boss. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that he had hurt Mr. Chen Deming, and he is the biggest business magnate in Shanghai, and many people are afraid of him. Master Wei Lao said that 1/5 of the economic activity in the city is under the control of the Chen family, and they control everything. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that Mr. Chen Deming is so cool, and he didn't know that he had such a big influence in the city, and it's funny. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that this is all nonsense and the most important thing is the legacy of the Chen family and the elders, and does Lin Fan know the history? Lin Fan is very interested and asked Master Wei Lao to tell him the whole story so that he can learn important information and not make a mistake. Master Wei Lao said the founder of the Chen family fought in a war 70 years ago, and during this time they continued to improve their power. Lin Fan asked Master Wei Lao what he wanted to tell him, and Wei Lao said that it was just participation, but war means something, and that is a fact. Master Wei Lao said that since then the Chen family has been cultivating qi, and Lin Fan seems to be just practicing kung fu now, and does he know what he is getting at? Lin Fan thought that if he told Master Wei Lao that he was immortal, he would faint from fear on the spot and would not reveal the secret. Master Wei Lao said that over 70 years, the Chen family has gained experience in cultivating qi, and Chen Deming himself is a master of internal power. Lin Fan asked Master Wei Lao if he was talking about qi development, and it was a little interesting, and he realized what the Chen family was like and they were cool. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that he was speaking with disdain, and it was a little interesting to them whether the student knew what qi development meant. Master Wei Lao said that normal weapons are useless against such fighters, and they can kill anyone they want at any time and are very dangerous. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he agreed with him, and he was 100% right, and fighters with the level of qi development can kill in a second. Lin Fan looked at the broken glass in Master Wei Lao's hand, and why was he so worried? And it was not a problem for him to defeat such qi fighters. Master Wei Lao asked Lin Fan if he was sure, and if he now understood the danger of the Chen family, and if they could already kill any opponent. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he was absolutely sure, and there was no need to be nervous, and that this would lead to various illnesses and that he should take care of himself. Master Wei Lao thought that Lin Fan was extremely calm, and it seemed that he still did not understand what to expect from the Chen family and why he was not worried. Master Wei Lao suddenly stood up from his seat and asked Lin Fan if he even understood what he meant, and to whom he told the whole story of their family. Lin Fan extended his hand to Master Wei Lao and asked if Master had a weapon, and he wanted to tell him something important and let him calm down a little. Master Wei Lao was surprised and asked Lin Fan if he was really asking him for a weapon, and he didn't know that his friend was so brave and wanted to attack with a weapon. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he understood correctly, and he asked him to lend him a weapon, and he will explain the important nuances, and he will understand everything. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that he had a weapon, and already took something out of his sleeve and thought that Lin Fan must be ready to defend himself. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that any weapon was useless against qi fighters, not to mention this thing he was holding in his hands. And at that moment, Master Wei Lao froze in place and did not understand how this was possible. And Lin Fan surprised him, and he is a very nimble and sharp guy. Master Wei Lao noticed that the weapon had disappeared from his hands, and Lin Fan was clearly involved in this and why the student was brazenly taking his things without asking. Lin Fan held the weapon in his hands and told Master Wei Lao that it was so cool and a real weapon, and even masters think about their defense. Master Wei Lao was confused and asked Lin Fan what he was doing and that it was not a toy in his hands, and that he should return the weapon and not play with it. Lin Fan asks Master Wei Lao not to worry, and the student knows what he is doing, and he is not crazy, and let him trust him, and he will not let him down. And at that very second, suddenly Lin Fan pointed the gun at himself and wanted Master Wei Lao to watch closely and prepare a surprise. Master Wei Lao was horrified and asked Lin Fan what he was doing and told him to stop and that it was dangerous and he could die, and why did he show it? But Lin Fan didn't want to listen to Master Wei Lao's words and took the weapon off safety. And now he will show a master class and amaze his friend. And at that very moment, a shot rang out in the room, and Master Wei Lao never expected that Lin Fan was so afraid of Chen Deming and wanted to die there. Master Wei Lao closed his eyes, and he doesn't want to look at Lin Fan's body and why he injured himself and what he was thinking, and it is he who is to blame for the tragedy. But Lin Fan managed to catch the bullet with his hand and immediately showed incredible reflexes, and he had no doubt in his skills, and he hit the master. Master Wei Lao is completely shocked by Lin Fan's actions, and it seems he is hallucinating and does not believe that the student could do this, and he is cool. Lin Fan continued to silently look at Master Wei Lao, and he knows that until this moment, Master did not believe that he would defeat the Chen Deming family. Master Wei Lao is amazed, and did Lin Fan really catch the bullet with his hand? And is he not a man but a monster? And what kind of reflexes does Lin have? And is this a miracle? Lin Fan put the weapon on the table and asked Master Wei Lao if he saw his skills, and Master doesn't need to worry about him, and he is so strong. But Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that there was still one matter, and he could help resolve the situation and trusted Master the most. Master Wei Lao asked Lin Fan what the matter was, and he listened to him with interest, and it seemed like the student was serious and would solve the whole problem. Master Wei Lao doesn't know who this student is, and only a strong Qi practitioner can ignore weapons. And is it possible that Lin Fan is such a fighter? Master Wei Lao realized that Lin Fan was indeed a descendant of the Lin clan, and he did not think that he would accidentally run into a student in a casino, and that it was luck. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he had a younger sister and he couldn't provide her protection. But Master was able to protect Xiao. Master Wei Lao asked Lin Fan if he was saying that his strength was not good enough, and he did not understand the student's logic, and this was absurd. Master Wei Lao knew from the beginning that Lin Fan had talent, but he didn't expect that he was an energy master and that he would protect his sister Xiao. Lin Fan said a huge thank you to Master Wei Lao, and he believes that his teacher will not let anyone hurt his sister, and his strength is on another level and he is cool. But at that moment, a lady came into the room, and the granddaughter told Grandfather Wei Lao that she was so angry and wanted to express her opinion and let him understand her. Lin Fan noticed Master Wei Lao's granddaughter and realized that her character was different and didn't know that the master had such a cheeky granddaughter. Wei Ling told Grandpa Wei Lao that he had to explain everything to her, and she wanted to find out all the information, and then she would leave him alone immediately. And then Wei Ling noticed that her grandfather had guests and she didn't know about it, and didn't want to yell at the master in front of his friends and asks for forgiveness. Master Wei Lao slammed his hand on the table and asked his granddaughter Wei Ling there not to test his patience and stop behaving like that in front of her friend. Wei Ling asked her grandfather how she knew that they had guests at home, and her grandfather didn't warn her, and it wasn't her fault, and let her grandfather not scare her there. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that it was his granddaughter Wei Ling, and she did not want to disturb them and simply did not know that guests had already arrived at the house. Lin Fan listened to Master Wei Lao's words and thought that he had a cheeky granddaughter, and he would tell Wei Ling about her behavior to her face, and this was important. Lin Fan told Wei Lin that frivolity is a good quality and she has mastered it perfectly, and he understood her character in a minute in the house. Wei Ling became nervous and asked Lin Fan what he said, and who teaches her about life and criticizes her character and does not want to listen to complaints. Wei Ling is furious and asked Lin Fan where his manners are, and he is annoying her, and what right does he have to behave in their house, and can they kick him out? But at that very moment, Master Wei Lao hit Wei Ling's granddaughter on the head and asked how she dared to talk to a guest like that, and how uncultured it was. Wei Ling was completely shocked and asked her grandfather what he was doing, and Lin Fan had no right to criticize her, and why her grandfather punished her for her words to a friend. Lin Fan smiled and told Master Wei Lao that his granddaughter Wei Ling is interesting, and she is an incredible lady, and amazed the guest with one word. Master Wei Lao listened to Lin Fan's words and asks for forgiveness, and it is all his fault, and he spoiled his granddaughter Wei Ling and does not know how to fight. Master Wei Lao told his granddaughter Wei Ling that he had some business to attend to and would discuss everything with her later, and asked Wei to leave the room and not disturb them. But Wei Ling told her grandfather that he had to explain everything today, and she didn't understand why he arranged a blind date for her, and it was stupid. Master Wei Lao continued to be angry and told Wei Ling that he had once explained to her that they would discuss all matters later and that she should not ask. Wei Ling was indignant, and why does grandfather influence her personal life, and he cares? And she will ask him many questions and let grandfather answer her. And at that moment, someone called Lin Fan, and he knows that now he has enemies and he doesn't want to answer to just anyone, and these are principles. Lin Fan took out his phone and thought that Master Wei Lao was right about everything, and together they would punish the Chen family for their impudence and all their sins. Lin Fan noticed that someone was calling him from an unknown number, and he did not answer such calls, and his enemies would not be able to catch him off guard. And at that very moment, Lin Fan rejected the call, and now he has an important conversation with Master Wei Lao, and no one has the right to interfere and call. Kaier wanted to personally communicate with Lin Fan and thought that he would gladly accept his offer, and they would discuss important points in their case. But Kaier was surprised, and did Lin Fan really drop his call, and he would call him back, and then the student would definitely answer the call, and this is so important. Lin Fan noticed that this man was calling him again. And why didn't they understand that he was busy, and why were they disturbing his peace? And this was making him angry. Lin Fan answered the stranger's call and asked who it was and why they didn't realize the first time that he didn't want to talk and was so busy. The stranger asked this to Lin Fan, and his name is Chen Kai-er, and he wants to discuss important aspects with him, and he is obliged to listen to his opinion. Lin Fan heard the name Chen Kai-er, and understood what was going on, and Master Wei Lao was 100% right, and he understood many of the Chen family's plans. Lin Fan looked at Master Wei Lao's granddaughter, and it seems that Wei Ling is involved in this, and he wants to protect her from the Chen family, and they are vile people. Wei Ling stood next to Lin Fan and wanted him to leave their house quickly so that she could discuss why her grandfather didn't warn his granddaughter. Lin Fan turned on the speakerphone and wants Master Wei Lao and his granddaughter, Wei Ling, to hear his conversation with Chen Kai. And this is interesting. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai what he needed and let him express his demands if he was dissatisfied with him, and he wanted to resolve the conflict quickly. Chen Kai told Lin Fan that he already needed to talk to him about something and hoped that Lin Fan would not mind and would not end the call with words. Chen Kai asked Lin Fan how he dared to beat his brother, and Wei Ling recognized the voice of the interlocutor, and she would not confuse Chen Kai with anyone else. Wei Ling went to Lin Fan's phone and she asked Chen Kai if it was him, and she wanted to hear his voice and if he knew a friend. Chen Kai was surprised to hear Wei Ling's voice and why Wei Ling was there next to Lin Fan, and he didn't know that they both knew each other, and it was so strange. Chen Kai is annoyed. And why are Wei Ling and Lin Fan together, and they are so annoying to him, and soon he will find out the truth and punish Wei Ling for this impudence. Lin Fan is pleased, and he expected such a reaction from Chen Kai, and he will not spare him and will break his mental state, and this is his plan. Lin Fan said Chen Kai means Chen Daiwu is his brother, and that time he was lenient to him and let him not thank him for his kindness. Chen Kai asked Lin Fan if he did this knowing who his family was, and he would wait for him at the Dynasty Hotel today and find out everything. Chen Kai has completed the challenge, and now he will find out what Lin Fan is capable of and wants to understand the maximum of his potential and how he will defeat the fighter. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he heard their dialogue with Kai and asked him to do what he asked and protect his sister Xiaode. Master Wei Lao realized that Chen Kai himself wanted to attack Lin Fan, and he was a serious opponent, and Lin Fan had to be careful in battle. Wei Ling is furious and asked her grandfather and Lin Fan what is going on, and she doesn't understand anything, and let them explain the whole situation, and it is so important. Master Wei Lao told his granddaughter Wei Ling that it was none of her business and she didn't need to know about the essence of the conflict and that she should go to her team quickly. Wei Ling is angry at her grandfather, and why does he think that she does not understand the whole reason for the conflict? And she is infuriated that everyone feels sorry for her and kicks her out of there. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that he would go with him and together they could fight back against Chen Kai in battle. Otherwise, he would be doomed to fail. But Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that there is no need to go with him and asks Wei Lao to just protect his sister Xiao, and she is everything for Brother Lin. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he had better take Sister Xiao now, and that way he wouldn't have to worry about her, and together they would protect her. Master Wei Lao told Lin Fan that he would do it right away, and that nothing would threaten his sister Xiao, and the master would guarantee his sister's protection. Wei Ling thought about the behavior of her grandfather and his friend Lin Fan, and she will find out what they are hiding and how they are connected with the Chen and Kai family. Wei Ling wants to know who Lin Fan is and why his grandfather is so polite to him and willing to help protect his sister, and she doesn't like their secrets. Lin Fan stood next to Wei Ling and doesn't know where Lin Fan knows Chen Kai from, and she has to find out about everything, otherwise she won't calm down. Lin Fan stood up from his seat and thought that he couldn't waste time there and had to hurry, and soon the Chen family would regret getting involved with him. Lin Fan told Master Wei Lao that he would go first, and good luck to him in his endeavors and to contact him if anything went wrong in the matter. Master Wei Lao agrees with Lin Fan and asks to take care of yourself and Chen Kai. Is a treacherous person and let Lin not believe his words, and this is his advice. Lin Fan left Master Wei Lao's house and realized that he had been sitting there until the morning and had not noticed how time had passed, and the master had intrigued him so much. Wei Ling told her grandfather that she also needed to go and that she shouldn't be bored, and that she had something to do, and that she would soon return home and find out the whole truth. Master Wei Lao listened to his granddaughter's words and doesn't know what this impudent girl is up to again, and he can't argue with her, otherwise his granddaughter will be offended. Master Wei Lao sighed and how to explain to his granddaughter Wei Ling that he always wishes her happiness and protects her from various villains. She will not understand. And at that moment, Master Wei Lao realized that Lin Fan was lonely, and if he brought Wei Ling together with him, he would get a happy couple, and this was a genius idea. Master Wei Lao smiled and realized that Lin Fan was the best candidate for the role of groom for his granddaughter Wei Ling, and he could safely entrust Wei to him. Master Wei Lao decided that it would be very good if his son-in-law would soon become a descendant of the Ling family, and he would not interfere with the young in their love. Master Wei Lao imagined the image of Lin Fan in his fantasies and realized that he himself must arrange everything and bring Lin Fan together with Wei Ling's granddaughter. Master Wei Lao looks at his granddaughter Wei Ling, and now she will never escape her destiny and let her trust her grandfather, and he will always support her. Wei Ling called a friend and asked him to get her all the information about a person named Lin Fan, and in vain, they underestimated her. And this is a mistake. Wei Ling decided that she should find out what Lin Fan and grandfather Wei Lao were hiding from her, and it would be better if they told her right away, and she was a persistent lady. At this time, Chen Kai came to the Dynasty Hotel and wants to discuss and clearly explain to Lin Fan that he was wrong to offend his brother Chen Daiwu. Chen Kai smoked cigarettes and became nervous. And why does he always arrive on time? Other people are late, and it makes the boss nervous. Chen Kai asked the guard why Lin Fan had not yet arrived at the Dynasty Hotel, and usually other people were waiting for him, and Lin Fan was a scoundrel. The guard stood next to the boss Chen Kai, and the boss said it seems that Lin Fan has gone crazy and is not at all afraid that he can punish him. And at that very moment, someone entered the room, and Chen Kai was glad because he doubted that Lin Fan would come and thought that he had deceived him and ran away. Chen Kai said good afternoon to Lin Fan, and he was glad to meet him and heard many stories about him, and Chen Deming's father warned them. Lin Fan silently walked into the room and thought that he was tired of the showdown, and after teaching the Chen family a lesson, he would take a vacation with Xiao. Lin Fan sat in front of Chen Kai, and now they can resolve the conflict in a normal environment, and there is no need to threaten him and scare their family. And at that moment, Lin Fan began to take something out of his pocket and realized that Chen Kai was not expecting any surprises, but he really wanted to play with him. The guard was horrified and wanted to take out his weapon and thought that Lin Fan had hidden some object in his pocket and definitely wanted to harm the boss. Chen Kai stares at Lin Fan. And why did he bring something there with him? Because he wanted to talk to him and he started to scare everyone. But at that very moment, Lin Fan took out a soda from his pocket and thought that it was hot outside and he needed to quench his thirst and hoped that Chen would wait. Lin Fan started drinking his drink, and Chen Kai and the guard were there in shock from Lin Fan's action and were sure that Lin brought a weapon. Lin Fan drank the drink and quenched his thirst. And now he can solve all the questions that interest them if the Chen family is very unhappy with him. Lin Fan politely asked Chen Kai what he wanted to tell him, and he is willing to listen to him and give answers to his questions, and he does not lie to them. Chen Kai told Lin Fan that he called him there to discuss the recent events peacefully and without nerves, and he does not want to fight with the guest. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai what he wanted to talk about, and it seems he wants to discuss Chen Daiwu's brother's injury, and he is ready to answer his friend. Then Lin Fan asked Chen Kai if he wanted to know something about Miss Wei Ling, and she is an incredible lady, and it is so hard to find such ladies. Chen Kai was completely shocked by Lin Fan's words, and how did the bastard know about Wei Ling, and he would not allow him to communicate with her, and he began to get nervous. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai why he was silent, and maybe he swallowed his tongue, and he could ask him about the lady if he wanted, and he wouldn't interfere. Chen Kai noticed the smirk on Lin Fan's face, and how dare he irritate him? And how did he know Wei Ling? And it was not for nothing that his father asked him to be on guard. Chen Kai sighed and realized that this was not the most important thing, and first he would find out why the conflict with his brother had occurred, and then something else. Chen Kai asked Lin Fan why he beat his brother Chen Daiwu, and whether he knows that his brother is his dearest friend and relative. And this is a fact. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai what if he beat his brother, and maybe he should pay compensation for his injuries and what his brother wants. Chen Kai asked Lin Fan if he really wanted to pay for beating his brother Chen Daiwu, and if he could afford such an amount, and it was a lot. Chen Kai told Lin Fan that he had found out all the information about him, and he was just a poor kid, and there was nothing important in his past. But Chen Kai is curious to know how poor Lin Fan dared to hit his precious brother Chen Daiwu so hard and what he was thinking. Chen Kai told Lin Fan that he must have accidentally obtained some kind of cultivation back then, and he already knows the character of such people by heart. Chen Kai asked Lin Fan if the idiot really thought that with some amount of cultivation he could do whatever he wanted with his brother. Chen Kai told Lin Fan to let him know that there are people in the world and they are stronger than him, and let him know his place and not be rude to the Chen family. And at that moment, Chen Kai waved his hand and thought that Lin Fan was making him so nervous, and he hated those who considered themselves the strongest. Chen Kai knocked over the tables and chairs and wants to put pressure on Lin Fan, so that he understands who he is dealing with and he can't hide there. Chen Kai smashed the furniture in the hotel and he doesn't care, and he will destroy Lin Fan and can't forgive him for beating up Chen's brother. Chen Kai slammed his palm on the table and told Lin Fan to listen to him, and he will not repeat and let him learn a lesson for life, and this is important. Chen Kai grabbed Lin Fan by the scruff of the neck and said that in his eyes, Lin Fan is definitely a nobody and is just an insect that harms the Chen family. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that he was a good boy and scared him so much that he was shaking with fear and did not know how to behave because he had overturned the tables. Chen Kai told Lin Fan that if he joined the Chen family, he would forgive him even though he had beaten his brother Chen Daiwu badly. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai if it was true, and he was ready to take him into his family. Chen and his friend is so kind and takes care of him everywhere. Chen Kai told Lin Fan that he understood his words correctly, and if he joined their Chen family, he would not kill his friend and would spare him. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that this was an interesting proposal, and now let them talk about Miss Wei Ling. And she is also an interesting lady. Chen Kai became nervous and asked Lin Fan what kind of relationship the student has with Wei Ling, and she is his lady, and let him remember this forever. But Lin Fan told Chen Kai that Wei Ling was the baby's mother and he couldn't criticize her and let them discuss how to help Wei Ling. Chen Kai got angry at Lin Fan's words and asked what he said and why he was provoking him because if a fight started, he would definitely kill the scoundrel. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that love affairs are not in anyone's control, and when his son is born, he will invite him to the baby shower. Chen Kai smashed the floor under his feet in anger and realized that Lin Fan was clearly mentally putting pressure on him and wanted to throw him off balance, and that it was mean. Chen Kai slammed his fist on the table and smashed it into pieces and is ready to beat up the scoundrel who is pestering his lady, and Lin Fan will feel so sorry. But Chen Kai lit a cigarette and admitted that Lin Fan had angered him, but he wouldn't fall for it because he was provoking him, and that was a fact. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that he was not as stupid as his brother and that he was much stronger than Chen Daiwu and was able to understand the trick and immediately came to his senses. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that he offered him to become part of their family, and he agreed, but he had one condition, and then everything would be fine. Chen Kai asked Lin Fan what the condition was and let him say it first, and then he would make a decision and let him know whether the family agreed to the condition. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that he wanted his Chen family to bow to him and acknowledge him as their master, and this was his condition. Mr. Chen Kai's guard said that Lin Fan had completely gone crazy and no one would worship him, and who did the student think he was? Chen Kai listened to Lin Fan's conditions and thought that he had a will, and was not afraid to say such things to the Chen family and who he was relying on. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that he had to think about it, and if their Chen family fulfilled the conditions, he would become their member and guarantee. Chen Kai told Lin Fan if he doesn't agree to his condition, he won't become part of the family. And did he understand the student's logic correctly? Lin Fan told Chen Kai that if he agreed to his condition, they could continue to discuss the details and he wouldn't be against it. And at that very moment, Mr. Chen Kai's guard attacked Lin Fan, and he asked how he dared to talk to the boss in such a tone, and he was nobody. Chen Kai knows that his guard is a master of internal power, and it will take a lot of effort to neutralize his attack, and he will know the limit of links. The guard's fist almost touched Lin Fan, but he did not move, and will show a masterclass to Mr. Chen Kai if he checks the skill. Lin Fan defended himself from the guard's blow with one finger and realized that he was not his opponent and let him not try to harm him, and this was absurd. The guard flew back a couple of meters and crashed into the wall and did not understand how Lin Fan reflected his attack and struck a counterblow, and the student is not simple. Chen Kai froze in place and how Lin Fan was able to reflect his guard's blow and also delivered a well-aimed blow himself, and it was amazing. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that his guard was weak and that they should not underestimate him or else he would use all his power on them and punish them. Chen Kai asked Lin Fan what he did, and his guard was lying on the floor unconscious and not many could defeat him, and he surprised him. Lin Fan said to Chen Kai he thought that his family were cultivators, but he didn't expect that they would be so weak and not live up to expectations. Chen Kai realized that he had to be careful, and Lin Fan was strong, and this was not a myth, and he was convinced of his power, and it was not for nothing that his guard had already attacked. Chen Kai started laughing, and he understood a lot, and thanks to Lin Fan for showing his skills, and he is gifted, and it surprised them. Chen Kai told Lin Fan that he is indeed a descendant of the Lin family, and he has such a cultivation, and he is definitely not an ordinary person, and Lin is unique. Lin Fan didn't understand anything, and asked Chen Kai what he was talking about, and let him explain all the information, otherwise he would be confused and tired of everything. Chen Kaier said to Lin Fan. Since he is a descendant of the Lin family, he wants to apologize for his rudeness and asks to accept the apology, and Lin is cool. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he hoped that this would not affect their relationship and he did not want to be enemies with him, and he would correct the situation. Lin Fan listened to Chen Kaier's words and realized that something was wrong, and he beat his brother Chen Dayu so cruelly, and their brother asks him for forgiveness. Lin Fan noticed how Chen Kaier quickly changed his attitude towards him. And this fighter is very smart and should not be underestimated, and this is a fact. But Lin Fan doesn't understand what kind of Lin family this is and why he has never heard of them. And maybe they are secret cultivators in China without a clue. Lin Fan decided that since it was like that, he wouldn't pretend to be a descendant of the Lin family if they had such respect, and he could get used to it, and that was good. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he was right about everything, and he was clearly a descendant of the Lin family, and he managed to find out his secret, and he was very smart. Chen Kaier thought that it would be great if he could get the support of the Ling clan. The Chen family would become invincible and take over their entire country. Chen Kaier handed Lin Fan an envelope, and this is his gift, and he knows that this is not exactly what the practitioner wants, but let him accept this thing. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that besides, this jade was given to him by the owner, so he will give it to Mr. Lin Fan and thank his friend for everything. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that these were generous gifts, but he had to refuse them and there was no need to worry about it, and he was their friend. Chen Kaier put a stack of money and jade on the table and told Lin Fan that this was his compensation and let him accept these things and they would respect him. But Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he had one request and believed that Mr. Lin Fan would not refuse them, and he would explain everything briefly soon. Lin Fan listened to Chen Kaier's words and asked what they wanted from him, and he should understand their thoughts and then he would answer their request and not lie. And at that moment, Chen Kaier suddenly told Lin Fan that he hoped that Mr. Lin Fan would help them kill someone who was really in the way. Lin Fan asked Chen Kaier who the Chen family wants to kill first. He has to hear the name, and without that he won't do anything for the family. And then Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he needed to kill Master Wei Lao, and that it was very important, and without it they all wouldn't be able to start their business. Chen Kaier thought that Lin Fan could do this task, but he needed to be pressured, and then he would not refuse them, and he believed their friend. Lin Fan was shocked, and he didn't know that the Chen family wanted to kill Wei Lao, and how he harmed them, and maybe because he stood up for him. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that they were both cultivators, and he probably knew very well how important jade was already in the era of depleted aura. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that if he helped him, he would guarantee to give him 30 jades to practice and he would become better. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he would also give them all the necessary things for practicing in the future, and he would secure their lifelong support. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai, or why they should do the job themselves, and is it so difficult for them to kill Master Wei Lao? They have the power. Chen Kaier stood up and told Lin Fan that he was absolutely right, but there were some hidden nuances, and they couldn't just kill Wei. Chen Kaier said to Lin Fan, "It's just that the people behind Master Wei Lao will cause their family a lot of trouble and harm their family's business." Lin Fan listened, and Chen Kaier said that for Mr. Lin Fan it is not a problem, and he can remove anyone, and no one will stop him. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that for him, Master Wei Lao is very weak and he is like an insect, and therefore he wants a friend to help with the task. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he was right, and Master Wei Lao was definitely not as strong as him, and he would not be able to defend against his attacks. But at that very moment, Lin Fan hit the table with all his might and smashed it into pieces and thought that the Chen family were vile people and he hated them. Chen Kaier tensed up and realized that Lin Fan did not agree, and he was friends with Master Wei Lao and would never harm him. But he made a mistake. Lin Fan is serious and told Chen Kaier that his Chen family is also just ordinary insects to him, and he can destroy them all at once. Chen Kaier asks Mr. Lin Fan not to be nervous, and not to rush to conclusions, and why he is so nervous, and who is Master Wei Lao to him. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai, or who he was and how dare he ask him for such a task, and he has no conscience and therefore no one respects him. Chen Kaier told Mr. Lin Fan that he hoped that he would still carefully consider his proposal before jumping to conclusions. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai, or if he really thought that he would already become a partner of some swarm of flies and let him not think that he would lure him away. Chen Kaier suddenly walked up to Lin Fan and didn't know why Lin suddenly changed his mind, and he was tired of convincing him and their patience was running out. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that they are nothing to them just because he is a descendant of the Lin family, But his Chen family is also great and they are strong. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that his master was not inferior to him in strength, so he should think about it again, and the consequences are important in this matter. Lin Fan silently looked at Chen Kaier, and it seems he thinks that the master is stronger than him, but who can be stronger than the invincible warrior, Lin Fan? Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he thought he had nothing more to say, and since he would not be their partner, they would settle the score and he couldn't wait. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he beat up his brother Chen Daiwu, and what they will do, and how he wants to atone for his guilt and let him answer. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that his brother Chen Daiwu is trash, and he didn't kill him, and he deserved the injuries 100% and let his brother change. Chen Kaier grabbed Lin Fan by the scruff of the neck and said that Chen Daiwu was still his brother, and he would not leave it like that and would take revenge and hurt the scoundrel. Lin Fan asked Chen Kaier what he could do with him, and he was very interested to know how he wanted to punish and avenge his brother. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he was right, and they all couldn't do anything, and Lin Fan was on a different level and they weren't a hindrance to him, and these were the facts. But Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that they can deal with all of his friends and they are not fighters and will not be able to fight back, and this is their goal, Chen Kaier said to Lin Fan. Even if he has a high cultivation, he can't protect all his friends all the time. And does he remember Wei Lao? Chen Kaier advises Lin Fan's friends to stay at home and not go out. And he almost forgot because Mr. Lin Fan has a lady, and she is just wonderful. Lin Fan understood that Chen Kaier meant Ji Xiao, and he definitely would not allow him to harm her and would kill him if he laid a finger on her. Chen Kaier told Mr. Lin Fan that he must be careful and that cultivators' friends are always in danger and that he should remember that. But at this moment, Lin Fan grabbed Chen Kaier's neck tightly, and he will not tolerate threats to his friends and he will force him to shut up. Lin Fan picked up Chen Kaier, and it seems like he has completely lost his fear. And how could he threaten his friends, and he hates people like Chen? Chen Kaier told Lin Fan to let him go, otherwise he would obviously be in trouble and he would guarantee that the Chen family would catch him and punish him. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he hates people who threaten him the most, and he will put them in their place and teach them manners. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that his Chen family was nothing in his eyes, and they couldn't even hurt him, and Kai shouldn't hope for their help. Lin Fan asks Chen Kaier not to test his patience, otherwise he will know all his anger and he would not wish his enemy to see a fighter in anger. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that if he doesn't know when to stop, he will kill him, and told Air to remember the words forever and pass them on to all family members. And at that very moment, Lin Fan dealt a powerful blow to his opponent and ordered Chen Kaier to get out of there and not harm other people anymore. Chen Kaier flew back a couple of meters and realized that Lin Fan was not to be trifled with, and he unleashed a furious technique on him and wanted to injure the enemy. Chen Kaier managed to get back on his feet, but it is difficult for him to fight with Lin Fan, and the student is on a different level and he cannot lose concentration in a fight with him. Chen Kaier realized that all his vital organs were damaged by Lin Fan's blow, and that this incredible power, and Lin Fan is not a man but a monster. Lin Fan advises Chen Kaier not to touch his friends, otherwise he will definitely destroy his Chen family and no one will be able to resist him in battle. Lin Fan started to leave from there, and he discussed important aspects with Chen Kaier, and doesn't want to stay there and let his blow serve as a lessons. Chen Kaier took out his phone from his pocket and had to immediately report all the important information to his father, and Lin Fan is not as simple as they expected. Chen Kaier told his father that Lin Fan was not a descendant of the Lin family, and they were worried in vain, and he deceived him. And the idiot has no connection with the Lin family. Boss Chen Deming told Kaier that if Lin Fan is not a descendant of the Lin family, they don't have to be nervous and let him do whatever he wants with the scoundrel. But Chen Deming wants to know from Chen Kaier how he knew that Lin Fan is not a descendant of the Lin family, and he is interested in finding out his methods now. Chen Kaier told his father that the master once told him something about the Ling family, and he always remembered the master's words and will definitely not forget them. One of the characteristics of the people from the Lin family is a special tattoo on their hand, but Lin Fan does not have one, and he checked a lot of information over time. Secondly, Chen Kaier found out about Lin Fan, and he grew up in the magic capital and his parents are ordinary people and the guy is definitely not from the Lin family. Chen Kaier told his father that's why he thinks that this is a misunderstanding and they made a mistake in their conclusions about Lin Fan, and that he doesn't have any special skills. Chen Deming agreed with Chen Kaier and then let him do whatever he wants with Lin Fan, and his father gives him full rights to do so, and the son will avenge his brother. Chen Kaier told his father that he understood his words and he would not let him down and would carry out the order 100% and cripple Lin Fan so cruelly. Chen Kaier wondered if Lin Fan really wanted to continue lying to him, and he knew that the student was not a descendant of the Lin family, and now he would kill the liar. Chen Kaier called his colleague and said, "Good afternoon," and was glad to hear his voice and hoped that he would please him and that he knew the methods for catching. Chen Kaier asked his colleague how things were going, and his friend said that everything was fine, and there were no incidents, and he was in control of the situation. The man stroked the student's hair and realized that she was very beautiful, and it was a pity that Lin Fan would not save her, and she was doomed to die because of him. Ji Xiao was sitting in the room, and a colleague said to Chen Kaier that he had already tied up the lady and had done everything according to the boss's instructions and would not let the family down. Chen Kaier is delighted and asks his colleague to wait for him, and the boss will come and decide how to punish Ji Xiao. And in vain, the beauty got involved with Lin Fan. Chen Kaier ended the call with his colleague and realized that everything was going according to plan, and Lin Fan knew nothing about his cunning plan and was one step ahead. Chen Kaier is happy and he wants Lin Fan to watch his Ji Xiao suffer, and he will not spare her and let this serve as a lesson. Chen Kaier said that Ji Xiao would die in agony and no one would save her, and he would prove to Lin Fan that the Chen family is capable of punishing anyone. But suddenly Lin Fan appeared behind Chen Kaier and asked his friend if this was really his cunning plan, and he didn't think he was so mean. Chen Kaier is in complete shock and he didn't know that Lin Fan was standing behind him, and he heard his dialogue with his colleague and knows that Xiaoju is being held captive. Chen Kaier was furious and asked Lin Fan how he got in there, and he didn't hear any sounds, and it seemed like he had hidden somewhere in the corner the whole time. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that of course he entered there after defeating his guards, and these people couldn't do anything to him and whoever he recruited. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that these people were so stupid that they didn't even notice that he was standing right in front of them and immediately took out the guards. Lin Fan pointed his finger at Chen Kaier's face and thought that now he would not let the scoundrel go anywhere, and why did the scoundrel threaten Ji Xiao? Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that it was his turn now, and he would send him to the next world and he couldn't be angered. Otherwise, he would become a monster in battle. But Chen Kaier is not afraid and asked Lin Fan if he really thought that it was his turn to be punished. But it was clearly not that simple. Chen Kaier took off his jacket and told Lin Fan that he had underestimated him and thought that he was a weakling like all his other opponents and friends. Chen Kaier wants to know Lin Fan's opinion, and does he really think he can defeat him? And he warns that he has a lot of experience. Chen Kaier threw his jacket aside and it would get in his way, and he didn't want to be distracted there and would give it his all in the fight with Lin Fan. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he had not yet seen his true strength, and he had been succumbing to him in battle, and did not want to cause serious injuries to the scoundrel. Lin Fan listened, and Chen Kaier said now that Lin came back he would dislocate his joints and then torture his girlfriend Ji Xiao. Lin Fan assessed Chen Kaier's strength and said that it was not bad, and his cultivation level was strong enough, and it was not for nothing that Chen believed in his success. Chen Kaier took a fighting stance and would not spare Lin Fan, and he himself was to blame for everything, and there was no need to eavesdrop and interfere with their business. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan to let them fight without further ado, and he would let him see his strength and power, and all the enemies would be afraid to fight him. Chen Kaier started to circle around Lin Fan and asked the student how he would defend against his attacks, and he was interested to see the skills. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he would show who was the best and let Lin Fan not lose hope, and maybe he would survive after the fight. Lin Fan realized that it was too fast, and he couldn't figure out from which side Chen Kaier would attack, and he confused him, and it was not in vain that he was afraid of him. And at that very moment, Chen Kaier grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder with his hand, and he was trapped and could not escape from his grip, and no one else had been able to do so yet. Chen Kaier began to put pressure on Lin Fan's shoulders, and he wanted to prove that it was not for nothing that fighters from other families were afraid to fight face to face. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he would tear him apart, and he decided his fate, and now he has no choice and he must kneel before his family. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier to try and see if he could break him, and threats would not frighten him, and let him prove it in practice and punish him. Lin Fan tensed up and thought that he definitely didn't show his talents and strength 100% and was preparing a surprise for Chen Kaier, and it was so cool. At that moment, Lin Fan used the technique, and Chen Kaier flew a couple of meters away from him and said that he was no worse than him and guaranteed it. Chen Kaier was completely shocked, and when Lin Fan managed to hit him, and he did not expect that Lin Fan could use defense technique and this skill. Chen Kaier underestimated Lin Fan's skills and potential, and he definitely surprised him in what level the student is, and he thought he was a little weaker. Lin Fan realized that this was not all he was capable of, and it was not for nothing that in his past life, the invincible warrior Lin Fan had defeated so many warriors. Chen Kaier straightened up and told Lin Fan that it was not over yet, and he did not admit defeat and was ready to continue the fight and avenge the attacks. Chen Kaier got back on his feet, and now Lin Fan will suffer, and he seriously angered him. And why does he want to interfere with their plans and piss off their family? And at this moment, Chen Kaier quickly rushed towards Lin Fan and attacked with a furious technique and let him try to block his blows to the face again. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he would destroy his meridians, and he would not be able to continue fighting and would not be able to bear such pain, and would teach him a lesson. Chen Kaier has bumped heads with Lin Fan and wants to test which of the two fighters is stronger and who has the willpower to stand firm and not fall. Chen Kaier suffered a serious head injury and decided that Lin Fan was made of metal and how to find his weak point and an aggressive fighter. Lin Fan was angry and told Chen Kaier to continue the fight, and he promised to show his full potential, but he can't see anything yet, and Chen is so weak. Chen Kaier shouted and told Lin Fan not to underestimate him, and he is still in the game and can crush him when he least expects a threat in battle. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he would get his share of pain, and he should not believe in success because he would soon die and nothing would save him there. But Lin Fan didn't lose his head and delivered a powerful kick to Chen Kaier's face and realized that this fighter really liked to talk and it was bothering him. Chen Kaier lost his balance, and Lin Fan does not want Chen Kaier to persecute him and all his friends, and he will show his anger and temper. Lin Fan is not afraid of any Chen family fighters, and in his entire life he has never been on the verge of death. And Chen Kaier is not someone who will win in battle. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he would get what he deserved, and that he should never threaten people and kidnap the enemy's friends, and that this was a vile plan. And at this moment, Lin Fan dealt a powerful blow to Chen Kaier's face and wants to know the limit of pain. How many more blows Chen can endure? Lin Fan is tired of fighting with Chen Kaier and has lost a lot of time and already wants to go home and find out how Sister Xiao is doing, and this is important. Chen Kaier flew back a couple of meters from the blow and crashed into the wall, and he also felt Lin Fan's energy and no longer wants to argue there. Chen Kaier left a crack in the wall. Lin Fan beat both brothers Chen Dayu and Chen Kaier and let them remember his name and spirit for a long time. Lin Fan is surprised by Chen Kaier's persistence, and he continues to fight despite the fact that his energy is at its limit, and he will soon lose consciousness. Chen Kaier was lying on the floor, and that bastard Lin Fan seriously injured him, and he was unable to avenge his brother Chen Dayu and let down the entire Chen family. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he was a scoundrel because he destroyed his Dantian in battle. And how would he explain this to Chen Deming's father and despise Lin? Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he was right, and that was exactly what he wanted. And without Dantian, he would not be able to sneak attack him in battle. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that it is true that there is always someone who is better than him, but it is a pity that the Chen brothers do not understand all this. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that the person who is always stronger than his opponents is him, and he wanted to prove it in practice so that they would believe it. Lin Fan walked towards Chen Kaier and said that he is someone who likes to finish things, and he apologizes for this character trait. Chen Kaier is horrified and asks his friend Lin Fan to wait, and he is kind and cannot harm his friend, and he definitely remembered the lesson for life. Chen Kaier said to Lin Fan, if he beats him, he will no longer know where his lady Ji Xiao is, and he doesn't know where they hid her from everyone. Lin Fan was surprised and asked Chen Kaier what he said, and was he really not lying? And Gi Shiao's life was in danger and he would finish them off. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan, if he wants to save Gi Xiao, to let him listen to him, and he will give instructions, and he will find and take Gi Xiao. But at that very moment, Chen Kaier froze in shock, and he was in great pain. And he never expected that Lin Fan would strike a vile blow, and it infuriated him. Lin Fan stepped on the most vulnerable spot on Chen Kaier's body, and now he and his brother have the same injuries and they both deserve it. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he hates being threatened, and he will find and save Ji Xiao, and Chen Kai will not recover for a long time. Chen Kaier was speechless, and why Lin Fan has no honor, and such a fighter will never succeed because he does not respect his opponents. Lin Fan is happy and told Chen Kaier that as members of the same family, he and his brother Chen Daiwu suffered the same thing and remember the injury. Chen Kaier asked Lin Fan if he didn't care about Ji Xiaoju's life, and he put her in danger and she would suffer because of his antics. Lin Fan asked Chen Kaier if he knew that there was a soul-searching technique, and Kai told the student that he knew nothing about this technique. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that Soul-Searching is searching for another soul directly through his soul, and he can find out whatever he wants at once. Lin Fan grabbed Chen Kaier's hair tightly and wanted to explain to them how he would use the soul-searching technique, and he would not interfere in any way now. Lin Fan asked Chen Kai, what he thinks. Is he needed alive, and can he read his thoughts even if he is dead and he doesn't care? Chen Kaier smiled, and he knew that Lin Fan was not so simple, and he knew special secret techniques and manipulated him, and it was interesting him. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier to tell him where Ji Xiao was, otherwise he would definitely not let him go anywhere, and would make sure that Chen ended up in the hospital. Chen Hai kept smiling, and Lin Fan didn't get the point, and he was able to catch him off guard, and Lin Fan will definitely lose today, and that's a fact. Chen Kaier asked Lin Fan how he thought his enemy had reached such a level in such a short time, and it was because Chen was smarter than the student. And then suddenly, Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he would have told him where Ji Xiao was, but he himself did not know, and no one told him the location of the lady. Lin Fan was completely shocked by Chen Kaier's words, and asked what he said, and if he had the courage to repeat it, and where Ji Xiao was, and he wanted to find him quickly. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he had already predicted that he would use some trick, and he almost killed him, but he had calculated their threats in advance. Chen Kaier promises Lin Fan that Ji Xiao will die within an hour, and no one will save her, and one student, Lin Fan, is already to blame for her death. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that tomorrow he would see photos and videos of Ji Xiao suffering, and he couldn't do anything to help her, and he was useless. Lin Fan clenched his fist tightly and thought that he would finish off Chen Kaier if Ji Xiao suffered at his hands, and he would already exterminate the entire family. Lin Fan thought that maybe Chen Kaier had deceived him, but he wasn't 100% sure that it was a deception, and he was in a stupor, and it was terrible. Lin Fan is confused, and Chen Kaier is caught off guard, and he has to immediately rack his brains and come up with a plan to save Ji Xiao, and she is an angel. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier to say what he wants, and if the conditions suit him, he will agree, and does not want Ji Xiao to suffer from them. Chen Kaier listened to Lin Fan's words and thought that everything was going according to plan, and the student would be broken, and the Chen family would bring him to his knees soon. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that now everything is in his hands, and he has 3 wishes, and it depends on him whether Ji Xiao will stay alive there. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier to state his conditions and not to linger. Otherwise, he would destroy him if he tried to deceive him and cripple their family. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan to listen carefully to all his conditions, and he will start from the first one, and is 100% sure that he will fulfill the conditions. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that his first condition was to immediately heal his wounds, and he battered him in a fight and seriously injured him in their battle. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that the second condition is that he must teach him his practice skills, and he acknowledges his greatness and potential. Chen Kaier said about the third condition, and he wants Lin Fan not to refuse, and to work for the Chen family for 3 years, and together they are stronger. Lin Fan thought that Chen Kaier was a scoundrel, and he would find a way to outsmart him, and he would regret capturing Ji Xiao, and that was mean. Chen Kaier advises Lin Fan to decide quickly and accept the 3 conditions and not argue with him, and does not lie, and will soon make Ji Xiao disabled. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he was really annoying him and blatantly manipulating him, and his patience was running out, and he would not tolerate everything. Chen Kaier thinks Lin Fan is funny, and so what if he really irritates him, and what will he do to him? And so interested to know his opinion. Lin Fan said to Chen Kaier he hates 2 things, and the first is when his loved ones are threatened, and he wants to kill such people and does not respect. Lin Fan said that the second thing he hates is when enemies threaten him, and he can't tolerate such behavior for long. Chen Kaier asked Lin Fan why after all the nonsense he didn't submit to him and just make 3 conditions and then he would spare them. Lin Fan realized that he had a couple of ways to control people's souls, but he definitely wouldn't be able to use the technique with his current practice. Lin Fan decided that it seemed like he had no choice but to ask Master Wei Lao for help, and Chen Kaier defeated him in battle. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he had only one choice left, and he had to agree to his terms, otherwise Lin would betray Ji Xiao. Chen Kaier told Lin Fan that he was cornered, and he pressed him and left him no choice, and Lin Fan began to dial the phone number behind his back. Lin Fan asked Chen Kaier if he really thought that he had only one choice, and he had to obey it, and he was very wrong. Chen Kaier was amazed by Lin Fan's stubbornness and asked if he could do anything else, and was very interested to know what he would come up with. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he could heal his wounds, but he would definitely not agree to the other 2 conditions, and would not become their family's partner. But Chen Kai told Lin Fan that at least he had to fulfill his 3 conditions, and he had no choice. And if not, he would take action immediately. Lin Fan sent a message to Master Wei Lao and said that he was in a difficult situation there and asked Wei to quickly help find Ji Xiao. The student realized that now he needed to buy time and hoped that Master Wei Lao would find the place where Chen Kai hid Ji Xiao and save him. At this time, Master Wei Lao was at home and read a friend's message, and Lin Fan was in danger and asked him for help and was ready to do anything for him. Master Wei Lao is excited, and he won't let Lin Fan get injured in the mission, and he will cover for him and find Ji Xiao so soon. Master Wei Lao has called the guards and wants to entrust them with this task, and there is no time to waste when Ji Xiao's life is in danger today. All of Master Wei Lao's students quickly entered the room, and Master Wei had done so many good deeds for them, and they were ready to repay the teacher. The student told Master Wei Lao that they listen to him and let him give them any task, and they will not let him down and will all try their best. Master Wei Lao told his students to find where Ji Xiao is hidden, and this is task number 1, and he relies on his best fighters and believes. The disciples told Master Wei Lao that they understood his order and that they would soon find Ji Xiao and punish the kidnapper, and the master taught them everything. The disciples listened to the request of Master Wei Lao, and he is worried about his friend and let him wait for good news from them, and they will bring Ji Xiao. And at that very moment, the students left from there and asked Master Wei Lao not to be nervous there, and he is the best mentor and has already prepared everyone well. Master Wei Lao thought that he didn't like the behavior of the Chen family and that they were violating all propriety and were already harming the innocent Ji Xiao. Lin Fan thought about it and told Chen Kai that he agreed with him, and the enemy was absolutely right, and he had no choice, and he was a cunning and smart person. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that he agreed to his 3 conditions and would fulfill the demands without delay, and only wanted the lady not to suffer. Chen Kai is pleased and tells Lin Fan that he made the right decision and wants to save Ji Xiao and the gentleman student first. Lin Fan sighed, and Chen Kai told Lin Fan to cure him quickly. And this is the first condition, and he feels unwell, and it is his fault. Lin Fan sat behind Chen Kai and believed that Master Wei Lao had started searching for Ji Xiao. And once he found her, he would punish the entire family. Lin Fan patted Chen Kai on the back and thought that everything was fine, and he didn't hurt him too much and didn't understand why Chen Kai was whining so much. Lin Fan began to use the healing technique, and Chen Kai will recover from all the injuries and take care of him because he has not yet found Ji Xiao. Chen Kai was surprised and realized that the unpaired meridians in the 8 veins had recovered so quickly, and Lin Fan was a cultivator from God. And it was wonderful. Chen Kai asked Lin Fan where he learned this technique from, and he healed him in a couple of minutes, and he is jealous and wants to learn the sames. Lin Fan told Chen Kai that this was just a drop in the ocean, and told him to keep quiet and not interfere with the treatment, and then everything would definitely go well. Lin Fan closed his eyes and concentrated on healing Chen Kai and the healing technique would help Chen's body quickly recover from the wounds. After some time, Lin Fan told Chen Kai that he had healed his wounds and fulfilled the first condition and hoped that Chen would keep his promise. Lin Fan said to Chen Kai that he needed to heal a little more and that he shouldn't make any sudden movements, otherwise he would clearly worsen the injury. Chen Kai told Lin Fan that he was incredible and didn't think that he could heal him so quickly, and he remembered the master's requirements. Linfan thought that a long time had passed, and why was there still no news from Master Wei Lao, and where was the lovely Ji Xiao? At this time, on the street, Master Wei Lao's disciples continued to search all the places in the city and went home and searched all the streets with their friends. Master Wei Lao's disciple told his friends that they must find Ji Xiao at any cost and earn the master's trust. The friend listened to the student's words and told his colleague that he absolutely agreed with him. And the main thing was not to be late, and they would not let Ji Xiao die. A lady passing by stood next to Master Wei Lao's disciples and did not understand at all where they were in such a hurry, and it seemed they had an important task. Assistant Ning Ge was looking for Ji Xiao near an abandoned building, and most often people are captured and hidden in such places, and he knows a lot. Assistant Ning Ge slammed his hand on the wall and was furious that none of them could find Ji Xiao, and she was so useless. Assistant Ning Ge told his colleague that there were too many people there, and it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. And how could everyone find Ji Xiao? Assistant Ning Ge continued to hit the wall with all his might, and he lost hope of finding Ji Xiao and let them down. But at this moment, Ning Ge's assistant suddenly heard a sound and realized that he had to seize any chance to find Ji Xiao. Assistant Ning Ge heard the sound again and realized that it was serious and not a hallucination. And maybe this would be their clue in finding Ji Xiao. Assistant Ning Ge called his colleagues to him and wants to tell them important information. And it is too early to lose hope, and they will succeed. And he knows. Assistant Ning Ge asks his colleagues to follow him, and they will find answers to the questions in the abandoned building, and his intuition told him this right away. The colleague agreed with Ning Ge's boss, and they will follow him anywhere and carry out any order from the boss because they all respect Ning Ge very much. Assistant Ning Ge surrounded the building with his friends, and the fighters must be on guard, and the enemy is dangerous and can attack them there at any time. Assistant Ning Ge stopped walking, and in this situation it is better not to rush and concentrate at maximum, and the enemy will not notice them. And he guarantees. Assistant Ning Ge stood in front of the door and already asked his friends to stop walking, and he wanted to check something and give a new order, and this is important. Assistant Ning Ge decided that he needed to listen again, and he then clearly heard the sounds and was absolutely sure that they would find Ji Xiao. Inside the building, Ji Xiao just sat tied up, and her eyes and mouth were covered, while the hooligan and accomplice Chen Kai-er lay on the sofa and rested. Ninggu's assistant told his friends that there was someone inside the building and told his colleagues to quickly break down the door, and they were so close to solving the mystery. The friends agreed to carry out the order of boss Ning Ge, and they never doubted for a moment that the boss would come up with a brilliant plan and save Ji. The hooligan was sleeping at this time and got used to the sounds that Ji Xiao makes and is not distracted by them, and he is tired because he has been watching her there for a long time. And at that moment, the hooligan jumped up from his seat and was in complete shock because he heard a crash, and someone broke the door and scared him very much and woke him up. Assistant Ning Ge and his friends pointed their guns at the bully, and they ordered him to raise his hands and not make any sudden movements if he wanted to live. The hooligan realized that this was a problem and quickly grabbed a knife, and he knew that this place would be found sooner or later, and he hid a surprise for the enemies. The bully ordered Ning Ge's assistant not to move. Otherwise, he would send Ji Xiao to the next world, and none of them would have time to save her, and that's a fact. Assistant Ning Ge smiled and realized that the bully was funny, and didn't know exactly who he was dealing with and thought that they would allow Ji Xiao to be hurt. Assistant Ning Ge asked the hooligan what he thought was faster, a knife or a gun, and if they wanted, they could check it out on a live example. The bully was very nervous and told Ning Ge's assistant to shut up and not move, or he would really hurt Ji Xiao, and he was clearly not joking. Assistant Ning Ge will not wait if the bully does not obey, and he asks him to put down the knife, and then he will not be hurt, and he makes a promise. But the bully was furious and told Ning Ge's assistant that they were the ones to blame for this and forced him to take action against Ji Xiao, and it was brazen. Assistant Ning Ge immediately reacted and shot the hooligan, and he does not promise just like that, and he even gave a guarantee that he would save Ji Xiao. The bullet hit the hooligan's hand, and Ning Ge's assistant fired a well-aimed shot at the exact spot he was aiming for and had already neutralized the hooligan. The bully fell to the floor and started screaming and told Ning Ge's assistant that he was a scoundrel and had injured his hand and would burn in hell for the sneaky shot. Assistant Ning Ge told the bully that he overestimated himself and thought that his team were amateurs and would not be able to neutralize him, but he was wrong. Assistant Ning Ge ordered his friends to deal with the hooligan, and he didn't even have to teach them what to do because they were all already professionals. And at that very moment, Ning Ge's assistant's friends began to beat the bully with all their might, and he deserved such punishment and wanted to harm Ji Xiao. Colleagues tied up the hooligans. He learned his lesson, and now he won't behave like that with ladies, and they taught him good manners, and he understood everything. Ninggu's assistant untied and released Ji Xiao and asked how she was feeling, and if her health was okay and if her friends would help the lady. Ji Xiao said a huge thank you to Ning Ge's assistant for saving her and not letting her suffer at the hands of the bully. And she will not forget it. Assistant Ning Ge is happy and told Ji Xiao that everything is fine and she did not get seriously injured, and Mr. Lin Fan will be happy with his brother. At this time, Chen Kai-er dealt many blows to the Invisible Man. And this is how he trains, and said that thanks to Lin Fan, he regained his strength. Chen Kai-er is delighted with his physical form, and no one can stop him now, and he feels a surge of strength and energy. And Lin Fan is cool. Lin Fan stood behind Chen Kai-er and thought that Chen had suffered so many injuries and could not get up from the floor. But now he has been training for an hour. And then Lin Fan received a message from a friend on his phone, and he hopes that his friends helped him and saved Ji Xiao, and she is the only one who is so afraid. Lin Fan realized that his friends wrote to him, and he believes that they solved all the problems and helped student Lin get out of this situation. Chen Kai-er told Lin Fan that now he must teach him all the methods and techniques that he knows, and this is the second condition for him. But at that moment, Chen Kai-er froze in place. and he was surprised by Lin Fan's behavior, and it seemed like he had something in mind and hid his plans from him there. Lin Fan looked at the phone and kept smiling, and he was so happy. And one message made him stop being nervous, and this is a success. Chen Kaier asked Lin Fan why he was laughing because he had failed and shouldn't laugh, and there was a catch, and he understood the motive. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that he acknowledged that his opponent was strong, but he was still superior to him, and he needed to reach that level. Chen Kaier asked Lin Fan what he wanted to do, and didn't he care about Ji Xiaoju's life anymore, and would he abandon her there to her fate? Lin Fan showed Chen Kaier his phone, and it seems that the opponent clearly did not expect that he would outsmart him, and thought that he would fulfill their conditions. Lin Fan asks Chen Kaier to look at his phone and read the message without taking his eyes off it. Then he will understand why he laughed back then. Chen Kaier is completely shocked. And does Lin Fan really have true friends and they helped him save Ji Xiaoju and he doesn't believe and read everything? And then Lin Fan grabbed Chen Kaier by the throat and began to strangle the enemy. And in vain he put forward his conditions and wanted to take revenge on him for his brother Dai Yu. Lin Fan asked Chen Kaier if he really thought that everything would go smoothly. But he was unlucky because he had best friends and colleagues. Lin Fan told Chen Kaier that it was all his fault, and that he shouldn't blame him for what he would do to him, and that he decided his fate by kidnapping Ji. Chen Kaier begged Lin Fan not to do this, and they are friends, and he can clearly explain his actions, and Ji Xiaoju was not harmed. But at that very moment, Lin Fan pressed hard on Chen Kaier's throat, and he was no longer worthy of living in this world and ruining the lives of peaceful people. Chen Kaier fell to the floor and showed no signs of life, and Lin Fan does not regret this act, and the Chen family started their conflict first. Lin Fan thought that Chen Kaier was absolutely confident in his strength, and he thought that no one could compare to him, and pride destroyed Chen Kaier. Lin Fan decided that it seemed like the Chen family needed to be destroyed. Otherwise, he didn't understand what would happen in the future, and they might steal his other friend. Lin Fan called Ning Gei's assistant and wants to find out information from his friend about Ji Xiaoju. And he always believed in his brother's talent, and he is so cool. Assistant Ning Gei told Mr. Lin Fan that Ji Xiaoju was okay now, and he didn't have to worry, and the hooligans didn't hurt her there. Assistant Ning Gei's colleague stood next to the boss and immediately tied up the hooligan and told him to go, and the bastard would inevitably appear in court. Lin Fan said a huge thank you to Ning Gei's assistant, and he will never forget his help and is indebted to him and is glad that he has friends. Lin Fan turned around and was surprised to see Chen Kaier, and he thought that he had left this world. But it seems that he clearly underestimated Chen Kaier's skills. Chen Kaier's body was blazing with bright flames, and Lin Fan realized that he was not so simple, and all his other opponents were simply lying unconscious. Lin Fan continued to look at Chen Kaier's body, and had to find out why this happened to him, and he would find an explanation for Chen's technique. Lin Fan realized that Chen Kaier was very cunning, and he found a substitute for himself and did not want to personally engage in battle with him and knew about the danger and risks. Lin Fan used less than 10% of his strength in the battle, and it was a pity that he only got his hands dirty and didn't even punish Chen Kaier for her sins. Lin Fan thought that the Chen family must remember, and he will not play games with them, and they threatened his friends and family, and this is terrible. Lin Fan decided that one day he would destroy the Chen family, and they had been bothering him for a long time, and take revenge for the Chen family capturing Ji Xiaoju. At this time, many family members have gathered in the Chen family villa and are interested in how Chen Kai will punish Lin Fan for Chen Daiwu's brother. The artifact in Chen Kaier's hand broke, and he realized that the plan had failed and he was unable to beat and punish Lin Fan. But he realized what he was capable of. Chen Kaier clutched the artifact in his hand, and he was nervous that the Chen family could not put it in place and get one student, and this was nonsense. Chen Kaier realized that his man was at the peak of his inner strength, but he couldn't even block Lin Fan's attacks, which was very stressful. Chen Kaier realized that it seemed that the master should take on this matter, and Lin Fan had trump cards that he had not yet used in battle, and this was a fact. Chen Kaier took out the artifact and put it on the chair, and thought that the experience was not just like that for him, and he learned many of Lin Fan's techniques. And then a silhouette began to appear from the artifact, and Chen Kaier hopes that the master will give him advice. And it is difficult to defeat the cultivator Lin Fan. And at that very moment, a man appeared from the artifact in front of Chen Kaier, and he was obliged to ask him a couple of questions and then come up with his own plan. The master asked Chen Kaier if this was his student, and he was glad to see him, and how many days they had not communicated, and he thought that the student had disappeared. Chen Kaier told the master that he was also glad to meet him and that he had a question for him and would be glad if he helped defeat their enemy these days. The master asked the disciple Chen Kai-er if he really sought him out for the sake of a man named Lin Fan, and let him answer the master, and he was right. Chen Kai-er was surprised and asked the master how he knew about this because he did not name the enemy, and did not say anything about Lin Fan. And this is a shock. The master asked Chen Kai-er if he really thought that he could hide important information from him, and that he knew what was going on in his life. Chen Kai-er told the master that he was incredible and didn't know that he had such skills, and he amazes him every day, and he respects him. Master said Chen Kai-er, judging by his appearance, he lost to Lin Fan, and he is an unusual person to make him nervous, and Lin is so strong. Chen Kai-er told the master that he suspects that Lin Fan might be a descendant of the Lin family, and that is why he fights so well, and these are the facts. The master told Chen Kai-er that he was wrong, and that Lin Fan was not a descendant of the Lin family, and his fighting technique had nothing to do with the Lin family. Chen Kai-er asked the master why he was absolutely sure of this, and maybe he knew important information and just didn't dare to tell it. The master told the disciple Chen Kai-er that he wanted to introduce someone to him, and then he would understand the whole point and he would have fewer questions. And at that moment, a man appeared behind the master, and he had long wanted to introduce him to Chen Kai-er. Today was the perfect time for this. Master told Chen Kai-er that this person is a true descendant of the Ling family, and he guarantees it, and the disciple can check the data. The master told Chen Kai-er that this man's name was Lin Yang Tian, and he was a direct descendant of the Lin family, and that techniques could be learned from Lin. Lin Yang Tian told Chen Kai-er that the master said everything correctly, and he is the true descendant of the Lin family and should not confuse him with a student. Chen Kai-er noticed that Lin Yang Tian had a mark on his hand, and he was definitely a descendant of the Lin family, and besides, the teacher never lies, and he helped. Master told Chen Kai-er that he and Lin Yang Tian would be coming to the magic capital today, and until then, Chen should not act stupidly. Master said to Chen Kai-er, when his master arrives, they will discuss everything, and he believes in Kai-er's potential, and he is definitely capable of breaking everyone. Chen Kai-er told the master that he understood his order, and he would wait for him and Lin Yang Tian, and then they would come up with a plan to take revenge on Lin Fan. The master thought that Chen Kai-er was a smart student, but he was worried that he might not live long enough and make the wrong decision, and this was stressful. The master disappeared, and Chen Kai-er realized that he had learned a lot of new information from the master, and he was convinced that Lin Fan was definitely not a descendant of the Lin family. Chen Kai-er is pleased, and in vain. Lin Fan got involved with the Chen family, and soon he will know the full power of his family, and they will punish him and humiliate him harshly. Chen Kai-er realized that Master and Lin Yang Tian had personally taken on Lin Fan, and even if he was stronger, he would no longer be able to defend against both of their attacks. Chen Kai-er imagined the image of Lin Yang Tian in his fantasy, and the descendant of the Lin family will teach Lin Fan manners, and he will see how the legend fights. Chen Kai-er imagined Lin Fan fighting with Lin Yang Tian and the master, and couldn't find their weak point, and he retreated to the corner. Later, Lin Fan came to the building and wanted to visit Ji Xiao, and Ningge's assistant said that Miss Ji had been waiting for a long time and had not left. Lin Fan walked into the building and asked Ji Xiao if she was okay, and he was very nervous and he obviously couldn't live if she got hurt. Ji Xiao noticed Lin Fan and quickly walked towards him, and she believed that he would come and not abandon her in trouble, and he lived up to expectations. Ji Xiao hugged Lin Fan tightly, and she missed him and thought that she would never see him again, and all the hooligans threatened and scared her. Lin Fan apologizes to Ji Xiao, and he was late, but now everything is fine, and they are not in danger, and thanks to brother Ningge for their help. Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that she was okay, and the hooligans couldn't hurt her in any way, and Mr. Ningge arrived in time and saved her. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao that it was great that she was not hurt, and he would take her home and she should rest. And she was stressed today. Lin Fan said a huge thank you to his brother Ningge, and he did not forget who saved Ji Xiao, and he will remember forever and help in the future. Assistant Ningge stood behind Mr. Lin Fan and thought that he didn't have to thank him, and it was an honor to help their best friend. Assistant Ningge told Mr. Lin Fan that this was his job and he didn't have to say thank you and could contact him at any time. Lin Fan covered Ji Xiao with his jacket and felt sorry for her being brazenly kidnapped by the Chen family and going through many trials in her life. Lin Fan told brother Ningge that he would take Ji Xiao home and that they would contact him later and discuss everything with Master Wei Lao at home. Assistant Ningge asks Mr. Lin Fan to be careful on the way, and he knows that the Chen family will not leave him alone and they are all very dangerous. Later, Lin Fan and Ji Xiao were riding in a car, and the student would not let his sweetheart go anywhere and would always be there to protect Ji from the villains. Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that she always wanted to discuss something with him and would be glad if he listened, and she was very interested to know. Lin Fan was surprised and told Ji Xiao that she could ask him anything there and he would gladly answer her and confide any secret. Ji Xiao asked Lin Fan that he was not an ordinary person, and she assumed that he had special skills and noticed something. Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that ever since he came to school, amazing things have happened in her life, and she has not complained to her friend. Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that in the past, Bai Shen attacked him, and he easily defeated him, and no one can even hurt him, and he is a monster. Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that she was now kidnapped by hooligans, and she does not understand why Lin Fan has changed dramatically, and it is strange. But even so, Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that he always comes to her aid when she needs it, and thank him very much for all his care. Lin Fan called Ji Xiao stupid and let her not doubt, and he values her and will never let anyone hurt her and will beat up all the hooligans in a moment. The student told Ji Xiao that no matter what happens, he will always be by her side and protect her from everyone because he is her Lin Fan. Ji Xiao was embarrassed and asked Lin Fan what he was talking about, and she felt so awkward. And Lin Fan knows how to compliment and he loves her. Lin Fan lost control of the car and thought that Ji Xiao had surprised him and that he couldn't distract the driver and that it was so dangerous. Lin Fan is in complete shock and asks Ji Xiao to be careful, and he can't confess his feelings to her and is always at a loss for words. Lin Fan continued to drive along the road, and he would bring Ji Xiao home without injury and would not be distracted, and most importantly, his Ji's health. At night, Lin Fan returned home, and today was a busy day, and he was often nervous, and good friends supported him with their problem. Lin Fan entered the villa and realized that the Chen family would not leave him alone, and he must always be on guard and take care of his family, and he loves them. Lin Fan collapsed on the bed and he had to distract himself from his plans. Otherwise, he would go crazy from stress these days, and he was worried about all their friends. Lin Fan was lying on the bed and realized that he was so tired and wanted to rest a little and let no one disturb him, and he deserved a rest at night. And at that very second, someone started calling Lin Fan, and he doesn't know who needs him at night, and it seems it's important, and he is already obliged to answer the call. Lin Fan found out that teacher Chinjing was calling him and was surprised what she wanted from him, and she didn't call him for trifles, and he wanted to understand everything. Lin Fan answered the call and asked teacher Chinjing how she was doing and if something happened and why she was calling him so late. Teacher Chinjing asked Lin Fan if he was free tomorrow, and she wanted to ask him for help, and she had no one to turn to except her friend. Lin Fan told teacher Chinjing that he was listening to her with interest, and she should tell him what was bothering her, and he would definitely help teacher. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that she was at fault and called him at night, and it would be better for them to discuss things tomorrow, and she wanted to warn him. Lin Fan agreed with teacher Chinjing and said until tomorrow, and he will not forget about their meeting and will wait, and he promised to help her always. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that they would see each other tomorrow at the shopping mall building and thank her friend for being willing to help the teacher. Lin Fan agrees with teacher Chinjing, and he is always at her service, and he will cancel all his plans to help her, and she often helps too. Lin Fan ended the call and threw the phone on the bed and thought that soon he would definitely take a vacation with his sister Xiao, and they would both have a rest. Lin Fan lay there without strength, and he was so tired and he needed to sleep, otherwise he would not be of any help to teacher Chinjing because he had no energy and strength. The next day, Lin Fan came to the shopping mall and wanted to immediately find out what teacher Chinjing needed, and she doesn't often call the student. Lin Fan thought that all the ladies were the same, and he and teacher Chinjing agreed to meet at lunch, and an hour and a half had already passed. And then a car stopped in front of Lin Fan, and the student hopes that it is teacher Chinjing because it is so hot outside and he is still waiting for her. It was indeed teacher Chinjing, and she got out of the car and thought that today was an important day and she had to be in good shape. Teacher Chinjing came in a beautiful dress and apologized to Lin Fan and the terrible traffic jams on the roads and asked how long he waited. Lin Fan said to teacher Chinjing, "Good afternoon," and he just came and did not wait for her for a minute and was glad that she came despite her business. Teacher Chinjing listened to Lin Fan's words and said that it was great, and she didn't want him to wait, and fortunately, her friend just came. Lin Fan asked teacher Chinjing how he could help her, and she didn't tell him on the phone yesterday, and so he wants to ask again. Teacher Chinjing hesitated to answer and hoped that Lin Fan would understand and not be offended by her calling him there. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that, in truth, it was not a very important matter. She just didn't know who else to ask and chose him. Lin Fan stood in front of teacher Chinjing and does not understand what teacher Chin is saying and what is going on, and why he came does not know. And at that moment, a car was rushing towards them at high speed, and Lin Fan wants to find out why teacher Chinjing is hiding something. The car stopped in front of teacher Chinjing and Lin Fan, and he doesn't understand anything and is confused, and today the teacher is kind of strange. Someone opened the car door and started to get out, and it seemed like Lin Fan should have asked teacher Chinjing about their business in advance. A bald man came out of the car and his head was shining with glitter, and Lin Fan thought maybe the stranger was an acquaintance of teacher Chinjing. An expensive watch shone on the man's hand, and he does not come just like that and always gets what he wants and strives for happiness and prosperity everywhere. The man said that here is Miss Chinjing, and she is even more beautiful than in the photo, and he is very glad to meet her, and she immediately struck him with her beauty. The rich man approached the teacher Chinjing and said, "Good afternoon," and he wants to shake her hand, and he has never seen such a nice lady like her. But teacher Chinjing did not shake the rich man's hand and asked him to go to the shopping center first, and then they could discuss other matters and have time. The rich man was delighted and told Miss Chinjing that she was shy, and he liked that kind of character in ladies, and he would not let go and would achieve her love. And then the rich man noticed a man next to the teacher Chinjing and asked the miss who this man was, and it seems they know each other, and he is standing there next to her. Teacher Chinjing told the rich man that this was her student Lin Fan, and he was not simple and was smarter than everyone in the group and an example for his friends and acquaintances. Lin Fan said good afternoon to the stranger and does not understand why he is standing there and why teacher Chinjing called, and he is very awkward there. The rich man said that means Miss Chinjing is a teacher, and that's great. And he always wanted to talk to a teacher, and they are so smart and inspire him. The rich man walked with a confident gait and told teacher Chinjing that he agreed with her, and they would go to the shopping center and discuss all matters there. Lin Fan asked teacher Chinjing what was going on and why she was following this man and communicating with him. And he didn't understand anything there. The rich man continued walking, and teacher Chinjing is worried, and she doesn't want to tell Lin Fan about it, and she is very ashamed. And why did she come already? Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that this was a blind date, and it was arranged by her family, and they forced her to come there, and she herself did not want to. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that the quality of this gentleman is very high, and he is wearing a watch that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. The rich man walked and sang a song, and Lin Fan told the teacher Chinjing that this rich man also had $1 million car and was a businessman. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that she called him to help her get rid of the rich man, and she could not find a solution to leave. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that the rich man was introduced to her by her aunt, and she couldn't say no to her, otherwise she would offend her aunt so much. They all went to the shopping mall, and President Wong wants to quickly take teacher Chinjing home from there, and she motivates him to do great things. President Wong told teacher Chinjing that she could choose anything from the stores, and he would buy it for her, and would never tell teacher no. Teacher Chinjing listened to President Wong's words and said, "Thank you for your concern, but she doesn't need anything and she has everything, and let them walk there." And then President Wong put his hand on teacher Chinjing's thigh, and he asked her to come closer to him and not stand so far away, and she is an angel. President Wong felt the softness of teacher Chinjing's body and thought that he had hit the jackpot and that he would be satisfied with such a wife, and he dreamed of her. President Wong likes to pet teacher Chinjing, and it's great, and he will be with her forever, and no one will separate her until he gets tired of Chin. And at that moment, suddenly, Lin Fan appeared in front of President Wong and asked if this was really his hobby, and he didn't know that he loved ladies so much. President Wong was angry and didn't know where Lin Fan appeared from, and he was making him angry. And if he continued to irritate him, he would kick him out of there. President Wong politely communicated with teacher Chinjing and said that a new bag store had recently opened and he wanted to pick something out for her. President Wong told teacher Chinjing that he would take her there and that he was a gentleman and was used to courting a lady and would take care of her everywhere. President Wong pointed his finger at the store and told Miss Chinjing that this was the store and let them go there together, and he wouldn't mind. President Wong insists and wants to buy something for teacher Chinjing, and refusal is not discussed and let him pamper her a little. After all, it's not a stranger. Teacher Chinjing listened to President Wong's words, and she is not used to having someone give her expensive gifts, and she really wants to go home. Lin Fan asks teacher Chinjing to relax and go, and President Wong is so kind and wants to please her and let him buy her something. Teacher Chinjing sighed and told Lin Fan that he was right, and she would not be nervous because she was not in any danger, and then she would leave. President Wong went into the store and thought that the best surprise for a lady is a new and expensive bag, and he knows how to take care of ladies. The saleswoman said good afternoon to President Wong, and she was glad that he visited them and found time to take a break from work. And how is their mister doing? The seller was delighted and told President Wong that she was very glad that he visited them again, and they chose the best options for the president. Lin Fan stood next to President Wong and realized one important thing, and it is not for nothing that Mr. knows where the best stores are. He is a professional. Lin Fan said to teacher Chinjing, "It seems that President Wong is their frequent customer, and the store treats him specially, and they are so polite." Teacher Chinjing listened to Lin Fan's words, and it seems that President Wong loves shopping so much and often goes to shopping malls and chooses everything. And at that moment, the seller saw the teacher Chinjing, and she must find out who she is. And it looks like President Wong wants to get married, and this is delight. The saleswoman approached teacher Chinjing and said good afternoon, and she was glad to see President Wong's fiancé, and he hid her from his friends. Teacher Chinjing listened to the lady's words and said that she was mistaken, and that this was their first meeting with President Wong, and that she was not his fiancé yet. President Wong started laughing and said, "Teacher Chinjing is cute, and he can't take his eyes off her, and he is lucky to have met her." President Wong told the salesman that he was in a great mood today and told him to bring them their most expensive bags, and he would make the teacher happy. The saleswoman beamed with joy and told President Wong that she would bring everything in a couple of minutes and asked him to wait a little and not go anywhere. President Wong looked at teacher Chinjing and wondered if she was surprised, and he was absolutely sure that she didn't think that he was so rich. Lin Fan closed the eyes of teacher Chinjing and asked him not to look at President Wong's face there, and his expression was terrible and frightening to everyone. President Wong asks teacher Chinjing to first look at the most expensive bag and then at the other options and choose as many as he wants. And then Lin Fan appeared before President Wong again and said that he was so kind and generous and he had never seen such kind people as him. Lin Fan asked President Wong if he could choose any bag, and he allowed teacher Chinjing to choose, and he would help her there. President Wong told Lin Fan that of course he can take any of the bags, and he is a student of teacher Chinjing, and he is his friend, and he values Lin. Lin Fan told President Wong that he understood him, and then he would start choosing from that shelf, and it looks like it's a new collection, and Lin knows about fashion. Then, Lin Fan started choosing bags one by one and told Mr. Wang that the design of this bag would suit teacher Chinjing, and she was happy. Lin Fan pointed at another bag and asked the salesperson to make the purchase quickly and show other collections, and he will choose more bags. President Wong was horrified and thought, does Lin Fan really want to ruin him? And he should have a conscience before choosing so many bags there. Lin Fan continued to choose different bags and put them on the checkout counter and told President Wang that he was tired while choosing and was so exhausted. Lin Fan told President Wong that he had enough bags and he would not be impudent, and modestly chose a couple dozen bags, and that was not much. President Wong is angry and realized that the scoundrel Lin Fan wants to humiliate and frame him, and all this costs more than $1 million, and it's a shock. Lin Fan told President Wong what he chose, and thank you, mister, for giving him the right to choose, and he had never done such shopping in his life. The saleswoman is excited and asked President Wang what to do, and Lin Fan chose $1 million bags, and this is not according to the boss's plan. President Wong listened to the words of the saleswoman and told her to pack her bags and not ask questions, and he was already depressed and worried about everything. The saleswoman agreed with President Wong and thought that he had never made a purchase worth several $1 million, and who was this young man? But suddenly Lin Fan slammed his hand on the table and asked the salesman to just take his time and wait a little while, and President Wong didn't understand his words. President Wong was surprised and asked Lin Fan if even this was not enough, and why teacher Chinjing needed so many bags. He did not know. Lin Fan approached President Wang and said that it seemed he did not understand what he meant, and he would clearly explain his opinion and logic to his friend. And then suddenly, Lin Fan told President Wong that he already wanted everything in the store, except what he put on the shelf, and that would probably be enough. President Wong is angry at the scoundrel Lin Fan and what he allows himself to do, and it seems he is not afraid that he can punish him for his impudence. And this is a fact. President Wong started yelling at Lin Fan and told him not to be like that, and what he was counting on and why he wanted to spend all his friends' money. Lin Fan listened to the words of the mister, and he asked if President Wong was not rich, and it seemed he could no longer afford all the things in the store. Lin Fan told President Wong, if he can't afford so many things, he shouldn't pretend to be rich. Otherwise, he'll be embarrassed. And that's true. President Wong told the bastard Lin Fan that all his words were nonsense, and was he pretending? He wasn't lying and was really a rich man and a millionaire and a businessman. Lin Fan stood nearby, and President Wong said that his annual salary was several $1 million, and the student was a poor beggar. President Wong told teacher Chinjing that her student Lin Fan is not so simple and he is very impudent, and likes to irritate people and pisses everyone off. Teacher Chinjing told President Wong that despite Lin Fan's character and impudence, she is still her student and she respects every student. Teacher Chinjing asks President Wong to be more polite to Lin Fan, and he is not guilty of anything, and he himself allowed to choose whatever he wants. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that it was okay, and it was no problem if President Wong couldn't afford it, and they would understand him. President Wong stopped grabbing Lin Fan's clothes and thought that he was annoying him, but he couldn't punish him in front of Teacher Chinjing there. President Wong told Lin Fan that this was all for the sake of Teacher Chinjing, and he would turn a blind eye to his actions and would not take action for everything. President Wong asks Teacher Chinjing not to think about Lin Fan, and he wants her to choose something for herself, and it will be a gift to her from him. But Teacher Chinjing told President Wong that she could no longer accept his gifts and hoped that he would understand her and that these were her principles. President Wong asked Teacher Chinjing what she said and realized that she and Lin Fan were playing with him and deliberately getting on his nerves. President Wong asked Teacher Chinjing if she was serious, and there was no lady who didn't like these bags and he didn't understand the logic. Teacher Chinjing asks President Wang to calm down, and he is acting too wild and attracting too much attention and is so nervous. President Wong grabbed one of the bags in a rage and told the salesman to pack it already and that he would not offer Miss Chinjing anything to choose from anymore. The saleswoman was in a hurry and told President Wong that she would quickly pack everything and asked him not to worry about the bride and that she was not worthy of the boss. But Teacher Chinjing decided and told President Wang that she could not accept this, and thus he was insulting her principles there. Teacher Chinjing told President Wong that he may have to deal with ladies who value money, but she is definitely a different person. President Wong told Teacher Chinjing that she was just playing a modest role and wanted to take away a lot of things in the end and let her tell the truth. Teacher Chinjing got angry from President Wang's words, and Lin Fan was 100% right about Mr. and he behaved differently. Teacher Chinjing grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said that they were both leaving, and there was no need to waste any more time on the vile President Wang. President Wong shouted at Miss Chinjing and let them go, and he was tired of offering her things and let him not consider himself an angel and Chin a monster. President Wang told Teacher Chinjing not to be noble if she wants to leave, and he does not trust her character and knows all the ladies by heart. Lin Fan heard President Wang's insults towards Teacher Chinjing and suddenly stopped and realized that he had to sort out the situation. Lin Fan asked President Wong what he said and let him repeat the words again, and he didn't hear him, and it seems he insulted the teacher. Lin Fan asks President Wong to say it again if Mr. has the courage. And why does he think he can insult the teacher? President Wong said that nobility does not suit Teacher Chinjing, and he sees everything, and Lin Fan is not even her student, and he is the teacher's boyfriend. Teacher Chinjing told President Wong that this was nonsense and that he was delirious and could not accept the fact that she was not like his previous ladies. But Lin Fan asks Teacher Chinjing not to be nervous and let her student deal with this situation, and President Wong will answer him. Lin Fan asked President Wong if he really thinks he can do whatever he wants if he has stinking dollars, and this is absurd. President Wong asked Lin Fan, "What's wrong with that? And these stinking dollars rule the world, and what does the student have?" and let him answer everything. Lin Fan told President Wong that he understood his thoughts, and according to Mr.'s logic, the one with the money is the one in charge, and that is Mr.'s point of view. President Wong told Lin Fan that of course he was right, and money was everything, and whoever had more of it had absolute power and made laws. Lin Fan told President Wong that he understood his logic and would not argue with him, and whoever has more money has power, and this is interesting. And then Lin Fan put his bag on the cash register and thought that now he would definitely surprise President Wong, and understood what kind of people Wong considers important. And at that moment, suddenly Lin Fan said that he buys everything in this store, and he is not joking, and asks to pack all the things very carefully. Lin Fan continued to insist that they pack his things, and that he would buy the entire assortment of the store, and please the sellers with a bonus. President Wang is completely shocked by Lin Fan's words, and is the student really not lying? And is he so rich that he can spend millions of dollars? The saleswoman was also speechless, and they had never had such rich people, and even President Wong couldn't compare to student Lin's. President Wong could hardly hold back his laughter, and he didn't believe a single word Lin Fan said, and was lying 100% and wanted to show off in front of Chins. And at that very moment, President Wong started laughing loudly, and Lin Fan is a funny student, and he remembered his words forever, and it's so stupid. President Wong told Lin Fan that all these things definitely cost tens of millions of dollars, and could a student really afford the things? Lin Fan listened, and President Wong asked the student if he already had money, and he wouldn't have enough money even if he sold his body. The saleswoman told President Wong that all the kids these days say whatever they want when they're angry, and if he buys all of this, she'll jump from 100 meters. Lin Fan told the seller that these were her words and he would not argue with her there, but he warned her that later she would regret her promises. And then Lin Fan pulled a card out of his pocket and asked the seller to quickly calculate how many millions of dollars the guest had purchased. The seller was in complete shock and asked Lin Fan if she was sure she had enough money, and the student had bought things there for several $1,000,000. Lin Fan asked the seller to calculate the cost of all the goods, and he will not repeat, and hopes that she will do her job correctly. The saleswoman is shaking and nervous, but she took the card from Lin Fan's hands and she can't believe that the student has millions of dollars, and it's a shock. The seller immediately quickly rushed into another room and asked Lin Fan not to go anywhere, and she would call the manager, and he would solve such matters. Teacher Chinjing was worried and asked Lin Fan if her friend had gone crazy, and where did he get so much money and didn't need to spend it on everything. Lin Fan asks teacher Chinjing not to worry, and he is no longer the same as before, and he has realized many important things and understood the meaning. Teacher Chinjing thought that Lin Fan had really changed and she didn't recognize her student, and he was completely different before, and it was strange. President Wong was shaking with fear. And this is impossible. And the student definitely doesn't have money, and he wants to play a prank on him and humiliate him in front of Miss Chinjing. And at that very second, the manager ran into the store and he was obliged to personally discuss everything with Mr. Linfan. And it is not every day that they have such a client, the manager told Mr. Lin Fan that he was ready to discuss everything with him and thanked him for waiting a couple of minutes, and he envied his friend's patience. Lin Fan asked the man, "It seems he is the manager of the store, and how does he know his name?" And he is interested to know this and let him answer quickly. The manager was completely exhausted and ran there at full speed and did not want Lin Fan to wait for him, and he would fulfill all his wishes. The manager apologizes to Mr. Lin Fan for not coming out to greet him personally, and this is Mr. Wei Lao's store, and he is a friend. Lin Fan was surprised to learn from the manager that this was the shop of Master Wei Lao, and his friend had not told him about it, and it seemed there was simply no reason. President Wong asked manager Jiang Chao why he didn't say good afternoon to him, and it seems he forgot how he helped him, and Chao is annoying. Manager Jiang Chao listened to President Wong's words and said that he did not notice him, and heard that Wong brazenly provoked Mr. Linfan. Manager Jiang Chao told President Wong that from today on, all stores in this city will stop doing business with him and he will be punished. Manager Jiang Chao pointed his finger at the door and told President Wong that he could leave and no one was keeping him there, and that he was an impudent idiot. President Wong is confused by the words of Manager Jiang Chao and asked what he said, and Wong thinks that he is hallucinating and this is all absurd. President Wong told Manager Jiang Chao that he would regret it so much, and he changed his attitude towards him abruptly, and he would take revenge for everything. President Wong came out of the store and asked Manager Jiang Chao not to be distracted, and he would soon find out what would happen if he offended Mr. Manager Jiang Chao handed Mr. Lin Fan a card and said that he was very happy to see him in person, and Master Wei Lao told all the stories. Lin Fan listened, and Manager Jiang Chao told the mister that he would personally deliver all the bags to him and hoped that everything would suit him, and he tried. Lin Fan asks Manager Jiang Chao to give all their goods to teacher Chinjing, and she deserved it, and he will remember her kindness forever. Teacher Chinjing listened to the words of student Lin Fan, and she was shocked, and how he could earn so many millions of dollars, and it was amazing. Teacher Chinjing keeps looking at Lin Fan and why he has changed so much, and as if he was replaced and what happened to the student. Teacher Chinjing thinks that something has greatly affected Lin Fan's life, and now he is a different person and he thinks and acts differently. At this time, President Wong was walking in the shopping mall and immediately dialed a friend's phone number and wanted to ask about something and take revenge on Jiang. President Wong asks his colleague not to ask stupid questions and just come there. And one nuance needs to be resolved, and one idiot needs to be punished. A few minutes later, people came running to the shopping center, and they definitely won't leave President Wong alone and will help him solve his problems. President Wong sat outside and was glad that his friends arrived on time, and he would not forget the actions of Manager Jiang Chao and would take revenge for his impudence. People asked President Wong what happened, and it seems like someone has offended their boss and they won't let it go, and his friends will protect him. President Wong told his friends that soon an idiot would come out of there, and he asked them to follow him and not miss him, and he would explain the task. President Wong asks his friends to then find a quiet place and break Lin Fan's legs, and he will be disabled forever, and this will already be a lesson. The friend wants President Wong not to worry, and let him trust them, and they will not let the boss down, and Lin Fan is doomed, and they will injure the idiot. At this time, teacher Chinjing asked Lin Fan what happened, and she did not understand why Lin Fan spent millions just for her. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that she knew what his family's situation was, and that he didn't have much money and was having a hard time raising his sister. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that he wanted to tell her an important thought, and she had to remember this wise thought, and he was serious. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that there are times when you can no longer judge a person by their appearance, and they are no longer the same as they were yesterday. Teacher Chinjing is amazed by Lin Fan's character, and he communicates with her not like a student and wants to convey smart thoughts to her, and he has changed. And at that moment, suddenly, Teacher Chinjing hit Lin Fan on the head and asked the student if he was really pretending to be a cool hero. Lin Fan told Teacher Chinjing that she saw everything herself, and he is not so simple and can surprise anyone and teach his enemies a lesson. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan, if he doesn't want to talk, she won't ask him, and the time will come when he himself wants to talk. Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that she understood that every person has their own secrets that strangers should never know about. Lin Fan thought that Teacher Chinjing was a smart lady, and she didn't want to bother him with questions and understood his situation, and she was a wonderful lady. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that she was 100% right, and every person has their own secrets that are difficult to tell. But Teacher Chinjing told Lin Fan that she could not accept these bags and let the student spend millions of dollars on Sister Xiao Day. Lin Fan listened to the words of Teacher Chinjing, and she said, if he already gives her everything super, she might get angry and it will ruin the friendship. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that everything was fine, and she should just accept the gifts, and he gave them from his heart and appreciated her. Lin Fan thought that Teacher Chinjing had taken care of him in his past life, and these bags would not be enough to repay her in full, and he respected. Teacher Chinjing asked Lin Fan what it was, and did he also want to become someone who solves everything with money, and it was so strange. Lin Fan told Master Chinjing that sometimes it brings joy, and in special cases the matter can be solved only with money, and these are the facts. Lin Fan told Teacher Chinjing that he had some things to do and he couldn't be with her, and asked her to leave from the other door in a few minutes. Teacher Chinjing was surprised and asked Lin Fan why he was asking her to leave from the other door, and let him explain what was going on and why he was scaring her. Lin Fan told Teacher Chinjing to just trust him, and they will see each other tomorrow at the university, and he asks the teacher to take care of himself. Teacher Chinjing listened to Lin Fan's words and agreed, and knows that the student can be trusted, and he always and everywhere saves her from bullies. Lin Fan went outside, and President Wang's men hid in the bushes, and the student would not be able to notice them, and they would punish the scoundrel for mocking him. The bully told his friend that they should go after Lin Fan as President Wang ordered. Otherwise, they would lose him and the boss would scold them. The friend agreed with the bully, and he wants to quickly resolve this issue and punish the student. And no one can contradict their boss, and he is so cool. Lin Fan wondered if President Wang's people had set up an ambush for him and let them come to him, and he wanted to play with them and wouldn't let them go anywhere. The hooligans had been quietly watching Lin Fan and realized that he was weak and couldn't defeat them all. So President Wang gave them an easy task. Lin Fan turned to the alley, and now the hooligans can follow him, and other people will not interfere with them, and he will punish all the colleagues there. The bully is pleased and told his friends that Lin Fan personally found a good place for them, and they are acting according to the plan, and the student is now trapped. Lin Fan stopped walking and thought that the hooligans were naive, and hoped that they could humiliate him and please President Wang, and good luck to them all. Lin Fan has reached a dead end and there is no other way, and he must go back. But there are already hooligans standing behind the student, and they want to discuss something with him. And then the bully told the student that heaven was closed to him and now he was in hell, and it was not easy to get out of there and many demons were waiting for him. The bully told Lin Fan that he insulted President Wang, and the boss gave them a task, and they are obliged to break his legs and let him not blame it all. Lin Fan told the hooligans that there are always insects in this world, and there are so many of them, and he wants to rid the world of parasites that spoil destinies. The bully told the brothers that they would attack Lin Fan together, and then he would not be able to defend himself from their attacks and would definitely beg for mercy. Lin Fan was serious and looked menacingly at the bullies, and he was tired of beating such weaklings, and President Wang was a coward who sent the bullies. The bully is in complete shock, and he underestimated the student and thought that he was so weak. But it seems he has surprises for them and he wants to go home. And at that very second, all the hooligans flew a couple of meters away from Lin Fan and they didn't even have time to blink. And when Lin Fan managed to hit them all, Lin Fan struck once and that was enough to defeat all the enemies. And it seems like the hooligans don't train at all, and what did the cowards hope for? The hooligans fell to the ground and felt the power and energy of Lin Fan. And he is not an ordinary student, and it is not for nothing that President Wang could not personally punish him. Lin Fan sighed and he was despondent. And why there are no strong opponents and he wants to test his skills and potential and fight to the maximum. Lin Fan is an immortal emperor and he fights gangsters every day. So he has to hurry up with training and it is very important. Lin Fan decided that he needed to break through into the void and return to the heavenly kingdom, and he had unfinished business there and would soon resolve all issues. Lin Fan decided to go and find out how Ji Xiao was and whether she had recovered from the shock. Because yesterday, she was kidnapped by the Chen family and he would take revenge on them for everything. After some time, Lin Fan came to Ji Xiao's house and wants to know what she is doing and that she is not indifferent to him and that he himself will take care of her. And at that moment, Lin Fan froze in place and thought that this was definitely not part of his plans, and it's good that he came early and would find out something important. A man got out of the car and Lin Fan stands to the side and watches him. And he should no longer consider such people as harmless. The man went towards the restaurant of Ji Xiao's family, and he has business with their daughter, and she must pay attention or he will be angry. Lin Fan remembered that this was the man who was with Ji Xiao at the Dynasty Hotel. And then this guy harassed him, and Lin doesn't know who this is. A man walked into Ji Xiao's family restaurant and thought that everything was going according to plan, and he would impress her family and no one would interfere with their love. The guy said good afternoon to Ji Xiao's mom and dad, and he is very glad that they met today and he wishes them good luck with their cafe business. Mama Ji Xiao is happy and told her husband that Zhao came to them and he is so kind and a sincere gentleman and his family raised him well. Ji Xiao's mother told Zhao that he brought a gift and that he is very kind and respects their family, and she is glad that her daughter has such a friend. Zhao told Miss Ji that it was just a gift, and he wanted to show his respect to them and that they could trust him and that he would not let them down. Zhao said, the last time he saw Ji Xiao, he realized that she was the love of his life, and that's why he wanted to see his mom and dad today. And at that very moment, Ji Xiao came up to Zhao and asked why he came to her family's restaurant and no one invited him there, and it was so impudent. Ji Xiao told Zhe that she told him last time that her family forced her to meet him and she was definitely not interested in him. Zhao told Ji Xiao that she doesn't know him that well yet and is already judging him and let her believe that he is a good person and will never offend Ji. Mom told Ji Xiao to look at Zhao, and he is smart, modest, and handsome, and why is she rude to him, and told her to communicate politely with him. But Ji Xiao told her mother that there was no point in this and she did not want to communicate with Zhao and said that she was not interested in him. And that was her opinion. Ji Xiao's mother was angry and asked what was wrong with her daughter and why she was making strange decisions and why she was contradicting and arguing with her family. The restaurant director and Ji Xiao's father asked his wife if she didn't know that their daughter loved Lin Fan and to stop behaving like that. The wife told her husband that it was true, and Lin Fan helped them protect their restaurant. But Zhao is the director of a famous company and she thinks about Ji. The husband listened to her and the wife said that wealth is everything and she is 100% sure that her daughter will find happiness by marrying the head of Zhao. Zhao asks Ji Xiao's mom and dad to pay attention to him. And he didn't just come to their restaurant to offend their daughter. Zhao told his mom and dad that he came to discuss with them the lifelong affair between him and Ji Xiao, and he was sure that they would be interested. Zhao told Ji's family that they knew that he was the director of a listed company and his schedule was very busy, and the boss had almost no time. Ji's family listened to him, and Zhao hopes that Ji Xiao will marry him as soon as she graduates from university, and he doesn't want to wait any longer. Zhao handed over the documents to Ji Xiao's family and asked them to look at it, and he has already prepared a ransom for their daughter and wants everyone to be happy. Mama Ji Xiao read what she wanted to offer Zhao, and froze in place and thought that she was hallucinating, and that this was the best condition. Zhao offered the Ji family one courtyard in the Dragon Villa, with guards, and 5% of the shares of Zhao Corporation if their daughter married. The restaurant director and Ji Xiao's father told Mr. Zhao that this was too much and they would think about it, and for the ransom he offered a villa and shares. But suddenly at that very moment, Ji Xiao grabbed important documents from her father's hands, and it seems like the family doesn't care about her opinion, and they both irritate her. Ji Xiao threw the documents on the floor and told Zhao to get out of the restaurant, and who needs a villa and shares if she doesn't like the director. Jay realized that Ji Xiao had a difficult character, but he would fix her in a couple of days if she got married, and the boss didn't leave without her consent. Zhao told Ji Xiao that marriage is a big event, and he thinks that it requires the blessing of parents, and this is an important moment. Zhao told Ji Xiao. Otherwise, their marriage would be unhappy, and immediately asked Ji's family if he was right, and he was waiting for their family's answer. Zhao asked Ji's mom and dad what they would say, and their answer is more important than their daughter's opinion, and Ji Xiao will accept the family's decision today. But when no one expected this, Lin Fan came into the restaurant and asked Zhao to stop talking nonsense, and he irritated Ji Xiao and was so brazen. Ji Xiao's mother was surprised to see Lin Fan in the restaurant and why he came there, and seemed to want to say something to Ji, and he was at the wrong time. The restaurant director and Ji Xiao's father also did not expect to see Lin Fan, and he always wanted his daughter to be happy, and his wife was interfering with them. Zhao asked the student who he was and why he was distracting the family from an important conversation, and let him introduce himself and why he went to the restaurant. Lin Fan asked Zhao if he had the right to ask his name, and he would not answer his question, and he did not like to communicate with people. Ji Xiao didn't think that Lin Fan would come to the restaurant today, and she didn't want him to conflict with Zhao and get nervous just because of her. Ji Xiao asks Lin Fan not to misunderstand her, and this is not what he thought, and suggested to go to the side, and she will explain everything to her friend. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao that beautiful flowers always attract bad bugs, and they want to ruin the flowers, but he definitely won't allow it. Zhao jumped up from his seat, and he was furious at the student's words and asked Lin Fan how he dared to insult him, and it seemed he didn't know who he was dealing with. And then Lin Fan looked menacingly at Zhao, and he was serious and clearly not joking, and would destroy the scoundrel if he offended Ji Xiao, and this is a fact. Zhao is terrified by the student's aura, and he sensed Lin Fan's strength, and he is definitely not a weakling, and he needs to be careful, and he can beat him up there. And at that moment, Zhao suddenly fell to the floor, and he did not understand why he could not approach the student Lin Fan. And something was wrong with him, and it was scary. Zhao was shaking and couldn't understand what was happening and why he couldn't move, and his legs refused to walk, and it was gloomy. Lin Fan asked Zhao if a small fly dared to go against a dragon and a tiger and let him know his place and not threaten Master Lin. Zhao listens to Lin Fan's words and he gets angry, and why does the impudent guy want to humiliate him and call him all sorts of names, and he will easily punish Lin Fan. Zhao asked the student if he knew who he was and if his family hadn't taught him manners and why he was acting so rudely in front of the boss. The restaurant director and Ji's father is worried and asked Mr. Zhao if he is okay, and it seems he has some kind of injury and he can't get up anymore. Lin Fan told Zhao that he didn't care who he was and that he should hurry up and get out of the Ji family restaurant, otherwise he would use force, and that was a threat. Zhao said to Lin Fan, he is a cultivator, and although he is not a cultivator, their Zhao company is on par with the Chen family and all people respect him. Zhao asked Lin Fan, so what if he is a cultivator, and when the Chen family takes him on he will die, and no one will help the impudent man? Lin Fan was surprised by Director Zhao's words and asked if he really knew the Chen family, and he was absolutely sure that the family had not left him alone. Director Zhao asked Lin Fan, what happened? And it seems he is afraid and no one wants conflict with the Chen family, and they are the best. Lin Fan listened to Director Zhao's words and realized that he was overconfident and thought that the Chen family could punish him and let him rely on Chen. Director Zhao told Lin Fan to kneel down and beg for his forgiveness, and then he would forgive him for his insults and he would not take action. Lin Fan was angry and asked Director Zhao what if he refused his order and did not fall on his knees, and he was interested to know. Director Zhao is scared of the sight of Lin Fan, and he is like a monster. And you can expect anything from such people. And the student is violent, and he is very scary. Director Jiang doesn't know what's going on, and Lin Fan has a stern look, and his intuition tells him not to continue telling Lin's conditions. Director Zhao imagined in his mind how Lin Fan grabbed his face and slammed him to the floor and continued to injure him and showed no mercy. Director Zhao saw in his mind how student Lin Fan dealt a powerful blow to his face, and he was unable to defend himself from any of the student's attacks. Director Zhao's heart began to beat faster, and he realized that if he did not calm down and continued to threaten Lin Fan, he would die, and he was worried. Director Zhao was sweating heavily and speechless, and he couldn't utter a word, and Lin Fan did something, and he wasn't a man, but a monster. Lin Fan was angry, and told Principal Zhao that the student was most irritated by two words, and that was the Chen family, and Zhao was the one who made the threat first. Ji Xiao is very worried and approached Lin Fan and asked him not to attack Director Zhao, and that he is not worth it, and that he should not get angry. Lin Fan listened to the words of the sweet Ji Xiao and thought that such bastards as Director Zhao should be punished in time, and Lin will teach a lesson. Lin Fan told director Zhao to leave the restaurant and not to anger him, and he is not joking, and if he sees him again, he will know the full fury of his fist. Director Zhao started to run away from the restaurant and told Lin Fan that he and the Chen family would not let him go so easily, and that they would soon take revenge on the impudent man. Ji Xiao stood next to Lin Fan and thought that her family was very wrong, and that they were wrong to think that Mr. Zhao would make her happier. Director Zhao told Ji Xiao that she would still be his wife and he would not give her to other people and would soon invite Lin Fan to the wedding. And at that very moment, Director Zhao quickly ran out of the restaurant, and he doesn't want Lin Fan to catch up with him, and he will call the Chen family for help. Ji Xiao's mother was surprised and asked Lin Fan why Director Zhao Hu knelt down in front of him and made him fall there. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao's mother that he didn't know why, and maybe Director Zhao he lost control of his legs because of the excitement there. Lin Fan hugged Ji Xiao and told her dad and mom that they would go for a walk with her daughter and that her friend wanted to go for a walk in the fresh air. Lin Fan asked Ji Xiao's mom and dad to continue doing their business and not get distracted, and soon Ji Xiao would be home and protect her. After a while, Lin Fan brought Ji Xiao to the park and they both sat on a bench, and the student wants to discuss some nuances and she will understand. Lin Fan asked Ji Xiao how she met Zhao He, and he is a dangerous and insidious person and be careful with him, and he is a parasite. Ji Xiao sighed and asked Lin Fan not to remind her about Zhao He, and that her mother had deceived her and that she would never pay attention to Zhao. Lin Fan listened, and Ji Xiao said that her mother said that she found her an internship, but it turned out to be a blind date, and Zhao was theirs. Lin Fan stroked Ji Xiao's hair and asked who made Ji Xiao so beautiful that every guy he met wanted to marry her. Ji Xiao sat next to her, and she was embarrassed and told Lin Fan that he was wrong and she was not so beautiful that Zhao he would run after her. And at this moment, Ji Xiao approached Lin Fan and has long wanted to ask him something and will be glad if he does not lie to his friend. And then Ji Xiao asked Lin Fan why he had changed so much, and he was on a completely different level, and it seemed like he had been replaced, and it was all her guesses. Ji Xiao is very nervous and told the student that although he has become so strong, he is not the same Lin Fan she knew, and these are facts. Lin Fan thought that he would tell Ji Xiao the whole truth. He couldn't do it, and this information could harm her and he would protect her. Lin Fan told Ji Xiao that she would one day know the whole truth and he would not lie to her, but he would guarantee that his feelings for his sweetheart were still the same. Ji Xiao is glad that Lin Fan is friends with her, and she has always lacked such a person next to her in her life, and he will support and protect her everywhere. Ji Xiao told Lin Fan that she knows everything, and no matter who he became, she will always believe him, and made sure that he values and respects her. Ji Xiao hugged Lin Fan and said that she would always be by his side, and Lin Fan thought thank you to the lovely Ji Xiao for her care and feelings. After a month, Lin Fan thought that the Chen family did not harm him, and he managed to forget about them, but he still needed to be careful with their family. Lin Fan came to the medical university and thought that he had not cultivated for a long time, and he needed to gather energy in himself, and this is so important. Lin Fan sighed and realized that he was used to a dynamic life and the rhythm where there are always fights and action suits him, and he misses all the enemies. Lin Fan is despondent and realized that everything is so quiet, and there is no news from Wei Lao and Chen Kai and no one threatens him, and he is very bored there. Lin Fan lay down on his desk and thought that he had nowhere to spend his energy and he wanted to be attacked, and even Director Zhao did not come to take revenge. And then someone opened the door of the office, and it was Teacher Chinjing, and during this time she missed the students, and now she will continue to teach lessons. Teacher Chinjing told the students that today a student from a foreign university is transferring to their university, and it is so cool. The students are very curious to know who transferred to their university, and Teacher Chinjing said that it is a foreigner, and whether he is smart or stupid. A friend told a student that he doesn't know, and a new student has them all intrigued, and they want to know if it's a guy or a girl and let him come in. Teacher Chinjing asks a new student to come in, and everyone in the group is waiting for him, and she hopes that they will soon become good friends with them. The student started to enter the group and thought that the master had warned him to always be on guard, and that Lin Fan was studying at this university. The new student is in a good mood, and he will not disappoint Lin Fan and is ready to personally say good afternoon to him and shake his hand and hurt a lot. The new student said good afternoon to everyone, and his name is Lin Yang Tian, and now he is their classmate and is absolutely sure that they will fix everything. The students are completely shocked by Lin Yang Tian's appearance, and he is so handsome and no one in their group can compare to him, and she wants to make friends so much. Lin Fan was surprised to learn that Lin Yang Tian had come to their group, and immediately felt his aura, and the atmosphere in the room was tense, and it was obvious. Lin Yangtian asks the students to take care of him, and he doesn't know anything yet and will learn everything if they support him in the group. Lin Fan continued to look at Lin Yangtian and realized that the student was not simple and he was surrounded by a special aura. And it was not for nothing that Lin transferred to their group. Lin Yangtian asks the student, Lin Fan, to take care of him too, and he has heard many stories about him and he is interested to know his friend's character. Lin Yangtian decided that Chen Kai-er would soon be satisfied and Lin Fan would not be able to hide anywhere and would follow him at the university. Lin Fan can't take his eyes off Lin Yangtian, and luckily Lin joined their group and his life was just missing some drive. Lin Fan thought that he was very interested to know who Lin Yangtian was, and it seemed that he was also a cultivator and already knew important information. Lin Yangtian walked up to Lin Fan and Chen Kai-er and Master, told him all the information he needed about Lin Fan, and now he is clearly informed. Lin Yangtian extended his hand and told Lin Fan that his name was Lin Yangtian, and he was from the Lin family, and now the friends would study in the same group. Lin Yangtian asks Lin Fan to take care of him, and he heard that he is very strong, and he can protect him from the bullies of their university. Lin Fan shook Lin Yangtian's hand and said that he understood him, and he would definitely protect him, and he didn't have to worry, and no one would harm their student. Teacher Chinjing was surprised and asked Lin Fan and Lin Yangtian if they really knew each other and were communicating as friends, and she wanted to know. Lin Yangtian told Master Chinjing that he and Lin Fan were old friends and he was very happy to see Lin Fan again, and he was the kindest guy. Lin Fan and Lin Yangtian kept squeezing each other's hand and neither of them wanted to let go, and they were testing which of them was stronger, and this was important. Lin Fan and Lin Yangtian's hands began to tremble, and they both want to understand what the opponent is capable of and where their strength limit is and respect each other. And at that moment, Lin Fan began to pull Lin Yangtian's hand towards himself, and he told Teacher Chinjing that he was right and they were friends from the same clan. Lin Yangtian began to get angry and realized that Lin Fan was deliberately irritating him and wanted to get him mad. But he was experienced, and he understood the enemy's plan. Lin Yangtian abruptly pulled his hand away and told Teacher Chinjing that he and Lin Fan were now classmates and hoped to be friends. Lin Yangtian sat next to Lin Fan and told Teacher Chinjing that he had settled into the group and she could start the lesson, and he was happy with his friends. Lin Yangtian smiled at Lin Fan's face and realized that it was not in vain that Chen Kai-er was nervous, and he did not want to fight with Lin Fan anymore. And there is a reason. Lin Yangtian realized that Lin Fan was very strong, and he couldn't lose concentration against him, or the student would easily find the enemy's weak spot. Lin Yangtian pulled his hand out of his pocket, and Lin Fan squeezed his hand tightly and left bruises and wanted to continue to injure his hand like this. Lin Yangtian thought that his internal energy had flowed into Lin Fan, but it had disappeared without a trace, and he had assessed the student's potential in a minute. Lin Yangtian was wary and thought that it would be easier for him to get rid of Lin Fan. But the master was 100% right, and the student is not so simple. Lin Yangtian realized that Lin Fan is very good, and his potential is great, and he is developing his energy, and he immediately felt his power, and it's cool. Lin Fan is glad that Lin Yangtian decided to come to the university and find out what he is capable of, and he specially shook his hand, and he is a cunning fighter. Lin Fan wants to know how many techniques the Lin clan has, and Lin Tianyang must surprise him and injure him. Otherwise, he will disappoint the student in battle. During the break, Linfan went out into the corridor, and in the morning he was bored. But fortunately, Lin Yangtian came to the university, and now he is in the game Chen's. And then Lin Yangtian came to Lin Fan, and he was looking for him. And now they will become friends, and he definitely hasn't seen people with such talent for a long time. Lin Yangtian asked Lin Fan if he was busy, and he wanted to discuss many interesting things with him and believed that he would immediately intrigue the student. Lin Fan said to Lin Yangtian, "Of course they can discuss all matters, and he is not busy." And on the contrary, he waited for him to approach him, and he is very happy. Lin Fan started to leave the corridor with Lin Yangtian, and they already need more space, and the egos of both students do not fit, and this is a fact. The female students around the corner were watching Lin Yangtian and fell in love with the student, and he amazes them with his beauty, and soon they will approach him, and Lin is an angel. Lin Yangtian and Lin Fan went out to the university courtyard, and no one will stop them from discussing all the nuances, and Lin Fan is involved in many matters. Lin Yangtian stopped walking and thought that Lin Fan had to answer many of his questions, and Chen Kai-er had already told him the whole situation. Lin Yangtian told Lin Fan that he heard from his friends that he brazenly pretends to be the heir of his family, and what he is thinking. And it is strange. Lin Fan stood behind Lin Yangtian and thought that he didn't care that he was a descendant of the Lin family, and it was not for nothing that he was called an invincible warrior. Lin Fan asked Lin Yangtian if he really thought that he was lying to everyone and pretending to be a descendant of the Lin family, and asked why he would do that. Lin Yangtian told Lin Fan that he is funny and should not hope to deceive him, and he knows a lot of information, and Tian is stronger than a student. And at that moment, Lin Yangtian told Lin Fan that there was no one there. And did the student understand what he meant? And no one would disturb both of them. Lin Yangtian started to use the technique and wants to surprise Lin Fan. And he does not yet know what he is capable of, and the descendant of the Lin family is the best. Lin Fan is amazed and noticed that Lin Yangtian is using the technique, but he is also prepared and there are no friends nearby and he can show the techniques. Lin Yangtian continued to use skills and surrounded them with something, and he is 100% sure that Lin Fan will not get out of the circle. Lin Yangtian told Lin Fan that inside the barrier the sound was blocked, and although their Lin clan was not causing any problems, he had offended the wrong people. Lin Yangtian told Lin Fan that's why he won't let him go, and told him not to pretend to be a descendant of the Lin family, and he knows that he is just a weakling. Lin Fan told Lin Yangtian that he understood his request, but he was bored, and he regretted going out with him, and it would have been better to have lunch, and lunch would be more interesting. Lin Yangtian realized that Lin Fan was underestimating him, and quickly began to cast a spell, and he would teach the student a lesson and teach him good manners. Lin Fan noticed that Lin Yangtian was using a special technique, and he was not just a hooligan that he fought with every day, and he was stronger than them. Lin Yangtian told Lin Fan that this is the secret of the universe, and already in this place the student will not be able to take a step and the enemy will attack as he wants. And at that moment, stones came out of the ground and Lin Yangtian caught Lin Fan by surprise. And he definitely did not expect the attack, and the student did not have time to defend himself. Lin Yangtian trapped Lin Fan with rocks and used earth technique. And this is a mountain shift, and Lin Fan will not be able to get out of the trap, and he is happy. Lin Fan realized that Lin Yangtian knew many techniques and was able to immobilize him in a couple of minutes, and not every cultivator would use the technique. Lin Yangtian attacked Lin Fan with the fire technique Sunstrike, and he will not be able to dodge and is doomed to die, and it is a pity that he is not so strong. The fire is moving towards Lin Fan and he can't move from the spot, and any other fighter would lose because it's hard for anyone to get out of there. But Lin Fan is extremely calm, and he smiled and thought that Lin Yangtian is a brave fighter, and he wants to know the limit of his talent. And this is an intrigue. And at that moment, there was a sudden roar and explosion, and Lin Yangtian stepped aside and was absolutely sure that Lin Fan had left their world.